Hello everyone and welcome to the Hearthstone Masters Tour Winter Championship. I'm Raven and joining me to kick off the day is Advice, and we'll be starting off what is going to be a fantastic weekend of Hearthstone to see who grabs some of those World Championship spots. How are you doing, Advice?
I'm doing great. Looking forward to this event. We've got a lot of folks that we already saw in playoffs here, and I personally am in support of how many Brazilian players have made it. You know, I got to go to a championship tour there a while back and had a great time. And there's a huge range of lineups, which is always something I think we're excited for on the casting desk.
Yeah, 100%. We've just had rotation. We've got tons of new stuff. The players have really had to piece something together on like a shortish amount of time, I would say, overall to really commit to the tournament. We of course had the playoffs not too long ago as well to see which players are qualified for this. So yeah, like we said, there's a lot going on this weekend. We've got 3 days of Hearthstone. Very excited, but we can take a look, I think, at the schedule to see what exactly is coming up. But what are the sort of things you're looking for this weekend? Any sort of decks you've got an eye on to impress? Any decks you're worried about?
Well, you know, I am not sort of supportive of the eggs decks, at least when I was playing some of them on ladder. I just feel like there's certain times where, you know, you just don't draw the egg fast enough and you get run over. So I have some questions about some of those. I understand that they're very strong into the no minion demon hunters, which is very prevalent in the tournament, but I sort of have questions about the consistency of those. On the flip side, I'm a big fan of this new aggro paladin. It's just all in on its one game plan. Yep. and does that fairly consistently.
Yep. So you can see how the players sort of. Oh, I thought I just turned something off then, my bad. I just smashed my keyboard. But you can see how the players sort of qualify, how they can get here and basically get on that road to the World Championship. We've got the Winter Championship and then Spring, Summer, through points, and then of course the players from the China Worlds qualifier as well. So a lot of work goes in for these players throughout the year, obviously depending on when they qualify. Anyone who manages to get the qualification nice and early obviously is great for them, but there's a lot of work to go in for various ways of qualifying, as you can see here with separate playoffs, as we get 4 players from each region, along with points leaders, and then Gabby with that global points right now. So really excited to see what these players do, because I feel like this is becoming the case pretty often now, where we've got some of the usual suspects, let's say, that we just expect almost to see in these tournaments, especially the point earners, but then we've got some faces you might not see so often and ready to make a splash.
Yeah, I'll be looking forward to see what a lot of those new faces bring to the table, and yeah, even some of the recurring ones with certain surprises. Gyu, we always see, right? I can't remember the last time we had one of these that didn't have Gyu. He's the only person who's brought Shaman to this tournament. Mm-hmm. So nice to get those sorts of change-ups.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting. As we can see, this is what the players are effectively playing for. Not only the spot of the World Championship, but the spot of the World Championship that's going to be at BlizzCon later this year. Cannot wait. It's been a while, let's say, since we've had as an in-person World Championship. It's going to be exciting. Not only is it going to be great to just have the in-person event, but that event also being at BlizzCon itself. I've been lucky enough to have gone a fair few times in the past, and it's always a fantastic time having that sort of crowd, you know, live crowd there. It's super fun. Players, of course, will be playing that conquest format, the usual format we're used to, but again, I think less of the format itself, but more of the interesting thing is just, as you said, how widespread some of these lineups are. It really has, I think, the short amount of time players have had to sort of get to grips with this meta, and a lot of players are doing some adventurous stuff. Let's say, like you said, there's aggro paladin, there's end of turn paladin, there's the one shaman, there's a lot of druids. It's a lot of up in the air for these lineups.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think some of these decks, you know, since there was a balance patch relatively recently, right, you know, you're just now, once the lineups were released, like, you start seeing some of these things on ladder. But I like when you sort of have that dynamic of people are sort of sitting on stuff, and there's different stuff going on ladder, and then suddenly the lineups are released, and you get this wave of like, okay, this is what people were working on, these decks that, you know, maybe you weren't seeing as frequently now are popping up, like that aggro paladin.
Yeah, just in the practice groups, right? Like keeping
Yeah.
them quiet. It's been pretty cool as well because just from the lineups we've seen for this tournament, there's a lot of variations within the archetypes as well. A lot of different card choices. Like, you know, do you want to include sort of more tech cards? We've seen some decks with a lot of silence, for example, maybe to target those egg decks and some other things. But we will, of course, get into that once we get into the matches, which are going to be starting quite soon. However, just so you know what's going to go on across the weekend, we've got 2 groups today, A and B, that we're going to be playing through, and then C and D will be tomorrow, and then of course we have our top 8 on Sunday, where the top 3 players will advance to the Hearthstone World Championship. So there will be a 3rd place match, which is important, and maybe something that viewers maybe aren't so used to, because normally we just have either a top 4 or a winner and a second place sort of thing. So it's a little bit different, that you may not be used to depending on how much Hearthstone you've watched. But yeah, it's gonna be a great weekend, and you can see the groups right here. But who's standing out? You mentioned Gu, the only one with the Shaman, but who's standing out for you here in terms of the groups?
Yeah, well, I think they're pretty well balanced, and I think part of that is like a lot of these are just not the usual names that I'm familiar with like seeing so regularly. You know, I think folks that really get in the weeds or know some of these players are grinding on ladder, you know, will recognize more. But like, you know, if I'm looking at this, I see like the group with Gabby is maybe one that stands out to me a little bit more. But yeah, I think it's pretty balanced set of groups, at least in terms of just looking at that players and you know, name recognition.
Yeah, we do, of course, have caster predictions, the real important game that's going to be going on this weekend. We will be keeping track of those, and no doubt, as always, we are playing for bragging rights. I've not been doing too well recently in recent memory. I think I've done well once in like 10 years at this thing, so maybe this time, maybe Gu on the Soul Shaman will save me. We'll have to see. But what made you go for your choice otherwise?
So I really like the way that the Brazilian players have kind of, you know, buckled down and come up with these unique lineups that we end up just saying, oh, that's the Brazil lineup. Now, of course, Pocket's pick, Lucas, did go in a little bit of a different direction. He's still sort of with that play group. But I think they have a really good sort of local competitive scene, and they do a lot of testing together. And although I maybe have a little bit of question on the priest in the lineup, I do still like sort of the aggro leaning of the Brazilian lineup this time around. It's got that paladin that I mentioned. It's got this very aggressive dragon warrior, and it does not have the no minion DH, which I think is something that a few people are trying to target in this tournament.
Yeah, I think that's the deck that's probably had the most questions between us seeing the deck submissions from the players and like right now. I've even heard the other casters talk about like, well, a lot of people have brought the Demon Hunter, but then this question of like, well, actually, how good is it? Because I definitely think it's one of those decks where it was pretty easy to build quickly, right? Like, oh, this is a good deck, right? I don't want to say it builds itself, but it kind of builds itself to an extent. So it's like, maybe that is just okay, well, that one's easy to sort out. It's at worst decent, bring it, and then work on the other decks for the lineup. But it will be interesting to see how it performs, because as you said, there is a decent chunk of players that have chosen not to bring it and sort of potentially either target it or have a bit of a different game plan overall. So that is exciting, but I am with you. It's look at the lineups when it's like so much aggro and then control priest just in there. I'm fascinated to just see how the game plan actually works once we're in, right? Like once we've got these matches start going. As you can see as well, again, if you're not potentially used or can't remember how these work, initial matches are played off stream, just because there are only so many hours in the day, unfortunately. So we do see that Vision beat Saver, and then Lucas beat Method as well. So there will be the winners match, and then we'll play through all of the rest of these matches. It's just the first ones from each group that aren't going to be on stream, unfortunately. But we will be seeing who makes it through the group. All of those are going to be on stream, so don't worry too much about that. And otherwise, we're starting with Vision versus Lucas.
Yeah, and starting with a rogue mirror, which, you know, this rogue, there's some variation in certain card choices, tech choices, but largely it's the same approach to rogue. You may be seeing a ladder, there's been an imbue rogue, none of that here today. It's all a straight up herald rogue, and it gets pretty messy when you factor in the sort of Narrowlex Twilight Mistress plays that, you know, bounce a whole person's side of the field. It's going to be a lot of, like, you know, what spells do they generate, and you know, who's got that early tempo push. But there can be a lot of back and forth in these mirrors.
Yeah, we do see the Warlocks banned out as well. So again, one of the decks that has not been brought by too many players today, or this weekend, should I say. But we're not going to be seeing it this match. But you're right, I think there's two stages to this rogue style where you have tempo options in the early game to just try and get ahead, and also helps you fight against a lot of these aggressive decks that are in the meta. Because if you don't play that tempo package, which we might talk about that later, I can't remember if it's today or tomorrow, but that's a discussion that's going to be had this weekend. But without some of the tempo package, it can be, you do just get run over by, especially like the minion-based aggro decks, can be difficult. However, when you are in some of the tempo, that we can see flashback here in now both players' hands if they want to keep it, and then you convert into, you know, generate these cards, make them cheaper, do sort of all this generated effects, and try and like really gain control of the board, and then win out with the dragons in the late game, as you mentioned. But we are ready to go in, as you can see. Opening hands on offer, flashback the keep for Lucas makes absolute sense. This is probably just the card you want in your opening hand in pretty much every single matchup.
Yeah, there are, you know, a couple of unfortunate hits from flashback, but largely it's just very good tempo. And, you know, some of the 1-3s that you can hit, extremely powerful. You know, I think there's one, whenever you attack with a weapon, you get a 1/1 pirate. That's a great hit. There's Priest has a 1/3 lifesteal that, you know, shuffles a 6/8 elusive lifesteal taunt into your deck. So, you know, really interesting hits. And every once in a while you get a explosive barrel, which is just a 0/5 that at the start of your turn does 5 damage to all minions. That's the low roll.
Yeah, we are seeing like both players do have the tempo options, because there's double flashback for Vision, but also Foxy next turn with flashback for Lucas. So this is definitely going to be a scrap in the early game. Did have to turn the Narrowlex into a coin, which is, you know, not really what you're after most of the time. but still, if it's anything just to get this tempo down, because it's a weird one, right? Because as with these sort of decks that we've had historically, where you, especially in the mirror, you want to win with the tempo game, right? Because guess what? It's the fastest way to win. But you can say, okay, well, I need to sacrifice this to gain the tempo, but it does weaken that potential late game. So if Vision can just get to the late game, then it's going to be pretty difficult, as Lucas is going to be missing not the biggest piece in the world, but Narrowlex it definitely can have high impact.
Yeah, I think if I'm considering like my later game cards to turn into coins, I'd be happier to transform Narrowlex than like actually a Twilight Mistress or a Shaladrsil or something like that, because it just helps you get out Mistress that turn earlier. In a sense, not having it means you're more likely to be able to corrupt a Shaladrsil or something. But yeah, as long as you can survive that extra turn, you know, you're not losing a ton of value.
Lucas here going for the dagger instead of getting more tempo with minions, because he would just be playing this into the minions on Vision's side anyway. Does have some options for Vision now, though. Could go pretty heavy and drop the agent and use the coin to then flashback, potentially. He wants to go max tempo.
Yeah, but I suspect there you'd be sacrificing either a Shaladrsil or Xavius, and that's where it's, you know, much more of a calculation of how much value am I willing to give up. Vision says, you know what, we are going to get rid of that Shaladrsil. Oddly, not actually going for the coin flashback, though. I guess saving it for Xavius next turn.
Yeah, that's also fine. Yeah, and I think the Shaladrsil, yeah, it's the same thing of, right, where it's like I could hold a Shaladrsil for maybe 9+ turns or something, or you could just use it and have that Xavius as the play now, which I think is pretty nice. Does have prep as well. Okay, well suddenly the options have changed a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. Could use it with Rite of Twilight to be able to take out, Foxy Fraud while developing. In the pace of a flashback here, maybe Vision even wants to divert, go for a flashback, and coin a hero power of his own. Just kind of retake the board.
Yeah, there is even like this lava flow, because it does overload for 1, but could still just coin Xavius next turn anyway.
Yeah.
It does feel very close here because both players are just fighting over this early game board, which is what we would expect to see when both of them have the ability to generate early game boards. However, on one hand, there's Xavius for Vision, but there's Elise for Lucas as a follow-up as well. So both players running a little bit low on resources, but the ones they do have are actually very effective.
Yeah, and I do like this line from Vision saying, okay, I was going to do the Xavius, but here I want to clean up some of the flashback. You can do that pretty effectively with the dagger and still have the Xavius play for next turn. Saving the lava flow also means that if you get in a tight spot, you've got it.
Yeah.
And, if you do manage to save it all the way until you're Sinestra, then you can cast it twice, so...
Yeah, and the thing is, even if Xavius came down this turn, it's not super likely you're hitting something that you'll want to play the turn after anyway, right? So being able to just generate this wider board, Xavius next turn, then you end up with a little bit more mana the turn after to maybe make something work.
Yeah.
I'll check on it. It looks like it was Discover a Spell and Summon a Raptor from the location for Elise, which makes sense.
An interesting thing that has happened with the locations lately is that we've kind of gone back to Soddle's line of thinking, right? That you want to pick the 1 most of the time. Unless you're specifically looking for copy, and then you sort of have to take 5. But since copy has been removed from the 1-cost location pool, you can now more reliably get other things like the +1 attack, or Discover Spell, or, a Raptor.
Even armor in some of the aggro matchups, right? Like, can be quite useful.
Yeah. So, if you're looking for one of those specifically, and in the case of Rogue, sometimes, a cheap combo activator, you're more likely to hit them when you go for 1 than when you go for 5.
He's going to go for the Sinestra with the lower attack but much lower cost. Very interested to see. Obviously, it will depend on what Lucas is going to do. We'll be interested to see how the possibility of this being played on curve quite early. Just a bit of a tempo play. It's still going to make stuff, but it does put 3 minions on the board, right? Which is going to be important if Lucas does not have a strong turn this time. Does have that Opu there in the hand, so there's other options, but Ultraxion also looks pretty good as just a big body.
Yeah, the one risk with going the Ultraxion here is you now don't have a way to combo the Opu, so you're sort of removing that as a great option for the following turn. But there weren't a lot of great plays there for Lucas. I think it's still reasonable to go for this line. If you do get something cheap, then you will find your combo activator.
Yeah, even without the combo now, the Spirits is actually not bad at all in this situation, right? Like, especially at 4 mana, being able to drop that and flashback potentially next turn.
Yeah. Looking pretty solid. I was wondering whether Vision was going to, just jam the Sinestra this turn. Might have been able to reap some benefits, but I understand picking up Elise sort of as a 5-drop, with the 1-cost location, lines up nicely.
I think the problem with the Sinestra is without hitting something perfect, you can't actually trade down the Ultraxion, which means the Ultraxion just easily bats aside the Sinestra anyway, right? And maybe that'd be fine if it just kept the board wide and went face, but I think if the trade was available, it would have been much more tempting. But at least, especially when you can drop that location, as you said, never feels bad when you're the one at least a little bit ahead.
Well, and had he gotten +1 attack, would have been able to push pretty significant damage there. with the 3 minions on board. Even now, taking that spell damage with a double lava flow next turn is looking pretty juicy. I mean, that's going to very nicely clean up all of these wolves. Or just about, you know, the wolves plus that dragon. Actually, I think that clears, clears the whole board.
Stabilize. Oh, with the trade, yeah.
Well, I know the Sinestra lava flow.
Oh, wait, sorry, Sinestra plus, yes, yeah, sorry, you're right, yeah, of course. Okay, card draw. Oh, Broxka's last stand as well, not too bad at all.
Who would have overdrawn some cards, but yeah. Prep, always a nice pickup with Sinestra. And I think this is something that sets Sinestra a little bit aside from some of the other, you know, Herald Colossi. It is that, you know, yeah, those are 1/1s that Sinestra summoned. It doesn't really matter. The big effect is the doubling. And as long as you've got, you know, even just one spell to double the value and just the threat of doubling any more, you don't care about it being sort of fully upgraded when you play the Sinestra.
Yeah, it's one of those, it's much more of one where it's like, it's nice if it happens, right? But not the end of the world. You are playing it for just a lot of value, for example. So, yeah, that's looking quite good, though. These Fan and Knife drops going to come down pretty nice. Clear up some of this with the help of the Raptor.
Rite of Twilight, excellent pickup.
So Lucas doing a good job at stabilizing here, but is quite low health. And then we can see, obviously, Kingslayer in hand. It's going to be more generation from the location if he wants it. And very quickly, you can just fall over in this matchup, especially if you're Deathwing's drawn.
Yeah.
You're just taking 5 every turn, right? And then we can see, obviously, Lucas very low on health right now. Can be a little bit spicy.
But Lucas, the one with the Deathwing, only discounted once since Ultraxian was the first Herald played. But, you know, that turn is coming up pretty soon. If Lucas can get the Deathwing down, that will be a pretty strong tool for stabilization, since unlike other hero cards, Deathwing gives you 12 armor.
Yeah, it feels like so much, doesn't it? Especially in the game right now, there's very few classes that can actually generate a ton of health on demand like that, and Deathwing really feels good when you're in these spots. There's Garona, just as card gets shuffled away back into the deck for Vision.
Yeah, I mean, that's another thing that can sometimes, you know, not typically, but very occasionally just decide a game, is you got a bit of board presence and decide, hey, let's go for a Garona. And if King Lane happens to be there, cut the opponent's life total in half. A lot of times that'll just find you lethal.
Yeah. And the thing is, it happens enough times, right? It's not like the way you plan to win the game, but it is relevant, right? It exists. So I'm going to see how Lucas is going to do this, because we will want to be as defensive as possible, because as you mentioned, Deathwing available next turn, gain a ton of armor is huge. But Lucas is effectively at 7 this next turn with that swing from the Kingslayer from Vision.
I will transcend this world.
Yeah.
And there is the dreaded combo
in
hand for Vision.
Indeed, that Neralex Mistress. I think part of what Lucas is doing here, it doesn't quite set up this way. I was going to say, I was wondering if he was trying to set it up so that if the 4/1 gets bounced, that there wouldn't be hand space, and so it would still die. As it stands, this getting bounced, he is not going to be able to proc that Death Rattle for the Herald, which is unfortunate. I think that means it'll just be one selection from Deathwing.
And the problem is, even if it was 2, wait, how would that? Oh, we've got the weapon equipped. Okay, so it'd have to be like weapon swing, AoE, and then kill highest health, right, to actually clear the board with the Neralex down as well. That'd be pretty close. The weapon's going to come in clutch if that's what happens. Although this board, I mean, the Opu is there, the Broxigar's there, like, this board is very clearable. without using the combo.
Yeah, with that Broxgar's last stand in hand, with the Oppo in hand, you could just go for it. I think the question is whether Vision wants to give those death rattles. And yeah, this swing is just so huge. And there's an opportunity with bouncing all these and then swinging with Kingslayer, you get to burn a legendary.
My hand is too full.
Yeah, it also plays around the Twilight doing it to you back, right? If Lucas had the response where it's like, okay, we'll keep playing this game, except I have Naralax, right? So there's like more to potentially be able to do.
Oh wait, Lucas has got double Herald, so still 2 options for the Deathwing, not so bad. Still gonna have to face tank to clear the 7/7 if you want to clear both minions.
Because you're taking 7 damage no matter what. But if you leave it up, do you really want to like open up that potential problem of just, I guess, how many more cards are there to do? I don't know. See, now I'm thinking about it.
Too soon.
Well, the animations take a little bit, so yeah, I gotta get going. I think it is gonna be destroy highest. Question, I guess, will be whether you, goes for the 12/12.
Yeah,
just says, you know, we're gonna leave it there. A little bit scary.
Yeah, I was just thinking, from Luke's point of view, does trading it win the game? And I would probably say this has a higher chance of winning the game, right?
Yeah.
If the 12/12 sticks, or maybe you could push some damage with the weapon over time, you can clear next turn and so on. You'd be taking 7 damage regardless, so the actual damage count wouldn't change.
Right. Yeah, I agree with the line.
This is the unfortunate outcome.
Yep. The discount on Ultraxian means that Vision is able to play both Ultraxian and Deathwing in the same turn. Similarly, for 2 hits, destroys the 12/12, could summon one of his own. I think debating here between Shuffle and Summon. Not that tough a choice for me, personally.
I think he's just considering, is it Shuffle because that's better versus the bounce if on Lucas's side? Because if there's someone 12/12 and then you get bounced, then
that's
you
fair.
do have Naralax and you can do stuff, but like it is just slowing you down. Whereas this might be okay. If we start playing the bouncy game, then there's an extra set of dragons in the deck, so it makes sense, I think.
Yeah, I think that's fair because now you also, I mean, don't think it'll go this long, but should it go this long, you know, you're ahead in fatigue. Gives him stuff to draw with that Broxgar's last stand. And he doesn't need more pressure, right? Lucas is on 12. You've got a 5 damage hero power. So yeah, I'm convinced.
There's the Glacial Shards here, and I believe this is the only difference in their decks, is that Lucas runs Glacial Shard and Vision runs Spy Mistress instead. I believe that's the only difference. Other than that, they're card for card the same. But we can see the value of Glacial Shard right now.
Definitely. Lucas trying to make some hand space here, perhaps considering Corruptible Adrasil. You know, you get the 5 attack buff that you can put on a rush minion. Ooh, Garona's last stand picked up,
good
changes things. You know, I think that was going to be using the 2/1 rush and the immune to clear it, but gets to just use that Garona's last stand instead.
Care to make a wager, friend? Are you a fan of knives?
Vision is going to be able to clear and still has a ton of health to work with. And these, you can already see the impact of this Dragon Shuffle, right? Even just throwing down a non-procced Marithra is just, it's just a 4/12 for 1 mana, right? That's just good.
Yeah, and great opportunity here. Something for the mirror. You get to turn lane into a coin, so you just never have to worry about that again. Otherwise, that could have been a way that Lucas could sort of,
We cannot yield
you know, cheese out a win. Is getting that Corona played and then go for the, you know, Ysera Awakens and some other stuff.
I will transcend this world.
Yeah, just put a ton of pressure on the board now, and once more, Lucas has to pull something out of the bag to be able to deal with this.
Yeah, it does have these Corrupted Ysera Awakens, which is very, very nice. And Opoo as well, which I think you would want to do first. I'm not sure how big Vision's Herald summons are coming out of that 4-1.
Yeah, also just a little bit concerning about the card draw aspect, right? Because Lucas is starting to move towards the bottom of that deck. It could just be the corrupted clear and then just glacial and try and push some damage, because Lucas can't keep playing defensive, right? That's the problem. Obviously, he has to play defensive enough to not die, but I think there needs to be some form of a plan and setup soon, because Vision will just keep dropping dragons for cheap or something for cheap every single turn.
Oh, and the Chronoloord Deos pickup for Vision is going to be brutal. You know, something to consider for Lucas as well is that anytime he swings, right, he's going to want to do this push with board, because anytime he swings with that weapon,
I will transcend this
he's going to be drawing probably one of those one-cost dragons for a Vision.
A mistake.
Is that going to be a burn? Yep, okay.
Okay.
That's fine. It's probably not too bad to play, actually. It moves Lucas towards fatigue, right?
No, it doesn't. It draws Vision 4.
Oh, wait, sorry. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a little bit awkward. I think Chronogar is what it's called. What it does is it draws you your 2 highest cost card, and it draws your opponent your 2 lowest cost.
Yeah, sorry, yeah. The wording always gets me. I'm like, oh yeah, my opponent draws the 2 lowest cost cards. I'm like, oh yeah, of course. Shows how much I play with that card.
Great pickup for Vision in this Felon Fusion.
Yeah.
That's the Demon Hunter Herald.
destined to fail.
Yeah, that's just brutal. Yeah, I was going to say, that's brutal to see. One of the, I think, best cards Vision could have got, honestly.
Oh,
to
yeah.
just cement the lead right now. And now I don't even know what Lucas could get. I don't even know what the outcome would possibly be that keeps him up here.
Well,
It's not bad. Yeah, it's not bad. The only problem is, like, that's all he can really do. And then what?
It's all he can really do, and it also it all comes back, right? And with more value.
Yeah.
You know, the Chronoloord Epic can destroy things again.
And because it's such a slow turn, Vision's at the point where he could just hero power face and then play whatever, right? And then just say, well, you've got to clear and heal at that point.
Yeah.
And then it's just game.
Mirror Dimension does put some taunts in a way, which helps. Oh no, the Epic gets destroyed at least, so not gonna have that easy board clear. Yeah, throwing out a Corrupted Nightmare just for added taunt defense. But Lucas doesn't know that Vision has transformed his King Lane, so you know he might be hoping to sneak something out with the Garona, and is not going to be able to do that.
Wait, can he double wave this turn?
I think so, yeah. Which
Oh, I'm Blizzard.
I gotta imagine double wave would seal the deal. I don't know. So the copy doesn't keep the discounts. So he sort of has to decide right now whether he wants to commit to double wave or not.
looks pretty good to me, just because like you're not clearing this 5-9 really anyway, right? But just pushing the damage, getting rid of some of the that bit of the taunt, and just saying, well, what is Lucas going to even do? Maybe the idea is one's enough, right? Maybe that's also fine. You still open up then, obviously you've got options for like a second Blizzard if something comes out here, but even with this, like this severely limits the options Lucas has now.
Yeah, looking like a pretty uphill battle here. This is the final turn for Lucas. Sinestra could pull something out of the hat. I think you got to take the prep first, and then Sinestra. Oh no, because it's more expensive. I think you still could have taken the prep first.
Yeah, I think that would have been fine.
Ooh, well, actually, you know what? It doesn't matter because once you play one, you get the other. So
Right.
so actually, yeah, this gives more flexibility.
Yeah, if you don't need the prep, you can pick the other one, right?
But those spells are not going to do it. Lucas needed some kind of board clear. The armor, 20 armor is substantial, but I think he needed something other than a secret to go with.
Yeah, there's literally lethal on board, right?
Yeah. Yep,
Yeah,
exact.
there's 21 plus the hero power. Assuming that, yeah, this secret isn't freezing trap, right? Like that's the thing that Vision just needs to quickly test.
But sometimes you get the information on a secret when it casts twice.
Oh wait, yeah, of course. Yeah, it's casting twice, isn't it? Yeah.
Seen such
I didn't even see if we saw that on our view, but yeah, but yeah, it does show right 'cause it fails. But yeah, really good game there for Vision. Not too bad at all. I think Lucas did a good job to try and like hold on, but I think Vision just got that one step ahead and just stayed there, right? It didn't really look like Vision was in any danger through the most of that game, but you see how aggressive the early game battle was for the board, right? Both players just doing anything they could to just secure the board, and then once you get to push that damage, as we saw, Lucas went down to I think like 13 or something, and Vision was on low 20s, and that's such a big difference. That's like one extra push and you've won, whereas your opponent has to do so much more work, as we saw, especially once those Deathwings get involved. So good start there for Vision. Is going to have the Warrior and Demon Hunter left at two of the more popular decks in the lineups.
Yeah, I think Demon Hunter in 12 of the 16 lineups, and then Warrior as a class, second most popular, although there's a fair number of the Egg Warriors as opposed to the Dragon Warriors. And both of these players on Egg. So.
Yeah, it's I keep forgetting that we've got the Warlocks and the Warriors with the eggs in these lineups. Just because I've been playing so much Dragon Warrior.
It's a good deck.
I just like yeah, exactly. It's good and it's quick. Whereas my brain just forgets about eggs sometimes in these Warriors. So yeah, excuse me, will be pretty interesting. Of course, Lucas does have that Druid left over as well. Which is going to be pretty good. Druid also not to the levels of Demon Hunter this tournament, but a decent chunk of these Marithra Druids knocking around. And I know that Pocket's a fan, so no doubt he'll be looking forward to casting some of those games a little bit later on. But yeah, it's going to be kind of interesting. Do you think anyone's really favored in this? Obviously, removing the 1-0 victory from Vision, which obviously makes it favored. But are there any decks that you're concerned about?
Well, if I'm to believe Pocket, then no minion DH is, worse than it appears on paper. And certainly from playing this Marithra Druid, it's felt pretty good to me. And so if some of Lucas's goal in not bringing the no minion DH and bringing this lineup is to target no minion DH, then, I'm still feeling pretty okay about Lucas's chances, even being down 1-0.
Well, here we go. Get into game number 2. We are going to be on that Warrior for Vision with the eggs, of course, with the Holy Egg Bearer there ready to go. And Lucas sticking on the Rogue. Just going to stick with this, I think, until the win goes through. But this warrior, Vision's getting off to a pretty good start here, right? Like Egg Bearer and then Axe available against these early starts from Rogue is so strong.
Yeah, I mean, 2 swings of the axe pretty much is going to clear up any 1-drops they can possibly roll. Because, you know, you attack anything 3 health, and there's a lot of 1 healths that get cleared up from the Whirlwind. Lucas will get a couple turns of chip in. Knows that up against these eggs, you really want to move as quickly as possible. And yeah, Vision. First couple of turns spoken for, right? Egg bearer into egg. That's how it all starts.
Yeah, I'm wondering if there's ever a world where the Axe is played next turn.
Yeah.
Just to reduce some of this. Obviously, seeing the second flashback might really make him play the
Yeah,
axe, depending on what comes out, of course.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just was thinking, yeah, the shaking the head from Vision's like, oh my god, look at the aggression. But yeah, I think like the egg coming down a turn later, is it really gonna slow the proc of it down? Probably not that much.
Right,
So
yeah.
I think we are likely to see this axe hit the boards at first.
Yeah, it does so much work, as you said, right? You clear 3 of these minions. You know, I think Vision probably a little sad he can't get the For Glory in there. Maybe gonna think about whether he can For Glory and do something with Sanguine Depths, but yeah, wouldn't be surprised to see the axe come down just to stem the bleeding here.
Yeah, the tricky thing as well is with the For Glory is what are you actually drawing into that you'd want to play over what you've already got for now, right? Like it sort of is what it is. The axe is there. Axe then can potentially proc torch later once you maybe swing it turn after, and you've still got the egg and the proc now with Sanguine. So
Yeah, axe also great to deal with the front end of Maniacal Follower, right? Since it's stealth.
yeah. Vision really thinking about this and
Ooh.
going for the
Wow.
egg. Wow. Okay.
I will transcend.
So Vision deciding that it can take a turn off. Yeah, there's the nod. So saying, okay, what is the play on 3? If the play on 3 is a 4-1, take the hit and then basically try and recover from there is the plan. So
It's the free for
just get
glory.
for glory, yeah.
Oh, and that's a big pickup. That siphoning for 8 armor, right? Siphoning growth, 1-cost spell, destroy a friendly minion, gain 8 armor. That's part of why this egg deck works for the warrior.
Yeah.
In addition to Sanguine Depths, you just get to attack with the egg, right?
Yeah, this is quite nice. Yeah, 3 attack minions on board, can just trade them off, or even 2 attack minion would do it, of course. But yeah, this is... Okay, well, the egg play is really paying off now, right?
Yep.
Because the next couple of draws, shield block, and then growth, probably is about as good as you want in terms of being able to stabilize here. So Vision taking, at least what I would call a little bit of a risk, but the reward has been great.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, the risk is that there's randomly generated burn, and then you just lose.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, but the second you don't just lose, suddenly it's especially because we can see Lucas's hand, right? Very slow.
Yep,
Shaladrasil and Twilight was drawn beforehand, and obviously we know there's the 2 silver hands now because the minion died, but other than that, Vision just hoping that a little bit of a slow turn also next turn, and it's going to be good. And I think this opening, while scary with the rune, with the damage and the discover, if it's not just immediately 6 damage, or I guess 5 with the minion, then Vision's probably feeling fantastic right now.
Yeah. Ooh, unfortunate hits there. Cleaned up, you know, pretty easily by the weapon. I think Lucas may even just hold back these Silverhand recruits since they died to the Whirlwind. It's a bit of a dance, right? Like, when you know that the clear is there, you want to make sure that it's used, but you also want to be able to hold some stuff back. And yeah, not really any mid game in Lucas's hand.
Yeah, Vision now thinking just how fast you can get this 2020 down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Torch, great for clearing enemy minions, also good for clearing eggs.
Yeah, can slam the egg, go again.
Can do yeah, a swing,
go again.
go again,
Yeah.
and then siphon at the end, and that is just,
It's just done, right?
one of the more rapid omelets. Yeah, there you go. There's your 2020.
Yeah,
And
and you see Lucas just wincing of like, oh no.
well before Nerelix's Mistress could come down, you know, not really concerned about that extra armor that Lucas got, because, you know, two swings of a 2020 still gonna be good enough. Now with the prep, Lucas is gonna be able to dream that 2020 next turn.
Yeah, that's definitely gonna slow Vision down. The problem here for Lucas is Vision got the egg cooked.
Yep.
But there's also great backup now, right? There's
Yep.
card draw, there's armor gain that we've seen. Then obviously the more card draw, the more tools going to end up getting to Umbra and so on. So like that's going to be a little bit of the scary thing here, where the follow up is also strong. If it was all in on the 2020, you'd be like, okay, well maybe I can bounce it, maybe I can buy some time and get something done. But because there's just all this card draw, the Acolyte down now, it's just going to be pretty rough to deal with.
Yeah.
And yeah, Lucas has no option here. It's this play or lose.
I would almost be tempted. Well, I guess maybe use the Nightmare to clear the Acolyte. I would certainly be considering that. Just to sort of slow down some of that draw. Yeah.
I don't know whether he wants to go face.
No, okay. This works
Yeah,
as well.
yeah, because-
Right. Go
so-
face, but deny the ability
Yeah.
to like get extra draws.
And also as well, because the health is still quite low for Vision after the 6 damage to face, there's still Awakens available. There's moving towards a few other things. Just a couple more generations of something aggressive, and Lucas still may be able to steal this game. However, there's Shield Block and Crocs available if he wants it.
Yep. Although that's both shield blocks and played. So yeah, you're looking at the 2 Crocs as the rest of the armor. Oh, and then one more siphoning growth.
Let the pain speak to me.
Just gonna drop the other Acolyte, makes sense. Just keep the card draw going.
And of course, Lucas having taken one 2020 already, you know, a little scary actually. Even this damage. I'm almost a little surprised not to see Ysera Awakens come down to clear up both Acolytes before developing some minions on the other side.
Yeah, it's tricky. Probably saving the Awakens to bridge the gap to the Twilight Mistress, I guess.
But Vision pretty focused on finding Umbra, I suspect. And it is buried quite deep. Xavius should pick it up.
Yep. Oh, Battlecry triggers twice.
I'm not sure that even
I don't think it
matters
does
board space
really
wise.
anything, yeah, but that's why it made me chuckle. Okay, map, not bad.
Maybe Elise? Yeah, go for 1 cost, look for Discover Spell, something like that. Glacial Shard might be the other pick, just to freeze out the weapon.
Yeah, it did end up on 1 cost spell plus 1 attack.
Yep.
Pretty decent, again, playing pretty aggressive.
Last Stand, pretty good, right? All the Kalos are legendary.
Yeah, I like it.
Choose soon.
And is it correct to like freeze the Xavius here?
Could be, yeah.
Just thinking of potential board space things, right?
Yeah. I would be on board with that.
It's gonna go for the face, okay. This is still fine, like obviously this stops the axe swing, stops the damage being done.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the
Lucas is
the
pretty-
whirlwind effect is just so powerful for the warrior that I think, you know, freezing out that weapon makes a lot of sense. Oh, and yeah, Vision trying to kill off the Xavius potentially with this location, and then you could throw it into a 3/5. Could also just siphoning growth it though, although I'm probably going to save that for one of the eggs.
Yeah, if it's playing Umbra, you can just do it with the egg, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense. And there's the Umbra. Lucas probably not going to be too happy.
Yeah, something that Lucas would also love to do, but needs a prep or something to make happen. I think he hope this would happen a little bit later. Is Twilight Mistress is great, except that you're also bouncing the Umbra.
Yeah.
So you kind of need to be able to clear the Umbra apart from doing the Twilight Mistress. And actually, from that standpoint, he might be looking to use the Kuroda's Last Stand on the 20/20 and then, you know, push the minions into the 6/6.
Yeah, I imagine Lucas was not too happy about seeing the growth come down there as well, just gaining even more armor. Because he was in reach, right? If he just gets rid of the taunt and then
Yeah.
pushes, like it was actually within reach.
Yeah, 6 plus the Awakens, 11 plus the dagger, 12, so pretty close. And it may still be worth it here, actually. Well, oh no. I guess the issue is you Twilight Mistress, there's enough cards in hand that uncracked egg that's one away will just die from the bounce effect.
Care to make a wager, friend?
And yeah, Lucas saying, you know what, I just need to push damage.
Yeah, and with all the eggs, it's unlikely there's 9 damage available for Vision right now through the weapon swing plus the Umbra, but because there was nothing else going on, then it's just relying on surviving and then having the push there with Awakens next turn, potentially. But it's still pretty tricky.
Yeah, but I think with double Crocolists for Vision, you could kind of play this casually, just one or both of those into Shelnado.
Yeah, I do like that Lucas has found decent ways to actually try and get this done, right? I think Vision really... the second the egg went down and then the follow-up turn was so good, Vision was in a really good spot for pretty much all this game. But Lucas has been holding on and doing his best to set up just ways of like, okay, maybe I need 3 things to go right for me to win, but it's better than just losing straight off the bat, right? Yeah, double a turn. I forgot. A double toil in the bot, like basically the bottom of the deck. That's normally a very good tool against Rogue. Oh, did we finish the turn?
I finished enough.
Okay, pressed hero power, good enough.
Yeah, I'm not sure there's a ton of reason not to play both Unleash there, but 10 armor is probably good enough.
So many.
Now I just don't know what's available. Dethrone.
It's something. You could also take the Shiv to pop the last health on Umbra before going for a Twilight Mistress, although that still has the issue of cards in hand, an egg is going to crack.
Yeah, and just has the issue for the rest of the turn looking like as well. Yeah, he's gonna get okay. Yeah, he's gonna go for this.
Yeah, I think the tricky thing for Lucas has just been that he's been a little bit starved for resources for much of this game. Ooh, that could actually be quite bad for Lucas.
Yeah. Or could be good. Okay, not bad.
Okay, all right,
Yeah.
all right.
Yeah, not bad, not bad.
Good targeting systems is Asphyxiodon. But yeah, I mean, we see from that Deathwing, you know, just one Herald played, that 4/1 early on, so hasn't been able to get some of those spells that you might hope could bail you out, or just generate, you know, value or additional card draw. Really struggling with, you know, there's Xavius in the deck, Opu in the deck, Cultist map. And I think this is another thing losing Dubious Purchase with rotation is like Rogue can have these dry spells now. The card draw is just a little bit clunkier.
Yeah,
At least.
yeah. Especially when they are playing some of these tempo-focused cards as well, right?
Incredible.
what?
I think Vision meant to get a copy of the 2020 as a rush there.
But why did you get a copy of the 1-2?
He didn't get a copy of the 1/2. It was just since he killed
Did it-
something with the Eternal Toil.
Wait. I'm confused.
So he used Toil on an egg to finish it off, right? And that summoned a 1/2, which then
Right, sorry, yeah.
changed.
Yeah,
up
I
the board
looked
space.
away because I was looking at the deck list for a second, looked back, and I thought the 5/7 summoned the 1/2 and was like, that's not how the card works. Like, what's going on?
So now Lucas is in an interesting spot where, since there's just one large minion again, he can kind of do what he's been doing, play the Deathwing, destroy highest health. Let's see. I feel like I'm not positive what the timestamps are on those eggs to know whether or not they will summon 2020s. But he does have a big taunt, so it might be just as good a time as any to do this. And yeah, so 2020 is summoned. I feel like you've got to imagine that that taunt is not going to survive, though. So I think he just wasn't positive that it would be summoning a 2020.
Yeah.
Otherwise, maybe you go for the Deathwing to clear.
Yeah, it's tricky as well because... Oh, there we go. Okay. I think Vision... I think that game for Vision ended up more complex than he was expecting it to be, right? Like, that game went on for probably 6 turns longer than Vision thought it was going to, and he just got lost in the weeds a little bit. Won the game, no problem. Like, that's done. The hard part's over, but I think he just got a little bit... Okay, this game was supposed to be over. What's happened here? But yeah, Lucas doing his best to hang on, put himself in some decent situations. But again, I just think it was just too much to handle. And even, it's one of those weird things, like he could have gone for the Deathwing to kill the 2020, but then Vision just does it again. So at some point he would have had to have done the Twilight, right?
Yes, but it's crucial because now at this point, Vision's deck is gone. So any cards he uses are reducing his maximum hand size. If you do actually bounce the eggs, then no matter what state they're in, they're going to go back to 5 away, right?
Sure.
They're going to go back to the base state. So if Vision could have bought enough time and forced enough cards from... if Lucas could have bought enough time and forced enough cards from Vision, then that hand size gets smaller to the point where he can actually play Twilight Mistress without cracking any eggs.
And just give the eggs back, right?
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, definitely a tricky sort of end game state. It does look like we are going to be checking out the Demon Hunter, a deck you'll probably be seeing a lot over the course of the weekend. And what do you think of this one? Because I've played it, but I think it's fine. But I just think the deck doesn't gel with me personally. Right, I played it to like practice for this, but not my favorite list.
Yeah, I think that, you know, it obviously has a lot of power behind it. That's why it's been performing so well. I do like that, you know, at least this list in particular hasn't got the Solitude, right? Which is the, if you have no minions in your deck, you discover 2 minions, but it's not like, they're not Demon Hunter minions, there's nothing, no keyword special about them, it's just 2 minions, which is quite wide open. And then you reduce all the cost of all minions in your hand by 2. I find that to be too slow, so I like this list a bit better. Here, you're only, you know, cares about no minions or hounds. Hold, which is the big payoff. I think hounds and hold are the biggest, and then the lasting legacy, which gives you 4 attack and buffs things in your hand by 4 attack.
One thing I was upset with though is I saw that the favorite deck was Aggro Hunter, and
It's
that
not
deck
there.
exists in the meta right now, and they didn't bring it. That
Yep.
is upsetting to me. Just checking out Lucas as well. Apparently, this is Lucas's 18th Masters Tour, which is quite a high number, I would say, at least. So, pretty experienced player we've got here on the bottom. Going to be on the Warrior this time. Vision winning this would just move on to Sunday, no problem, with a quick 2-0 out of the group and a 3-0 out of this game. So Vision could be in a really nice spot if he just gets this done. A nice short day for him.
Yeah, however, this is, I think, the target that Lucas is going for with his lineup. So,
Get comfortable is what you're saying.
yeah, we'll see. You know, something that the egg decks do is because Hounds of Fury, you know, attacks the lowest health enemy, right? If you've got an egg out, it's just they do some of your work for you, right? They just attack your egg, and it soaks some of the damage that otherwise makes that, you know, a very powerful card against things that aren't really playing minions. But Lucas, you know, this is where I have questions, right? This hand is a whole lot of air.
Yeah, I don't see any eggs or any way to go and acquire eggs in this hand, which is not the best. Does have the weapon, of course, which is okay, but so much of this Demon Hunter deck, of course, it's you know, no minion Demon Hunter, but it generates minions, but they're always like a bit awkward, right? Because as we can see now, they're dormant, or the minions have already sort of done the job. Or they're just side effects from other cards like Stingers you can see in hand now for Vision. So it's I'm not sure, like the weapon's fine, but obviously not what he's looking for.
Yep. And this is what makes Hounds of Fury a really good card. If there is no egg, you just get 6 damage face, leave behind some 3/3s. Turn late, but I think Lucas will take it.
Yeah, naturally drawing it, fine, that'll do. And now does have a lot of the juice to get the egg going, right?
Mm-hmm.
What now?
Which is going to help a lot. I think if that egg was like even 1 turn more delayed, Lucas would be in real trouble.
Yeah, absolutely. As it stands, you can clear up both of these with the torch. And he's still got a damaged egg to then use the torch on the egg next turn. I think that's some of the real flexibility that card gives the deck. Is, you know, you can use it to clear opposing stuff and then also advance your own game plan. Yeah, you know, having those eggs out just makes some of the cards that the Spell DH wants to play, right? Like Sigil of Cinder, just feels so much worse because you're just dealing damage to their egg.
Gonna be a big hit though.
Yep.
From Vision. Yeah, I think all he's got really now is just gotta go fast mentality, right? Of just, okay, there's the egg, there are procs for it. I need to just delete Lucas's Warrior from the game very, very quick, because otherwise it might be a little bit difficult. Does have some burst damage from hand though, or at least, you know, just straight damage from hand with the stingers, which isn't too bad to have available.
But I mean, I think Lucas just has Kelos this turn.
Yeah, with the double siphon.
Yeah, you know, because you swing with the weapon, you torch again, and then double siphon. He's either got it or is one off. Just enough to finish off this egg. And then, yeah, I think we're one away. But still, you know, getting that 16 armor, hugely impactful. Clears up most of the board. You've got another axe for next turn. And sort of emergency escape with the Unleash the Crocolisks.
Yep, and it's starting to look a little bit rough, isn't it? As what, a huge chunk of these cards aren't really playable for Vision right now.
Right, yeah, you play that Hounds and you make a 20/20 taunt. If you, you know, you can make some 2/1 rushes, but you're not rushing into anything.
Okay, is there any world where you actually do play the Hounds and play Sigil
And
the
just,
next turn? Like, does that ever set you up to maybe deal with the 20/20? I don't know.
Oh.
I'm just trying to think. Yeah, I'm just trying to think. Because the 20/20 is coming, isn't it? Right? Like,
Yeah.
If you're Vision, you're expecting it to exist.
yeah.
He's gonna drop the.
He's going for some card draw here, right? This is a nice little synergy you can do with the 2/1s is you give yourself some card draw if you don't have anything you want to rush into. I think really just looking for that eternal hold.
Yeah, I'm just trying to discover, well, just generate a way out of the situation.
Yeah. But actually, with that Broxigar's Last Stand, Vision has given Lucas a way to crack the egg this turn that otherwise he did not have. The question, yeah, I was going to say, was whether you crack the egg or finish off that 5/1. No contest. Gonna make that 20/20.
Yeah.
Particularly with Umbra on curve for next turn, ready to summon another one.
Yeah, well, that's Horn. Not too bad.
So you've got 6 damage from the Horn,
Is he just off?
9 in play, 50. No, it's. Oh, he's a mana off. Yeah.
Yeah, because I was looking at the I-beam as well, but it's just not quite enough. It's close, though. It's really close.
Yeah, kind of a mana off in every direction. Yeah, every sort of card combination that you would do.
See, now if there was a Sigil down last turn.
Grows short.
Maybe.
Just gonna chunk through as much as possible.
Yeah, you just got to do what you can, right? Just get it low and hope the worst case doesn't happen, but...
Has got the, you know, attack buff coming online next turn with a lifesteal weapon equipped, which is nice, but Umbra summoning a second 20/20, and that's just not something that Spell DH can deal with.
Yeah. If this isn't a concede now, it's going to be a quick see what the top card of the deck is, and then go and then hit concede.
And I think a big part of the polarity here is the loss of red card. I mean, even red card wouldn't be able to deal with this many 20/20s, but you know, you used to have a means of just saying, hey, not even to use on the 20/20s, but just to say your egg is gone for a couple of turns, so you can't make any progress on it.
Yeah, you don't, because look at the turns we've seen even just so far today in this match of Egg Warriors, where it's multi-proc turns are a nightmare, right? Because they're not procking the egg once a turn a lot of the time. They get like multiple ways to proc it with growth. So yeah, that's definitely something to would have been nice to be able to just say no. Okay, gonna just keep going.
Just looking at
Why not?
cards. But yeah, that is gonna do it.
Yeah. Yep, not going to be enough. Lucas gets his first win on the board in this best of 5 vision. They're still probably feeling okay. I don't think that's the one they're overly expecting to win, but now he's gonna have to get this Demon Hunter over the line one way or another, and it is does still have the Rogue that we've seen earlier, and that Druid as well to deal with, and Druid can be a bit of a pain as well for Demon Hunter, so we might see this go all the way to game 5.
Yeah, and I think that might be how a lot of Lucas's matches pan out, at least against lineups with these no minion Demon Hunters, since that appears to be his target. I think the Druid's got something like a 60% into the Demon Hunter. All the Rogues, of course, have Garona, and it's not really so much for the, oh, I have a 29 card deck, you have a 31 card deck, and sometimes I have your life total. You give them King Lane, and for the Demon Hunter, that just turns off their no minion stuff. So all the benefits they're trying to gain from that don't work, which is a big deal, in particular with the Eternal Hold.
Yeah, 100%. So it's going to be a little bit tricky. It is one of those where if Blythe was playing this match, he would have probably just played Demon Hunter straight off the bat 3 games in a row and said, I either get it through or I don't. But we'll see how this one plays out. Of course, it does look like we are getting the Demon Hunter versus Druid. So we're at least going to be seeing all of the decks from the players in this match, apart from the Warlocks that are banned, of course. So we are going to get to see the first Druid of the day. So not bad for match 1. We're going to be covering a decent chunk of what the metagame is sort of going to be across the weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. And Sigil of Seas to start, always nice. Get that quick 3/3. You know, it is on a delay, can't attack until turn 3, but pretty big for the early game.
Yeah, it's one of those ones that, especially if you go in first, it's just good, right? Like, you just get it played, go, and it has a decent board presence in that early game. Lucas does have Acceleration Aura,
Yep.
which is going to be pretty nice, and Brood Watcher, very, very powerful card available for him.
Yeah, I love this new mechanic that Druids have, and it almost, it's so simple and elegant. I'm sort of surprised that we haven't had this before for Druid, but just the, spend a certain amount of mana. It doesn't have to be spells or minions in particular, just spend the mana doing something, and once you've spent that much mana, the cards upgrade. So instead of getting those 3/3 taunts to hand, they just come into play. And the treant that ramps, similarly with spending 4 mana, the Fellwood Treant. Really like that how that works.
Yeah, it adds just a bit of complexity to Mulligan, as well as just when and how you use these cards, right? Because especially with the Mulligan, like, look at the Broodwatcher, you might generally not think it's worth keeping, but, well, you've got Acceleration Aura to ramp, and ramping lets you spend more mana, so suddenly, you're keeping this because it works together with the hand, and you can sort of see a path on the way to actually activate it relatively quickly.
Yeah, and normally you want to wait on Ebb and Flow until you can get the armor, but I think Lucas will just happily go Ebb and Flow Hero Power next turn to clear up this 3/3 and to spend that mana. And Hero Power isn't exactly how you want to be spending it, but you'll take it over other things. We see in some of the lists, at least, it looks like maybe not Lucas's, they've got a 2-cost card that just spends all your mana.
Oh yeah, the one that summons the golems, right?
Yeah, Moss Binding.
That's it. Yeah.
2-cost nature spell. Summon 2 1/2 golems. Spend all your mana to give them +1/+1 for each mana spent. Not in Lucas's list, but you will see it in some of the lists over the course of the day, because it just sort of guarantees, even if you have kind of awkward hand or whatever, that you will get that mana spent. But Lucas actually just using one of these dragons to fill up the other.
That's kind of interesting. I was even looking at potentially like coin a Madrasil.
I think he really wants the armor off that ebb and flow. But I also am a little surprised.
Yeah, it's probably just going to be coin ebb and flow into dragon now, right?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of damage done from Vision though, and he's got a little bit more in the tank with the weapon plus infestation in hand as well.
What to do?
Was Lucas now looking at a Myrdrasil ebb and flow? Come on, don't get too greedy.
Just gets clear up the majority of this, but you do have to remember those the minions that are dormant right now. They have a habit of just popping up, and I forget about them sometimes. I'll be like, oh yeah, lose track of when they're gonna pop, and then they pop. I'm like, oh yeah, oh no, I've miscounted what's going on. So do just have to be aware of those, that they are still going to be threats on the board. Infestation being locked in here, pretty clean way to deal with some of this.
Yeah.
With the Broxigard's last stand.
Yeah, the stand, very, very crucial. I think one of the things that gives Druid a nice little edge is that, those stingers are a great clear tool, but a lot of your early defense are 3/3s, right? And so a little bit more awkward to get cleared off. This might just be a pair of taunts, since he knows that attack is coming up. But yeah, the longer you wait on a Myrdrasil, it's tough.
Yeah, that's the thing. I'm just staring at it. It's like, is this a Myrdrasil really not getting played this turn?
Yeah, it does kind of feel like if you don't play it this turn, when is it going to happen?
And it still is kind of doing defensive things, right? Like you're gaining a minion, you're gaining some, you can even get the mana for the armor up on the hero power, but it's not like it's a massively greedy play, right? Because as long as you don't die in the next turn or so, it will start to really pay off.
Yeah, I might actually be agreeing with you on a couple of turns ago that maybe you just go for the Myrdrasil, because...
Don't sound so surprised. I might actually agree with a play you're suggesting. I'm used to Subtle being like this.
But it's just, I mean, now when does it even happen? I think the momentum is in Vision's favor, and, Myrdrasil can help you swing things back, but, I mean, imagine if it was waking up this turn, right? And now you got the second activation.
Yeah, just with what the hand looks like as well, right? Like Lucas is a long way to go for this hand to start to do anything. So putting a lot of faith in the 3/3 taunts, buying enough time.
Ooh, Bygone Echoes is
that is disgusting.
Pretty phenomenal hit.
And can still have the Stinger or weapon equipped this turn.
Oof.
Okay.
4/7. I think that's pretty good hits.
Oof.
Yeah,
Let's get the ramp.
It looks like a much worse board to me to be going for that on.
Okay, does have Narlax.
Yep.
With dragons that exist. That is something.
Underking, but is it too late? Time Reaver, also a good tool. I think the problem is, like, you need the armor from the Underking, but the board is so wide. And admittedly, this is not a thing that the no minion DH can consistently do, right? This is off the back of that generated Outcast spell from Illidari studies, but I think Vision's just got the damage here.
Yeah, I think so, right? Lasting Legacy, a thumbs up from Lucas going, I think he had a feeling that, yes, this health and this board state was not really as safe as he would like it to be. So it looks like Vision is going to clean this one up. Does get the Demon Hunter through, and has got to be happy with that matchup, because that means that Vision has just 2-0'd through his group to make it to the final day on Sunday. So really, really fantastic result. It's exactly what you want in a tournament like this. A lot of pressure on these players, a lot of work to get here. And if you just rock up and just go 2-0 out, you're like, yeah, sweet, great. I've got a day off now to chill and just sort of build up for Sunday. So really good spot there for Vision. Huge congratulations. But Lucas is not knocked out either. These groups are double elimination. Lucas will now await the winner of our next match we're going to be showing on stream.
Yeah, I think just sort of bearing the risks of a target lineup, right? That sometimes you can really nail it, and other times you just they only need one shot to punch through. And
yeah, and there's no decks that are like 95% against another deck, right? You're targeting, so there is always going to be some level of chance there. But that was just our first match for the day. We've got plenty more coming up, so don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back after the break.
Everybody to the Hearthstone Masters Tour Winter Championship. We're on Group A. If you've only just joined us, so you've not missed much, you've just missed Vision getting through to the second day. We're going to be here for Saver versus Method, and with me is former world champion Pocket Train. People, you need to message somebody, whether it's me, whether it's Sottle, whether it's Edelweiss, whether it's Raven, of a way to address Pocket Train that isn't former world champion. We've got him forever now. We can't say it every time. His head will explode. How's it going, Pocket?
Oh, it's going great. I'm enjoying the game so far. That last series, yeah, that was really back and forth, and then a couple of games there where it was back and forth, and then it just wasn't. Lucas just exploded a couple of times, but yeah, really enjoying the game so far. We got some really good lineup variety this weekend. this upcoming series will be fairly different to the one we've just seen, I think. So yeah, it's looking like a very, very fun tournament shaping up.
Yeah, what we've got here as well with Saver versus Methods so early on in the the elimination match straight away almost is two of the stronger players, especially on day one, that we're going to see. Already one of them in danger, one way or the other.
Yeah, you could make an argument for Saver being like the most informed player in arguably the world right now. So I think he got double rank 1 finish the first 2 months. I think he finished rank 1 last month as well. I think, I could be wrong about that. I think he minimum got a top 5. And he also got to top 8 of playoffs, which is like no one has had those results so far this year. So it's a bit of an upset to see Saver in the elimination match straight away. But judging by how Vision played in that series against Lucas, I'm not too surprised. Like he handled himself very, very well. So yeah, it should be quite a high quality match here.
Oh, Saber was rubbish last month. He came 4th.
Oh, that's embarrassing. Not sure why he even showed up to this tournament. How can he show his face in public? But
talking of showing up for tournaments, he did show up for the playoffs that he didn't need to play.
Yes.
And got all the way to the top 16, top 8, sorry, and only lost out to Maverick, who we'll see later on. Otherwise, he would have qualified like twice, and drop-downs would have been different. And also another thing I want to talk about very quickly about this matchup is Method's preferred playtest partner for this tournament was going to be Saver, and then he saw they're in the same group, and he had to do a switcheroo and test with some of the other very good players in the tournament.
Yeah, quite an unfortunate turn of events for them. They both, I'm sure, would have felt a lot better going into this tournament if they didn't have to play against each other. They might not have found themselves in the losers match straight away, because potentially they would have had slightly better prep. I think Saver ended up prepping with Maori.
Yes, and Kubu was in there, right?
And Kubu. Yeah, and I think he's quite happy with how his lineup turned out, especially with his specific tech choices into this group. And I think Method ended up in the Me Smile and Maxi practice group. So they've both had extensive testing, very, very high quality testing to come up with these lineups, and they've independently seemingly ended up on very, very similar things, with the only difference in lineup being some tech cards and the different warriors.
What's interesting to me, you can
ahead.
sort of talk a bit about this as well, I think, is the level 1 for this tournament is, let's bring Rogue, Demon Hunter, and Druid, and probably a Warrior or something. And then you do 4 days of testing, you go around in 7 circles, and you bring Demon Hunter, Druid, Rogue, and Warrior.
Yeah, so there's something you can do with a few people who've gone Quest Mage, because that has quite a solid matchup as potentially the 4th deck with the Demon Hunter, Druid, Rogue core. Like that's decent against those decks. It can leave them up. It doesn't really need to ban them. Whereas some of the warrior builds have quite poor matchups, more polarized matchups into the more expected brings. And then as a result of that, something that we will see a bit later, not in this group, some people have gone a lot more aggressive lineups to hopefully prey on some expected quest mages, potentially some druids, and just sort of not worry too much about the obvious going into the prevalence of Demon Hunter and Rogue, because those were, I think, the generally agreed upon safe best deck brings. So a lot of lineups will have either accounted for specifically those two or will be banned.
And how do you feel about Demon Hunter, Mr. Train, just as we get
I've been looking forward to pushing a very strong agenda, anti-Demon Hunter agenda this weekend, thinking the deck is vastly overrated. But to be fair, in that last series, Demon Hunter handled itself quite well, got through. So I think it's I don't know. I'm on the fence. My agenda can't quite be pushed as strong as I'd like just yet, but the 2 lineups that we saw in the winners match were seemingly target Demon Hunter lineups, and the losers match, both of these got their Demon Hunters fairly targeted in the initial matches. But yeah, we'll see how the more sort of overall good deck, no target lineups handle themselves against each other now.
I think also, and we're going to see this here with one of the druids being banned and the other being played now, I think that the top players, you included, you still count as somebody who is playing at a top level. You did qualify for a tournament that you're not going to play and that sort of thing. the Druid is better in the hands of the top players than maybe other people realise.
Yeah, for me, on ladder, I love this Druid. It's the deck that I've been playing almost exclusively, apart from learning some stuff for casting this weekend. But it's the only deck that I can feel like I consistently win with, and there are a lot of small optimizations that you can find that I think do get overlooked. Method has a bit of an awkward hand here with like the Aura is always a really lovely card to pick up, but you would like to have like a Marithra, a Broodmother, a Treant, something to be benefiting from actually spending your mana. Like you want something progressing in the background when you're spending mana with this Druid deck instead of just waiting to draw it. Because a lot of the cards in your deck are a lot worse as top decks.
Yeah, I get to go to the first trust your deck of the tournament. Like he just had to throw that out there. He obviously has a turn 3 with the 4 mana, with the Horn, with the Prestige Advantage, but he's trusting that turn 4 with the 5 mana is going to actually have something good to do because of it.
There is an interesting decision point here as well, because he opts to go for the Horn first, which means you do have more options for what you can pick to potentially impact the board straight away here.
Mm-hmm.
But sometimes you could deviate to go press the Advantage first, just to draw a card, and not just for the benefit of draw a card, maybe I'll play the card I draw, but sometimes it could be a card like Marithra or Broodmother or Treant, and then you've started getting the mana spent while in hand ticker going. So it can be quite advantageous for multiple reasons to draw a card first before discovering this deck.
Yeah, there's the information as well, right? You know what sort of card you need to discover if you know what your hand's going to be. But like you say, there's worlds here where this Flip of Friends is just a card you innovate out, for instance, and you just don't even go the other way. So quite an interesting choice already.
Yeah, a bit of an awkward turn here for Saver. He could just opt to go for Mirrex, because a lot of the time in this matchup, the Rogue does feel a bit like the aggressor. You want to try and get under the Druid a little bit, because before a lot of their ramp and big high power cards get online. So throwing out a 3/4 here just to put on some pressure and start hitting face isn't terrible. But also he could easily opt for just progressing his Herald with the Rite of Twilight. Sure, he wouldn't get the combo, wouldn't get the 3 damage, but he would still Herald, which is the most important part.
Yeah, it's a 3 mana Herald if you do it though, right?
Yes, but it's a 3 mana Herald or a 3 mana 3/4, which neither of them seem hugely appealing. But I do like what Saber's gone for here. The Mirrex can be really good in the future if you get like a Farak or Ystera, an Underking, sometimes a Treant as well. But I'm a big fan, I think, of him just putting on the pressure now, trying to exploit the early game weakness of Druid.
Yeah, the reason I mentioned the 3 mana thing is just the way that his mana is in his hand as well. Like wasting mana sometimes is fine, but I personally feel that wasting mana there looks a bit clunky because the next few turns are all accounted for, where you're going to slip in an extra 3.
You could also argue that since the next few turns are all accounted for, you would like to have spent some mana on a Herald at some point.
Okay, sure, yeah.
It does also give you a spell straight away. Sometimes that fills up your curve, but that's never something you rely on, of course. Method going for the Elise.
It's not something I rely on, that's for sure. I'll just get some 9 mana rubbish that I can never cast,
The Elise here just for the overall trying to fight for board a little bit better, because this is spiraling away from him a little bit if he's a bit too passive. But the Xavius could have come down, but it trades quite poorly on board with the 4/1. So it's nice to just get the Elise rolling.
Yeah, not a lot happening here for Method at all.
Clearly missed on what he wanted.
Sorry?
Saver's reaction suggests he's missed on what he wanted off this Elise. That's not sure exactly what combination he was going for.
So +1 would have been really handy, I think.
I think Discover a Spell is probably the premium option most of the time. I find with the 1. It can get you more Heralds. Like the spell pool, since it's a 4-set meta right now, the spell pool is quite condensed. So you're actually quite consistent with your discovers at the moment from the Elise location. So quite a lot of time, you can just discover another Rite of Twilight, which is unbelievably good in this deck.
So yeah, I was thinking these otters were probably taken for this situation. Also, for turn 2 or turn 3 flashbacks, you should just get loads of 1 health minions. Perfect
Nice
here with
play
this
here.
Elise though.
Good up from Mark of the Wild and just push some more damage. That Earthen Roar is actually really useful here for Saver, because Rogue does struggle with dealing with quite big minions, and Saver Method probably won't be accounting for that.
I mean, you can't, right? Like,
Yes.
if you account for generic removal that might do some damage, like, and you make your 3 health minion a 5 health minion, because there's lots of things that do 3, that's about the limit of what you can account for. I don't think you can account for specifically Earthen Roar. Like,
Yes.
yeah. Or at least I will group what I think they might have into
Yes.
sort of rough.
Yeah, yeah. You don't go for specific stuff. You have to hedge around with a deck that generates so much stuff just truly randomly. You can't really spend too much of your time worrying what they have unless you've already put yourself in a position where you can afford to play around specific things. But your plan A is, I'm not going to worry about what they do. Their random stuff is going to be random. I'm just going to make them have it. Do my generically powerful things.
We haven't talked about this for a while, actually. This used to be a regular caster sort of meme. But some of the hardest turns in Hearthstone are when you have won the game and they've got 1 card randomly generated, and you've got to work out exactly every card in Hearthstone to play around. That, you know, what is the one outlier? They're the terms that pro players rope the most, for reasons that just don't matter, because it's out of 1,000 cards and they're looking for that one out that beats them. Those turns are always good fun to talk about.
Can I draw your attention to this double battle cry Farak Method is now picked up?
And Farak's quite good again now, right? It went through a phase where it wasn't so amazing.
It's weird.
after the nerf.
It's strange. It's very feast or famine. Sometimes it actually just does nothing to the board now. But sometimes it just casts nothing but AoEs. I had one that dealt 15 damage the other day. It's weird. It feels like these days it does a lot of the same thing rather than that could just be a recency confirmation.
No, I
bias
think you're
thing.
right. I think before rotation, there's quite a lot of card draw and stuff going on, and you'd use it as a bit of a refill, clear a few things. Didn't do a lot of damage, and now it just seems to. It's basically a lot of removal, but once it's removed the first 2 things, it might still try to remove things like Torch itself and that sort of thing, and just waste mana, do nothing equivalent.
Method does need to still bridge a 1-turn gap before he can get that down. So he needs to find some way of spending his mana this turn without. Okay, never mind.
Just draw and innovate,
off the top.
honestly.
That is an unbelievable top deck. Let's
It really is.
play the Farak, corrupt the Shaladrasil. Hopefully get rid of this Opu, because he is under quite a bit of threat for his own health total.
I mean, this can just win. He did let off a very small smile when he drew it as well.
Definitely potentially win the game depending on what it does.
Right, good luck, everybody. We go for 30 mana with nonsense. Can't hurt me. I'm Farak.
Yep. It's already done its job, and Farak can now no longer remove itself because there's no Eat the Imp.
Thank goodness.
So at this point, this is just a big minion on board, but you would like it to do a little bit more useful stuff, like draw some cards. Iron Forge Portal is incredible. A bit more face damage, you're never going to complain about that. Secret's perfect.
It loves torching itself the last 2 or 3
Yeah,
mana.
but now that it's managed to damage itself with an Opu, you never see this with Farak because it doesn't get damaged on its own turn. But since there was an Opu on board, it actually does give you the copy of Torch. Because if it was at full health, then it wouldn't.
It's incredible. But we saw that Feast or Famine, it is because there's so much removal. So when you've cleared the board and it's targeted itself a lot of times, it's really good at clearing boards now. That's its main purpose now, I would say. But
yeah. Saver would ideally like to get another Herald down before pulling the trigger on this Sinestra. He can do quite a clean clear here with the Horn, Summon Raptors, and I've already put an Earthen Roar. If he so chooses. He seems like he's saving it because he's managed to get +1 attack off the Elise location. We can just clear this off. The Druid doesn't have a lot of
Yeah.
burst from hand without having a board, so they were fairly secure at 13 health. There are a couple of ebb and flows, but apart from that, you're not hugely troubled. Usually, Method now is overloaded, so he can't play this Terror despite having the Aura up, which would have been the ideal response to this turn from Saver.
Little
But the
tracker on
Curator
right-hand
is actually
side.
quite a strong high tempo play here because it's just giving him quite a big beefy minion.
The tracker's 16 so far.
Yeah, so it's 2 turns off being played, I'd say.
Yeah. Got this
He does
massive
have-
Curator.
Yeah, strong ways to spend money.
So I assume that some of this is you have to spend the first moment or two of this turn making sure what you're going to do with King, right, before you start your turn. Because if you're going to play it, you play it straight away.
Yeah,
Like, you don't want to play it, it's a
usually I
waste of mana.
find, yeah, you don't play it. You only really worry about that if Garona costs 4, and they're not going to kill you. Like, they're not going to play Garona until it's lethal, generally. So it's not a worry, the fact that you've got the King lane in hand, the vast majority of the time. It's very much
Okay.
a snowball effect.
Talk to me about Moss Binding Pocket. This is a card we were talking about, and I like it for these exact purposes. It just fills out your curve sometimes.
Yeah, it's nice. It's nice to discover. I have seen there are some lists this weekend that put Moss Binding directly in the deck just to say I'm ramping into stuff. Sometimes this Druid does go a little bit dead, having one really high impact card just to slam down while your hand. So if you spent all your mana on ramp, you've got like 1 or 2 cards in hand. It's nice to have. Oh, this card just makes a massive board for free. I don't need to worry about drawing loads of synergies in my deck. But personally, I'm not a fan of putting it in your deck, and I like it. I like the fact that you can just discover it, like Method has here. But it is a very good utility card, I think.
Yeah,
with
is
the
it
way that
Saber's
Raptors
deck that is banned? So what do you know, honestly?
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Clearly, the more powerful Druid if it got banned.
Obviously,
Moss
that's how it
Binding Druid.
works, right? Yeah.
But
I think
this
that we
Sinestro
haven't established.
didn't pick up much removal, so Saber can't actually deal with the full board here.
That's rough
And-
with Shadowcrystal in hand.
Yeah. Just with the ebb and flow on its own is enough to just get him over the line, just like that. When that Ferret came down, it just put Saber too far behind. He had to spend too much of his mana worrying about the Druid's threats and couldn't progress his own game plan. So this Sinestro had to be really, really, really specifically good. And since it wasn't, that will just wrap up the game.
Is there a secret up for Saber there?
There is a secret up, but I'm sure that he will do a play that lets him have lethal here. So it could, in theory, have been. It could be Ice Barrier. It could be Counterspell. That is possible. So he knows it's not Barrier. So he's going to play around Counterspell by rocking Torch, and then Ebb and Flow will just wrap it up. So very, very good response to the sequencing from Metal to make sure that he's not overlooking anything.
He only has
if
the
he-
torch because the stupid dragon.
Because
There's a
because
Firak.
the O2 triggered and damaged his Farak, which activated the torch.
Amazing scenes. Okay, one goes to Method in this match. I think we're finding as well something I think is going to be interesting this weekend is I don't think the top players necessarily totally agree on matchup spreads yet. Like there's people like yourself saying Druid's
yeah.
best, Druid's great. There's people say Demon Hunter's playable. There's people say Rogue's actually really good. There's people who've had bad experiences with Rogue because let's face it, there's quite a lot of randomness in Rogue.
Yeah.
Till you play 200 or
Crucially as well,
300
if you
games, you
look
don't
at-
know.
If you're talking about people not knowing the matchup spread, if you look at it, Method banned Druid, Saber banned Rogue. We just saw Druid versus Rogue game 1, and Druid won. So you could make an argument there that, like, what's Saber doing, leaving up the Druid? Because the Druid could get through, obviously, like, super small sample size results.
And you're going to make that argument all weekend,
one of
aren't you?
one.
Every time one goes your way, it's going to be, oh, look.
Yeah,
good.
because they are. This is such a similar lineup. The only difference, really, apart from some tech cards, is the warrior archetypes, where Saber's got the dragon warrior, I believe, and Method has the egg
egg.
warrior. which we will now see coming up against each other in game 2, which that is going to be an interesting one, because Crucial Saber does have the Royal Librarian tech as a node to specifically egg deck in this tournament.
And there's
So if he
5
draws
in
all
his
that,
group.
that can just instantly end the game.
Like, I know he's like now currently 0-4 in games in this tournament, but in terms of reads, putting that Royal Librarian into the group that's got 5 egg decks is pretty incredible.
I know he was definitely quite happy seeing his group, but crucially in the first series, the Demon Hunter, which you can't put Librarian in as a tech card, did get swept in that first series. So that is the one crucial weakness he has against egg decks in his lineup, the Demon Hunter.
And
Every single other one of his
you've got
decks
to
should be
draw
quite
it.
happy seeing this.
This Egg Warrior deck is so powerful, but also so fragile, right? Like,
Yes,
it really is.
it's so
very,
heavily
very-
reliant on just that one card. So if it gets disrupted in any way, it can just fall flat on its face. Or if
Whereas
it just
the
doesn't draw
Warlock
it.
one. Yeah, if it just doesn't draw it. The Warlock one is a little bit more consistent, but not quite as powerful. Like, it can do other things. I mean, it can't, but it can. It can still win without the egg, whereas this really has to get it.
What pretty petals!
What's your favourite build of Dragon Warrior? There's sort of varying amounts of fire and Ragnarosses in Dragon Warriors.
I gotta be. I kind of hate them all.
Okay, yeah.
I've done some. Yeah, I've done a bit of Dragon Warrior testing over the last couple of days just to prep for this, but I just can't get the deck to click. It seems like it does some sort of powerful things, but if you're
I mean, look at his hand.
yeah, if your Slither's Drake stuff doesn't come off, then it feels like the deck falls quite flat. So whichever deck does this the most often, like coin 4 into 4,
Into 4.
this is the warrior I like. Exactly what Saber is doing right now. Yeah, I do quite like the new fire spell build with a little bit more consistent direct damage that doesn't just lose if you get forced off board, which some previous versions of Dragon Warrior felt like they sort of did. But I do quite like the new inclusion of the fire spells now.
And they've got like really nice synergy with each other. Like, you can injure your opponent's minions and then torch them all, and then you get 6 damage from your volcano on an empty board because you've torched all their minions, and it's all quite cheap and efficient. So, and then you get +3 attack as well, because why wouldn't you?
Yeah,
just throw it in with a
So,
Searing
like,
Fisher.
We've gone into this thinking so much about the Royal Librarian, but Saber's just going to get him with dragons, and
Just
it's not
going to
going
hit
to
him with
matter.
dragons.
Yeah, because in this kind of matchup, you do need the egg on pretty much exactly turn 3. Maybe he would have been okay if he drew egg instead of egg bearer this turn. Maybe that would have given him just about enough of a window, but
Saber could just
the game's just
20
going
an
to
egg.
go. Sorry?
He could just have 20 attack into the egg. Like,
Yes, exactly. At this rate, the board is just going to get too big, and you don't have enough time to get your egg down. You need to spend all your mana on removals. And the problem with this warrior is, yes, it does have probably the best removals that warrior has in the meta right now, but they do run out. Like, there's a Shell Nado right now, there's Decimation a bit later, but those are not brawl, right? They're not super hard removal that will kill a minion. There is a limit to the damage it does. These are untargetable Slither Drakes, so execute doesn't do a job on them. You do need to be progressing your own game plan instead of just trying to rely on clearing the dragons individually.
I want to play a really big untargetable Drake, because that's how my brain works.
Yep. Saber's gonna do the pro player responsible thinking, go, okay, is there anything interesting I can do here? Or am I going to play a big minion, hit him in the face? And I think he will very responsibly come to that conclusion.
Yep. There's choices for next turn as well, although they kind of aren't, because your next turn's also quite an easy one. But anyway,
Play a big Drake, hit him in the face.
play a little Drake. And
there
a
is
big
a lot
Drake
of merit,
and
to
hit him
be
in the face.
fair.
Yeah.
I did sometimes do this with my own lineup building, where you would sometimes just play a deck in there. Obviously, you'd think the deck is there on its own merit, but it does help to have a deck in your lineup that gives your brain a bit of a rest. which I feel like this Dragon Warrior does fulfill that role somewhat here. Like when I was playing heavy combo lineups, I would have like a curved dragon-based deck to I could just chill for a game. I'll play my cards. I know exactly what I'm doing. I'm not going to have super difficult decisions most of the time. Obviously, every game is fairly complex in its own right, but at its core, this is big dragon tip based.
That's especially true, I think, of those old 400 player Masters tours, or the open qualifiers, where you're playing Hearthstone for a day.
Yes.
And if you're the last one to finish every round, you're playing Hearthstone constantly because everyone's waiting to start that next round. The second you finish, they are racking them up, and you're going back out there, son, because you've just taken 2 hours. Now go.
Yep.
And you don't want to be that person who is straight back out there every single time for 7 rounds, 2 hours a day. Like you won't be able to think by the end of the day, unless you're incredibly talented, and most people aren't. So I have definitely seen people sort of melt at dream hacks and things where they brought complicated lineups and done quite well for 3 or 4 rounds, and their brain just sort of leaked out their ears.
It's quite an interesting decision point that Method's now just given Saver. He's basically put the Decimation in his hand face up by playing the Tropolisks this turn to just increase the damage it does. So Saver has a choice here about how much he wants to develop on board, because if he does just go with another Slither Drake and doesn't trade, which I'm sure he would do the responsible thing, then the Decimation would go up to 7 damage. It would full clear with just playing it and swinging the weapon. But at the same time, this full clear can come down either way with the weapon swing and 2 locations, even if the Decimation only does 6. That has charge as well, which I was unaware of. That's quite a lot of damage. So even if this board does just get cleared, but I believe it will, Saver's managed to set up lethal through a full clear.
Yeah, because the full clear uses so much mana, right? It's one thing to say my board's going to get cleared, but I don't care. You're on 5, you've got no mana to do anything with.
Yep, and I think Method knows it as well, because you don't just completely ignore Decimation unless you've got a plan B.
What now?
Like, Saber's certainly accounted for this, but Method's now in a situation where he's damned if he does, damned if he doesn't. I'm not sure there's any route out of this game, Method.
Yeah, like, what are you supposed to do here? Like, he's doing the right thing. Like, he knows he's lost a Decimation, exactly how you just described. Like, you don't make this play unless you're winning next turn.
Yep.
So
5
you
damage
just
is
look
also
for
a very common breakpoint. Like, you're expecting
Anyway.
5 damage.
any way in the world where you can just find an extra way to armor up and not die.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's not expecting Searing Fisher plus Broodkeeper specifically. The more common way you get lethal here is the Wind Peak Worm.
Yes.
But yeah, Method knows. I think he'll come to the conclusion, well, the only way I clear this board is to leave myself dead to 5 damage, and there's nothing you can do about that. You just got to hope they don't have it, even though you know they have it.
At least do it. Oh, I mean, come on. Don't get bluffed out.
Yeah. You are definitely supposed to make them have it, but obviously 99% of the time the result will be exactly the same. But I have certainly had some games where I've done that and I've been really, really surprised. Like, I've been mentally checked out and I'm in the next game already. And
because it's correct for Saber to do that there, to put
Yeah.
him to 5 if he hasn't got it as well, because there's 2 of them in the deck, he can just top deck it and win. So
yes.
there's definitely worlds that exist where he doesn't have it. Just, yeah, you play your Masters, so just make them have it. Just waste 30 seconds of your life and make them show you it, unless you just can't handle watching your portrait.
I do think a little bit of frustration will have seeped in a little bit for both of these players with how the first round went for them, because Saver, he went into this with a lot of form. Like, he's done great on ladder, he did great at the playoffs, and just to get 3-0'd straight away was definitely not something that him or probably anyone else would have been expecting. And Method as well, in his match against Lucas beforehand, he was 2-0 up, seemed to be cruising, but then got reverse swept, which is never a good feeling, and something you do really need to work hard to get that off your mind, because you do still have a job to do. Both of these players, sure, you're in the losers match, but you can still win the whole thing, like Zhao Ti did at the last Worlds.
Yeah. Oh, did Zhao Ti play somebody that you know at the last World? Interesting.
He played a few players I know, actually. I know a lot of Hearthstone players.
Remember the thing I said at the start, folks, about we need to find a way to call Pocket something other than former champ because he knows people. It's great to have you, honestly, Pocket.
Yeah, well, we can 16th place at the last World Championship. We can go with that. Jalti's first victim.
16th. Yeah, I could go with that, actually. Yeah.
Okay, straight into the next game.
Watch.
Method queuing up the Egg Warrior again. Probably wouldn't have wanted to hit this matchup. I think he was considering banning Rogue going into this tournament. Partly due to this Egg Warrior bring. Much rather would have hit the Demon Hunter. But as we saw with Vision against Lucas, this matchup certainly can go either way.
I think egg decks in general, if they're not getting teched out literally by librarians and stuff, if you make your egg on turn 5, you win against so many things right now,
Yes.
no matter what the opponent's doing.
Yeah, there is such limited just spot removal in the game right now. A lot of decks like Rogue, Rogue can't deal with big stats. It doesn't have access to dubious purchase anymore. And any hard removal, like Lucas discovered a lot in the last series, has to be generated by cards like Elise or potentially your Herald effects.
So as the Rogue normally here, obviously you'd be incredibly sad at this hand, but not so much against the Egg Warrior because it's not going to put any pressure on you. At least have ways to deal with eggs. If you get to turn 8 already, obviously you'd like to be putting your own pressure on to slow them down, but it's not totally catastrophic, I don't think.
Yeah, it's hard to say because I don't know. Savers will be miserable seeing this hand because you really want to be putting pressure on so that the Egg Warrior can't spend all its mana just progressing its egg. Because you will lose to that eventually, almost certainly. Like Twilight Mistress, it does the job, but it's a bit later in the game, and sometimes they can just fill their hand up so that it doesn't even play the board. It can just topple the egg.
Yeah, we saw that in the last match,
Yeah, Method's hand doesn't even contain an egg, so I think Saver would have been happy. Also, he'll be ecstatic seeing what he's found, like the perfect 2-card combo off that Cultist map there, with Herald into Herald. Suddenly, a pretty poor hand has turned into Affection for Saver.
Yeah, and he had to think about it for quite a while, right? Because he did have the option of just sort of taking the worst case, just turning something into a coin, doing everything on turn 7, and hoping that Method's hand wasn't full on turn 7.
Yeah. So he could have easily prepped the Cultist map as well, which would have expanded the options of cards that he could actually play. But at the same time, what are you really prepping into? The ideal thing is a spell in itself. So you saving the prep to just in case you hit nothing you actually want to play immediately, I think was quite a good heads up spot from him.
Yeah, I think my gut instinct always is to prep first, and like you say, have the extra options. But he realised that which options were actually worthwhile were going to be spells.
Yeah, Rite of Twilight or Flashback, both of which are spells that you could just prep out afterwards anyway. So it's a nice bit of sequencing there. Bit of an awkward decision for him. Probably wants to get a coin in his hand, potentially to win out the Sinestra. A lot of the time you would like to have 2 coins so that you always have access to that Naralex Twilight Mistress to prevent any egg nonsense happening too early. But since Method hasn't put an egg on the board yet, Saver's probably not going to be in a huge rush.
It's a muster for battle in hand, by the way.
Yes, it's definitely not the ideal card for this matchup, considering there's so much removal and the warrior has access to full glory as well, so you can just help them draw cards by putting more minions on board. He does choose to just go for it.
Getting that extra charge on the weapon there as well, which was really interesting, rather than using
a
his
little
one,
bit of
which is too much.
optimization. Yeah, it is interesting. I'm interested to know why he didn't want to just convert this into a coin.
That's what I was thinking. Then just drop the Sinestra and hope, and you've got a bit of time. And
yeah,
instead he favoured not having a 2/1, not having the coin, for literally just having 1 extra weapon swing. But this way, he can convert 2 things into coins in some worlds.
Yeah, but he doesn't have the 2 things. Is the crucial issue, because he is at the moment playing off the top of his deck and at the whim of whatever
Yeah.
the Herald generates. So I'm a bit curious about why we did that, but we'll see. He could so easily have just not had full glory or some twin removal here, and that would have just pushed a nice little bit of chip damage. Not the greatest discovers here. Dirty Rat is an interesting one though, because you do sort of know there's no egg in hand. So if you hit a Nablia or an Umbra,
Yeah.
then that could actually just be a game-winning pick right on the spot here. Like if you Dirty Rat here and hit Umbra, sometimes you do just immediately win.
Yeah, so the assumption there that Pocket's referring to, basically you hit the Umbra, the assumption is you can get rid of one 20/20 egg, and the Umbra is the problem, because if it loads
Yes.
everything. Yeah, so you get rid of the Umbra, then all you have to do is get rid of one 20/20 egg, and you kind of win.
Yes, and you can just transition to a fatigue game plan against the Warrior instead of trying to aggressively kill them first.
Too soon.
Yeah, he's going to take the Rat. Partly because you don't really want to give the Warrior bananas to activate their eggs with.
Yes. I think this was the clearest. Like his hand is a bit clunky. This is the clearest. I have a route to win with this card.
Now he makes the coin.
Yeah, he gets picked up now. I do think it's quite responsible holding on to the Rat as well, instead of just playing it out, because the longer the game goes on, A, the more likely they are to have Umbra in hand, and B, they're going to have to spend mana playing all their other minions as well, so the odds are just going to go up and up and up that it's going to hit something more important that they've been trying to save in hand.
Also, after seeing the last game, if you rat them when you're doing the whole bouncing weird phenomena thing, you can make a space in their hand, and that doesn't matter, does it? Does it matter? Yes, it does matter.
That does matter.
You'll
That's
kill the
certain.
thing from their hand, and you'll bounce the
Yes.
thing that you want to bounce. There's that too.
Yeah, interestingly, Method should. He doesn't know, but he should try and hold on to this egg bearer just as rat bait. But that's not really something you will be very used to considering in this matchup.
But you do want to hold it to fill your hand up. We saw that the way it resolves, and I assume
Yes.
that's not a rare resolution, is for
No, that's quite a common occurrence.
the bouncing
this
to
matchup.
not to be able to return the eggs, so they proc on the board. So keeping your hand full just because of that is a thing as well. The 1/2's never pushing any damage. Well, it might push 1 or 2 damage, but it doesn't matter. You're not fetching any more eggs. So. As me, it would be on the board ages ago, and I'd be trying to hit them for 2 turns. For no reason other than I can.
So we're
Too soon.
wondering what to do, if anything, with these generated cards. So she's clear up the Acolyte. Quite responsible.
Yeah, the Warlock card's interesting here because you shuffle 4 shreds into your deck. You know,
Yeah, it's a lot of damage, but if you're just saying I'm not going to get hit for 20 at any point, then that's fairly responsible.
yeah.
I think, yeah, be quite confident. Almost all of the Warrior's damage comes from hitting you for 20. So any incremental chip doesn't really matter. You just got to block those massive egg swings.
It was a lot of stats. The buff was a lot of stats.
Yeah, that was. It's just suddenly a board that Method's struggling to deal with. And Decimation only deals 5. That's all your mana.
Yeah.
Tornado also only deals 5, but it would let him use Torch on either the Sinestra or the 10 attack wing, which would be quite an interesting decision for him, because Sinestra's passive effect is quite scary, but you do know that David doesn't have any generated trophies.
Yeah, something that's fun, I think, and I think we might be seeing more of it as time goes by, just the way that the game seems to be developing, is these taunts that aren't taunts. Like, what do you kill? You've got a decision.
Yes.
These 2 minions do something. You've got to kill them. You can only kill one. Which of these 2 things is impacting you the most? I think we're going to see that more and more.
Yeah.
From what we're seeing in these more minion-based matters.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense killing the the smaller minion because of the passive effect. It is just 3 more damage, which in the grand scheme of things isn't a huge deal.
Yeah, it looks a lot like, because 10 just sounds like it's just a big number, and
Yeah.
7's not. Yeah, but you're right, it's only 3.
Definitely
Good.
wouldn't have been happy to see an Acolyte of Pain picked up off the dirty rat. Certainly would have rather seen a Nablia or an Umbra. It could have been
He
worse.
was not cheerful about it at all.
Yeah, because it also quite awkward because Method doesn't have to spend the 3 mana to start trying to draw cards, so he can start his turn with some card draw on the Acolyte.
Yeah.
It was worth it to the rat out.
And he ends up daggering again anyway on the last charge. So that previous charge from turn 5 made absolutely no difference.
Interesting decision point here. He can crack the Acolyte, he can crack the egg, and I believe that will be the last charge. So he could make a 20/20 this turn. And he knows that there is no death coming down immediately.
Saver has saved that coin though for, bounce into coin death over the 2 turns.
You do know that likely, since Saver's had these 2 cards at the far left of his hand the entire game,
and he has a coin that
there is almost certainly a Twilight Mistress in his hand. So this 20/20 isn't going fate. But if you can bait out a Twilight Mistress on 20/20, that's usually something you're quite happy with, because then you can just follow up with the Umbra and say, you don't have the second one. If you don't have the second one, I just win.
Yeah.
Although in fairness,
You're going to have the fun Deathwing situation again as well, where
Yeah.
you don't necessarily want to have the fully loaded Deathwing. You only want to have 2 choices, so
Yeah.
you don't have to love all the eggs.
Killer 20/20, Summoner 20/20 is not a great trade-off.
It's not the best, but Killer 20/20 make a 12/12 might be quite good.
Awkwardly, Method doesn't have board space to hit every single death rattle, so there is a chance he wouldn't even make one this turn.
Okay.
So he could deviate to clearing off this board instead, but no,
Here it goes.
you're going to have to spend the 7 mana on the Umbra now, and this turn right here is the least likely they are to be able to deal with the board immediately.
Yeah. It's 2, a 4, a 5, and a 20/20, so didn't hit the 1 with 1.
Pretty good outcome, I'd say. Nice to see the 20/20 and another egg that's just ready to go.
What you really need right now would be Shadow Step.
Shadow Step would be pretty good right now. You know what would be even better though? Cultist map into
Be on.
second Mistress. But
Yes.
that's not nearly reliable enough, so you should just do the one thing. Go get it, clear the 20/20, and probably make it 12/12 and just put the pressure on.
Yeah. Seems reasonable to me.
He could go for the 5 legendary dragons.
Oh, because of the map, so he gets 2 of them next turn.
Yeah.
A lot of the time.
There aren't really a lot of
He thinks the
legendary
12/12
dragons.
never
that-
hits. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I
If
don't
he
know.
thinks the 12/12 never hits face ever, then why play it? I guess.
There is no execute in Method deck, but the 12/12 does actually go quite a long way. Like, raw stats are actually good against Warrior. Against this deck, all of its removal is damage based, so you can just make numbers that are too large against Warrior, which is not really a concept that we've been familiar with in recent times.
I think, though, with Method's hand, it's almost certain that Saber's facing at least 2 20/20s with this board
Yes.
where they can attack and so on. So, a 12/12 is just not getting through those, whereas random dragons, there will be something. There's always a dragon.
The Titan's experiment
It does it this way.
disrupted.
Put them up on the board. He's quite low health.
See, I
though.
think that shows Saber's choice was good, right? This 12-12 would be completely useless here.
Yes, probably. It does give you some level of trading power though.
Yes. Yeah.
So the 12 can just go into a minion and don't die. And give you a little bit more time. It wasn't
yeah.
without merit, but he did, I think, come to the conclusion that he needs something quite high power, a lot of mana cheat, and if he's going to get over the line in this game.
Good start. Making that decision you talked about earlier, whether to get your random stuff first, or whether to have a look at your really random stuff.
Oh, speaking of really random stuff,
There's some there.
we've seen so many Marithras today, and have we seen any Marithras from Druid actually?
I think we saw one.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we've
we saw one
seen
last
one
game,
from
but it
Rogue
wasn't
already.
Played.
We cannot yield while
And you can play it and see if you get a 7
Yeah.
drop that he might have in mind that does something.
So this way, these are not the dragons you want to see. You wanted to see a Twilight Time Reaver ideally here, just to clear off these 22 attack minions. But unfortunately for Saver, he got a bunch of useless clunk.
Bunch of useless
Twilight exactly, Shadow Word Ruin, probably.
Did a count on stream, which is the one thing I haven't written down, but there was like 45 or 50 dragons. I think Soton knew the number. Yeah. There's a lot of dragons.
Too many.
Discoverable.
Get on board, even though he hit the most defense rate of the game. Yeah, the Egg
And the
Warrior
gets it done.
It's not look bad. I was expecting the Egg Warrior to look really just rough in every game that we see apart from against Demon Hunter. It did kind of flop over and die against the Dragon Warrior, but it's really held its own against Rogue in a ways that I was not expecting it to do. I was expecting Rogue to just quite comfortably get through, but yeah, Egg Warrior 2-0 against Rogue so far in the tournament. And now Method's just needs to win with his Demon Hunter, which I don't know.
It's 87 dragons.
Oh, that's way too many. Yeah, you can't hit anything consistently, but you...
Got to cut you off when you're about to go on the Demon Hunter rant. Just to finish on your point there about the things, before I let you rant about Demon Hunter, I know you really want to rant about Demon Hunter. I think we're going to see Dragon Warrior, a lot of decks flop over and die. I don't think that's an Egg Warrior fault. I think we might see Dragon Warrior, the more we've seen it the last couple of days on ladder, the more I've seen good players playing it. I think it might just murder a lot of people over this weekend. Yeah,
if it makes a 4-mana 6/8 with elusive, nothing can clear it. Like, we don't have really random spot removal. No Brawl, no Dubious Purchase. Those were quite prevalent in the previous meta. But now every removal really is damage-based and targeted. So just an early 6/8 will just hit you in the face for so much.
Especially with your fires just clearing the way. So the 6/8s, your fire's clearing away and making some chip damage. Your 6/8's coming in for 6 every turn. I think we're going to see Dragon Warrior just be good. It's one of those decks that I'm always very careful about, sort of regular Paladin style decks, Dragon Warrior decks, because they always look a little bit better on ladder than they are in tournaments, because they're played by slightly lower standard players, and those decks are really good outside of the sort of top ranks. But I think Dragon Warrior might be the one. Anyway, why is this deck rubbish?
I was just distracted by the fact that favorite card Shadow Step, which would have been so useful last game for Saber. I'm sure, yeah, he's missing it more than ever at that moment. But this deck, so Demon Hunter is just a generically high power level deck. I think that's the general consensus that almost every player in the Masters Tour has agreed on. I think early stages of prep, most people went into it going, I'm going to bring Demon Hunter. I'm probably going to ban it. Because it does prey on a lot. It has quite polarizing matchups against some specific decks. Like, I think people might have been expecting a little bit more Face Hunter. I think it does reasonably well against Dragon Warrior and things like that as well. But I do find it personally quite overrated if it doesn't do the Eternal Hold thing. I think like the deck is decent, but it's far higher rated than amongst players than I think it's actual power level really merits.
Yeah.
And I'm expecting, despite the high bring rate of it this weekend, it's not going to get as many bans as people initially expected, and I think it will fall over to a lot of these lineups, especially with the massively high prevalence of Druid and it doesn't have an amazing matchup. I think it's a fairly 50-50 one against Rogue. And then, yeah, immediately you've got two 50-50s and an unfavorable in the three most common decks. And then some people are even targeting it on top of that. Not expecting a hugely impressive showing for Demon Hunter this weekend, which is why I voted for Lucas, because he's one of the lineups that sort of targets it and doesn't bring it, which I'm a big fan of. I would have brought something like that if I was here. But yeah, crucially, we'll see the Demon Hunter mirror here, which will, I guess, prove nothing, regardless of how it goes. Demon Hunter's got to get a win, but it's also going to lose, so I won't
Obviously, as well,
complain
now you've
either
had the rant, which you'll have again, I'm sure, but everyone is going to draw a hold on 6 for the entire tournament, and it's going to look unbeatable. And one of the things about that, though, to be fair, like, very roughly speaking, if you have a 6 drop you need on turn 6 with no extra card draw, it's about 50-50 in terms of
Yeah.
can't be bothered.
Yeah, it's not unlikely to happen. Everyone's playing
yeah.
Broxigar's Last Stand now in Demon Hunter. I think that's 2 off pretty much across the board. Whereas earlier in the meta, I know a lot of people weren't necessarily playing it in their deck. So that does add just that extra card draw, a bit more consistency of finding your specific payoff cards. Because, yeah, in a deck where you're not running any minions for specific payoff cards, you can't really get too frustrated when people do the payoff, because like that's what it's there for.
Yeah.
So,
but
yeah,
I do think that compared to some decks, especially the Paladin, like when we see the aggro Paladin later on, which just fetches its payoff card on turn 1 every game, I do think the Demon Hunter can just struggle. Like you say, it's got the last hand, it can draw 3 cards with its own combo to dig for the hold if it needs to. But overall, it doesn't have that massive amount of card draw that maybe some, let's be insulting, let's call it a 1-card deck. I'm sure you'll enjoy that. But some of these decks that have a very powerful card like can just fetch and fetch and fetch. This only has that little tiny bit.
Quite interested in meta technology there as well. Sigilus is always good. You always keep that. But he interestingly full kept with Infestation and Corner of Feasting as well. I think that's a nod to just being able to get one outcast. But I'm not hugely a fan of that in a double Broxigar's Last Stand kind of matchup, because Corner of Feasting is quite a double-edged sword. Yes, you get the immune, you can clearly trade stuff off, but it can just leave one health minions on board for your opponent to quite happily just draw 3 cards off with Broxigar's Last Stand. So I'm interested to see how he plays this hand out, because he did full keep it, I believe Method did.
I think he did. He might want to play it on his own turn 6 and then Broxigar them himself to draw 3 cards.
Yes, that's quite a long way in the future, though. That's sounding a little bit...
It's way too far, yeah.
A little bit too convoluted.
And it is also turn 6, which is by which time it's too late if you haven't found it already, because you assume your opponent will have.
I think Saber did keep this active scenarios as well. Quite a useful card in this matchup. The portals synergize really, really nicely with the Nephra as well, because it is a fell spell, so you can just play it, ping it again, draw a card very cleanly.
Yeah. Yeah, the higher I've gone up ladder, the more people are actually using the Nespera sort of well and getting good stuff off it, and not just using it for a couple of pings. It's actually quite a brutal card quite early against good players. Saver with the Solitude, right?
Yeah, which is a lot of players don't
unusual.
Actually play in their deck. Yeah, it's probably more of a nod to Druid, I think, is the specific reason that he does play it. And the lineups that I think he might have been going into thinking maybe more people will be banning Demon Hunter than they do, but don't quote me on that. I haven't spoken to him about it, but Solitude, I think most of the time is a nod to the Druid matchup specifically. Like a lot of people have been cutting it because it doesn't do a hell of a lot in this matchup quite often, but we might be seeing that completely disproved now. Because Neophyte seems quite good here. Like,
yes, a Neophyte in the mirror seems fantastic against a deck that doesn't have any minions. Kind of like the plan.
Interestingly favors the immediate board presence over drawing a card, just wasting, if for lack of a better word, the second swing of his weapon to preserve a 3/3 without drawing another portal.
Oh, look at it. This hand does nothing.
This is, rough. And the Serpent as well is being procced off Method's own Dormants, which
Yeah.
Like his game plan has been actively good for his opponent so far. It seems like gets his own spells disrupted, activates his massive. I think it's a 7/9 minion. I'm expecting
It
to come
is,
down
yeah.
this turn because Demon Hunter's it's not great at spot removal. There's no red card in the game. There's no. There's nothing that can just immediately clear a minion unless they discover.
Two. It's ludicrous. 2 reduction for the Solitude, obviously the 4 reduction from your opponent having a dormant.
He's thinking about something here. I'm assuming it would just be quite an easy infestation, slam a big minion, and go. But
That's how it looks.
Saber is wondering something. Very reminiscent of that Dragon Warrior turn where he just had a big minion to put down and hit his opponent in the face. But he's making every second count in each of his turns. Yeah, it does have Rush, so he could have played the board and get a card.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering, yeah.
I think that's why he's popping himself on the head a little bit. A little bit too. I don't want to say too quick with that term because we just used pretty much the whole rope. Funnily enough, not doing that did preserve quite a key breakpoint here.
Well, I think that might have been deliberate. I think maybe that was a 50-50 for him when he sort of popped himself like.
Yeah, good point.
Because 9 is a very good number and 8's not a very good
Yes.
number against a lot of stuff in Demon Hunter.
specifically
so I think
this.
it may have been deliberate.
There's an incredibly clean Broxigor's last stand here, by the way, for Saver. And also on the perfect turn you want to play it. You want to do all your card draw on turn 5 to maximize your odds of getting the Eternal Hold on turn 6. Just about whether or not you can dump enough cards to get the maximum draw.
And also whether you care, right? Like if you burn a card and you burn it, well, unlucky. If you're drawing 4, you just want to do that anyway. Obviously, you don't want to burn it if you can help it, because burning your key card lets your opponent have an easy game plan, because they see you've burned it. That's the only
burning
thing that
cards
matters.
are generally irrelevant unless you expect to see your entire deck. But it does also crucially give your opponent the information.
So he does it this way, which makes sense.
Yeah. It's also not irrelevant that it lets him spend more of his mana just making tempo plays rather than just going, okay, I'm spending 5 mana drawing cards. Now you get to do whatever you want on that board.
Yeah, and as
I
it
do like
happens,
this.
because the way he did it, he now has a 3/1 that can actually go face rather than trade in and draw a card, and now suddenly he's doing an extra 6 damage to what he expected onto an empty board, and that's
You're just
a lot.
down for 12. All the time as well, you want to do the best turn you can for your opponent's potential Eternal Hold, because that is the number 1 card you're always the most scared of against Demon Hunter. So if you can make it awkward for them to drop it somehow, or just make it so that they have to hit a very, very, very specifically good minion off it, then that is always what you're trying to do into Demon Hunter's turn 6.
How well do you know your pool method? Just a load of 4-drops coming in here.
We did see this card suddenly swing the game in the first series today. Where it looked like Druid was just ramping up and getting his Madrasil online against Demon Hunter, and then it just made 3/4 drops hit. It was over. So we could see Method potentially find a way to turn the corner with it.
Ooh. None of those are particularly useful right now. Gonna shoot the 5/5. Lots of choices.
Yeah, you could just get the Nespero online. It's not great immediately. You are taking a lot of damage straight away.
Yeah, you've got to kill the 5/5, otherwise, you know, why are you here? Because of the lifesteal. But right?
Yeah, the 5/5 is going to go. He'll play a Stinger to deal with that.
Scared. Yeah.
Potentially just play Portal just to keep ticking this along. You do want to play all your Fel spells at the same time with Nespero because of the way the locations wake up. Like, you don't want it to be half woken up and then start investing more Fel spells in just to try and make sure you maximize the clicks. But he isn't clicking straight away. He's prioritizing knowing exactly what he wants to shoot instead of just rushing towards the death rattle. Interesting decision point here from Method, because he knows that if he doesn't heal now, he is dead to double 4 damage from Lasting Legacy and the Stinger that he knows is in Saver's hand. So the side beam is definitely going to be a consideration.
This shows something that I am very bad at when I play Hearthstone. I've got to put work into it over the years, blah, 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 but just how tempo, which is what Hearthstone's largely about, can just overcome something. Like, Saver's missed on everything here, but he's just constantly generated stuff to do, and even though Method's had better value from his cards, he's having to use that value into just staying alive, right?
Yep.
And Saver, because of that, even though he's had probably slightly less value as such in the traditional sense, actually just has more cards left over.
It's an interesting
and only
decision.
now is the tide starting to turn.
Yeah, Method. I'm not sure. It's, oh, okay. Because the Divine Shield doesn't really make a difference because he's got the one damage ping.
So is there a clear here? With the Slumber. That's a
Slumber
lot of
plus
damage,
Broxigar's
with
Last Stand is
shoots.
quite a nice deal 3.
Yeah,
But
with,
I do
locations
think he's
as well.
spending. Yeah, everything just costs a bit too much mana, and he might just die to the second Hounds of Fury on the backswing. You can't click quite enough. With the Stinger, he probably does just about get over the line here. But then you do just give Method another full turn of development.
Yeah.
Time grows short.
Plenty of damage there for next turn. He's got to
Probably
decide
just-
whether he wants to play a 3/3 or just whether he wants to ping off this shield because he's got a lot of damage in hand next turn.
Yeah, probably just pops the Sigil. It is also a fell spell, so it.
Oh, okay, this is better then, yeah, sure.
He could have
It
made
does
the
what I wanted
6/6
to do
this
and makes it
turn
3/3,
as
so
well,
it's
which
just better.
I would have been interested in. Because the 6/6 on board, not only is it just good to threaten lethal towards your opponent, it also soaks up damage from Hounds of Fury just by having a minion on board. So I would have been quite
Right,
interested in Saver potentially playing that second portal and just summoning the 6/6 for no extra fell spell value, but
Escapes.
just to get the minion on board. But no, he doesn't quite have enough damage to cross the line. I think Saver thought he was just dead this turn. And now on the backswing, he has exact lethal, I believe.
Yes, 9+1.
Yeah, it's a very volatile matchup. I think when
It is
neither,
when you don't draw the location, right?
neither player
Yeah.
hits the hold, and it's just, I'm going to hit you in the face, and you're going to hit me in the face, and then whoever has just about enough damage will get over the line. Because, yeah, Method got him all the way down to 3 after looking like he was well out of that game in the early game. But Demon Hunter just had to invest so much mana clearing boards that almost brought him back into the game, because Saver had to take a couple of dead turns, even though the early game just looked so incredibly smooth. Like, cleanly progressing through his game plan, hitting Method in the face, disrupting him with Neophyte. But yeah, crucially, stats in this meta, like, removal is really quite clunky. You can't efficiently clear
Yes.
boards. So I think we'll see quite a lot this weekend, like big boards, just people plopping stats on board. That will just get there in a lot of games, which is, I think, part of why Druid, the deck that sort of does that the most, is my pick for the best deck in the tournament, I would say.
Yeah, and I'm going for the Dragon Warrior just because it does that. Not as good, but it does it a lot earlier, and then early's good too. There you go. There's the really complicated analysis there from Lorinda.
Yeah, it gasses out a bit more, but it does the strong thing sooner. Yeah, we're going to see Rogue against Demon Hunter, a matchup that I think most people are sort of agreed now is about 50-50, but I'm sure
I think so.
Like a lot of players will just be like, it's me favored, you know, because most of these players in this tournament, their experiences in this matchup will be it's favored for them, regardless of which side. So I'm interested to see, just mutual high level play to see who comes out on top here, because the King lane is really, really frustrating for the Demon Hunter, switching off all of their no minion in deck effects. But at the same time, Rogue is really limited on how much it can heal, so Demon Hunter can just hit them in the face and win anyway. Not to mention they can also just draw the King lane and activate all their cards as well.
I also hope that Method could get into this game. The reason I say that is he was doing the pro player thing that everybody does, but the top players do it so much more. Of last game, you can see straight away you start thinking, should I have won that? I missed by 3 health. Where could I have gone differently? That game's done. Worry about it tomorrow. Go through it on your replays, sure.
Yes.
But he's got to get straight into this game of Hearthstone now and just not let that bother him.
Yeah.
Whether there wasn't a way, he can't work that out right now. That's not the time to be thinking about it.
So many times after a pretty rough game, I've just had to sort of splash my face with some water, walk around the room a little bit, just clear my head a little bit, because the series isn't over. You've got a job to do. Last game doesn't matter. What you have to do is win this game. That's always your job. Like your head has to be in the present game at all times, not in the next game, not in the last game.
Yeah.
Just the game at hand.
Well, they both got the tempo starts they'd be looking for, but Method has a lot more of it going on with the Double Grim Harvest, the press, the weapon, and Saber didn't get particularly good rolls off the flashback, so Saber's going to need to hit some stuff here.
With the way Method seems to be playing out this hand, this is pushing quite a lot of damage, because you look at 3-1 and go, oh, against Demon Hunter, that's kind of rubbish. They just ping it off. But Method really wants to spend mana on his Grim Harvests and just developing his own stuff. So this 3-1 is going to push for at least 6 here, potentially more.
I do like it though, and I'm sure you'll agree. Like these Grim Harvests will do nothing if you start pressing the advantage, messing around, and your opponent just plays another flashback, and suddenly you've got nothing. Like it's turn 2, maybe turn 3, or not at all for that card.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of you want to fight their board with your board, and then use your immediate impact removal as a bit more of a backup. Because if you do that, you just let them freely develop each turn. So this is an interesting decision here. Wyvern Slumber.
Right.
The obvious pick, because it you've just played a couple of Dormants. Why not make it a hat trick? But
6 damage axe is quite nice when you've just taken a load of damage.
That is also true. But there's also nothing with 6 health on board that you'd really love to swing into. But yeah, the sort of safer play, make use of the lifesteal, because this Demon Hunter deck actually has quite limited healing apart from exactly the axe.
Right, and you can now save your slumbers. Like, this is a good hand. It hasn't got the location, but the rest of the hand is pretty good.
Yes.
You can just save your slumbers to just say, you're not hitting me anytime soon. I'm going to use these for removal, not for board. And I'm going to get there with a card draw in my hand, with the removal in my hand, with the fact I've got some board already. And the health state. You're not killing me, and that means I can get to my hold and get them.
I think the main thing here for Saver with this early game start isn't so much about how much pressure he's putting on Method's life total directly, because this double flashback start from Saver wasn't to try and end the game. Like, he's not trying to really kill the Demon Hunter. What the Rogue's job is most of the time is to survive till later in the game. Like, what he's done is he's managed to survive the first 4 turns without taking any damage. That's very big for the Rogue in this matchup, because they don't have access to consistent healing unless they randomly generate it off Herald or Sinestra. So Saber, I'm feeling like we'll be quite happy that he's managed to bridge the gap in these first few turns without letting the Demon Hunter run away with it, because these Grim Harvests could so easily have just outstatted him and just started taking over the game.
Yeah, cheeky 5 from Elise as well, just because it fits the curve perfectly.
Yep.
Like, that's when you take the 5. I think in general you don't take 5s very often anymore, but hey, chance to do so here, you take it. And Method can't leave a lot lying around because of that, because the buff plus anything else if you leave that many minions up, it's suddenly a lot of damage you're taking.
A nice clear here for Method.
Yeah.
It's nice, always nice to make sure you're swinging your active scenarios when you've got a little bit of an attack buff, just to make sure you're getting every single last bit out of that lifesteal. That is a very interesting top deck for Saber. He doesn't deviate though, still goes with the Elise. I think probably because he's picked the Death Rattle, so he wants to have that available to him as soon as possible. But with the Envoy of the End, I believe it's called, picked up, that definitely wouldn't have been... I think if he'd known he was top decking out next turn, he probably would have deviated to a 1-mana location, because that is the perfect way for him to have spent his mana on turn 5 most of the time.
Did very much highlight what you were saying as well, taking 6 armor here. That he's just in it to get as far as possible.
Yes, just bridge the gap to the late game, progress your heralds, and then you overwhelm them with your higher value stuff, because most of the Demon Hunters deck just doesn't function without with a King Lane in deck.
Yeah.
And also, the moment you see that their cards start working, this Garona can get played and just slash their health in half. And
yeah, exactly. It's a big clue. Like, I always was making the mistake of just slamming the Garona on 5, going, well, if they've got the king, I need to hit it now. If they haven't, I don't mind if I miss. But yeah.
Yeah, crucially, the Demon Hunter will tell you when they've got the King Lane in hand.
It will just tell you. Yeah. He's having to force some degree of tempo on his side. There is Saber.
Yes.
Does only have the 1 Herald, doesn't really have a handful of stuff going on.
Yeah, apart from this Sinestra, his hand is looking a little bit lackluster. So if Method can turn the corner a little bit and push a bit of pressure of his own, then Saber will need to start finding some high power level stuff to do in response.
I feel like this is the turn where Method could make a big board. Like the turn, a couple of turns before, your board is just going to get bounced back to your hand.
Well, crucially, Saber does have the Death Rattle location, so he has accounted for that. So I think any size board that Method could possibly make here will just get fully cleared by this Elise click, because I think, not including the Dormants, pretty much the maximum health on a minion that Demon Hunter can make just immediately from hand is 3 with these hounds.
Yep. Yeah, I'm being silly. So you have to put the minimum down that's going to make Saber click.
Yeah, you're going to need to force the click at some point. The click might already be forced without inputting anything else on board, because this 4-3 and 3-3 will just keep pushing face. Rogue's not great at dealing with boards.
Yeah. Let's have a look. Oh, now he might want to wait, right? This is all horrible. Like, he might want to wait because he might want to Opu next turn and kill the other dog. But does he have any play?
I like just putting stats on board, because Demon Hunter, as well as Rogue, suffers from the same issue of big stats are quite hard to clear. Unfortunately, I believe
There's
this
a pattern.
Yeah, this Dread Seed will wake up and give Method access to the 3 attack to more easily clear the Sinestra, which I'm sure Saber won't really be thrilled about throwing the Sinestra into, but every other play looked like it just sort of sucked. Like, Opu's okay, just to maybe get some card drawdown, but you would still have to click this location, which I think with playing the Sinestra he might have been potentially avoiding doing.
Eternal Firebolt. Yeah, the Eternal Firebolt's quite a nice pickup in this spot, I think.
Yeah, just healing that Rogue otherwise wouldn't have access to. I think this game is going to go quite a while, because the Rogue has so much health, but also isn't putting on a whole lot of pressure, so neither of them can really end the game. So I think this will get to a point where King Lane might be drawn, and then this Garona suddenly becomes quite a big factor in the game.
Method, of course. One of the more prolific rogue players himself. I mean, Saber's one of just the most prolific players in the game, but Method in particular will have Seen a lot of rogue situations this time. So. He won't be phased by this really weird position.
Yeah, you just
Look
gotta.
at the location, so stuff's harder now to.
Yeah. Now it's just back to the game plan of just do default strong plays on board. Don't worry too much about the rogue's pressure. You've sort of turned the tables a little bit. Obviously, you're a little bit worried about the dragon at all times. Twilight Mistress just sapping your board back to hand and then swinging the tempo in the rogue's favor again. But I think at this point, that's not really something that you can afford to worry about too much.
This Opu's disgusting, though.
Yes.
This Opu's absolutely horrible.
Interesting decision here. Preparation probably the best. Oh, also could deviate to Broxicar's last stand with that prep.
Oh no!
Oh no. Okay.
He gives the damage.
Favors damage. He does have the Shadow of Demise in hand, so this 4 can turn into 8, and the Opu is very likely to hit face.
Yep.
So he could just end up setting up a lethal himself. Although this 5/5 with Lifesteal Taunt will wake up.
Sure.
Yeah, he's saying Demon Hunter can't kill me. Its cards aren't active. The moment it says that they are, I'll just play Corona and hit them in the face, and that'll end the game.
And actually, looking at the hand now, like because of the card draw from the Opu anyway, like he's up to 8 cards without doing the card draw from the Boxcar.
Yeah, he just didn't need it. Method just desperately drawing through his deck, trying to find that King Lane, trying to find that Eternal Hold. Anything to try and swing the game back in his favor, because he knows that Rogue, once it gets to 9 mana, can just delete your board with a click of a button.
Yeah, and the Rogue's still on 31, courtesy of that Elise. I haven't seen it happen, I think, at all, but you have to start thinking about making actual Broxigar itself for 12 at some point.
Yes, he's actually quite close. It's just two clicks off, 2 portals off, but 10 cards left in deck. It's and no Axe of Cenarius left. He's probably not going to be expecting to get that fast. Just got to make a board, swing face, hope for the best. But none of these plays are really that appealing.
I like this, actually. So playing this, the Glaive now, sets up for getting the demon in your hand. So if you do get a turn where you draw King Lane and the location, you have the extra choice of the extra card in your hand to play. Sometimes that's massive if you get the demon that makes your other demon cost 0 and suddenly play 9/9 and something else in one turn. That's a way to win. Again, if your stuff doesn't all get matched back to your hand.
Crucially, with this order as well, he afforded himself the opportunity to just instantly top deck King Lane and make these hounds go face right away. No such luck. This Twilight Mistress, I don't know, it is just a 4/12. So it does still afford Method a little bit of time, but he is under threat from Corona at all times. Like, the card he wants to draw is also the card that Saver could use to just kill him.
Yeah, and he just... It's really weird. He needs to draw that sort of on the same turn as the location almost, or draw the location first and then join the King Lane and be able to do all the things in the right order. Just a quick reminder, this is Game 5. The loser is out of the tournament. The winner does have to play Lucas in the next match, so no respite for whoever wins this, but respite they don't want for the person who loses it. And it's really touch and go here for Method. He's struggling to stay in this, I think, now.
Yeah, he's just scrambling to stay alive, when really, as the Demon Hunter, you want to be the one that's proactively trying to end the game. I'm not sure he's got the Rogue below 30 health since the start of this game.
I don't think he has. I think the Elise came before any damage was taken, so an instant 6 game.
Oh, he's done it. He's going down to 28. The number's turned red. That's something.
Ticket.
Oh, you know what you can do? Probably it's not going to happen, but what
say
if
it anyway. It'll annoy everybody. Go on.
Ticketus his own deck to get rid of King Lane.
Brilliant.
Um,
And brilliant.
it's not going to happen.
Fantastic plan, Pocket. Former world champion.
The unfortunate problem with that plan is that he's just going to most likely die to anything Rogue does. In the meantime, like a 12,
So all he needs to
12
do
definitely
is
here.
draw the Solitude now.
Then
Then find 2 mana that he hasn't got extra.
Yeah. Hey, step 1.
Of course he draws it. Oh no.
Unfortunately, he just can't clear this 12/12. So that, regardless of what this Eternal Hold would pull, since it wouldn't be reduced to 0 mana, there is no way out for Method.
Doesn't look that way. There's no cheap demons that just buy time here.
Well, it
Like
costs. It
4
always
fewer?
discovers 5 or more.
That's a good point.
So it's
So, no, there's
impossible
not.
for him to find a playable. The only way you can clear this 12/12 is by taking 12 damage, which defeats the point.
So he has to play the Serpent Lifesteal and hope that somehow Saver can't remove it. But he already knows
It's
about
got
the...
it's got dormant when you play it from hand, unfortunately, as well.
Yeah, that's a good point. I forgot that. I actually had forgotten that as well.
It's a weird. You never see these get played from hand, so. Yep, he's got to
So,
play
yeah,
the hold.
None of these things work. He's just got to hope that
It's not
nothing
0 mana.
happens.
I yield for now.
Yeah, and he gives it up.
That was a rough last game. Just nothing came online from the Demon Hunter. He didn't find the hold to even hope that he can dig for King Lane. He didn't find the King Lane to hope that he can dig for the hold. It's just he was at all points of that game 2 cards away at least from being able to turn the corner. Like he needed 2 very specific draws. And he did a good job of working his way through his deck. He only had 10 cards left at the end of the game, but yeah, Saver just about managed to bridge the gap early game with those 2 flashbacks. The Elise, really nice pickup of recognizing that Demon Hunter makes 3 health minions pretty much at maximum, apart from the Dormants, which you can prepare for in advance. So yeah, it was a lovely bit of recognition from Saver to bridge the gap to the late game and just push the Demon Hunter out of the game.
Yeah, right from the start there, had the plan, took the direct damage when it looked like the Broxigar's last hand that he could take to draw a lot of cards would be good, but realised that later on the damage might be handy. Progressed slowly, took some chances, having to jam like tempo on the board with the Sinestra to make sure that things worked out. And yeah, Method just got into that corner there where nothing worked. The deck just stayed off for the entire game. And because he couldn't get the early tempo, the deck being off, there was no Solitude ending. So Method, unfortunately, eliminated from the tournament. I think we will see more of him as time goes by, as the year goes by. Saver, though, we are going to see more of in about 3 or 4 minutes' time. He's got a very quick break, and then he has to play again to try and get into Sunday's top 8. So, going to take a short break. We'll set Saver up, and we'll see you then. Don't go.
everyone, and welcome back. We're getting ready to dive into our final decider game of Group A. I'm Raven, and joining me for this one is Sottle. He is here. I know everyone's been waiting for him to turn up, of course, but how's it going, friend? Have you enjoyed the matches we've seen so far? Because they've both been pretty, I was going to say slow, but it's not even the right word, but just like pretty close matches, especially when it goes into the games, right?
Really selling the tournament there. Have you
No, I
enjoyed
don't mean
these
that. I
first
just
two
mean
plodding series that we've been watching?
I meant they've been pretty close and back and forth, right? We've seen there's been somewhere it's a bit, not really sure who's gonna win in the end, because I feel like some of these games have really come down to just the final moments where someone can get that little bit extra to be able to win.
So today was always going to be a slightly more considered pace because everyone who brought Egglock just kind of got shoved into one group together. You know, we like to keep them out of the way so they don't infect everyone else. But also, I do think it's worth noting that, this is a super board-heavy, tempo-based meta, right? Like, everyone wants to build minions and then push damage once they get control of the board. But because all of the good decks are so efficient at doing that, it's hard to earn the right to go face when your opponent is just as good at making big boards as you are, right? You constantly have to trade down the other minions and sort of gain these incremental advantages, which can make Demon Hunter versus Demon Hunter, Rogue versus Rogue, Hunter versus Hunter very grindy, because both decks are trying to do the same thing. They kind of cancel each other out. So it has been a little bit of a slower day than maybe we would imagine, but I do think the games have been super interesting. That was it. You were on the opener with Edelweiss, right? And I think me, Pocket, and Lorinda were just in the waiting room. Like, we were engrossed in that first series. Like, the super interesting, different bounce cadences in the Warrior versus Rogue match with the eggs. There's sorts of interesting stuff going on. Really, creative games where players had to find these hidden lines.
The Druid options, for example.
The Druid
in
options,
the last game.
and how to ramp out with the Midrasil and the coin. Different ways of doing it. And some really cool random outcomes with the 6-12 getting generated and shooting the 6-1 exactly off the board when there was eggs all over the places. Lots of really cool stuff, but I'm looking forward to going into this one because Savor was my pick going into this one, because having seen what I've already seen, I'm already comfortable in saying I underestimated the egg decks a little bit. In the hands of the best players available in the game right now, they're overperforming what I was expecting them to do. So I expected Savor aggressive lineup with silences in it to be enough to just push through the egg decks, and that hasn't proven to be the case so far. I was a little worried that for perhaps the first time in history, the player I picked might be eliminated before I even get on stream, which has not been the case. That would have been great. Yeah, which has not been the case because Savor did pick up a win, but he does now actually have to go up against this double egg lineup from Lucas and see if he can just squeeze it over the line.
Yeah, and just to do a bit of a recap in case people weren't here when we kicked off the day, Vision kind of cruised through the group. Like I said, that first match, we do have the initial matches played off stream, so we start with the winners match. But that first match, although it was close, Vision at least looked pretty comfortable for the majority of the matchup. And if there's ever a way you want to, as a player, do well in a champion in the championship like this, is play first, 2-0 out your group, and then have a day and a half at least to sort of watch everyone else, see what everyone else doing, see what's working, see what isn't. You've got all the prep time you could ever want at this point, because we won't see Vision till Sunday now, so they'll have plenty of time to get ready. And now we are going to see who is going to join them. We do see the Warlock banned out from Lucas and the Druid banned out from Savor here. So with these expected bans, I think with 2 egg decks, I could understand banning one, especially with what you just discussed about the actual performance that we've seen.
Yeah, it's a nuanced question, right? Because is it expected from what we've seen? Yes. Do you want to build a lineup that leaves up Rogue and then bans an egg deck when you've put Silence as your tech card of choice into your decks? No.
Hang on.
That's probably a failure in your deck building overall. But that is kind of the position that Savor ends up being in, because he's had to ban out one of Warrior or Egglock because people are bringing both to the tournament, which is a little bit awkward.
And just to confirm, the bans were wrong. They are now right. It's still an egg deck, but it's the Warrior that's banned, not the Warlock, and the Rogue is banned, not the Druid.
I wasn't listening to you. I just checked the record, so I was speaking on it being Warrior the entire time.
So you just assumed I was right. It's the correct assumption most of the time. But yeah.
Especially because I think Savor banned Warrior in the opening series as well against Vision, who also has the Egg Warrior Egg Lock combo, and he went ahead and banned Warrior. So it seems like his lineup was preparing, just slipping in those 2 librarians to get his decks through Egg Lock, expecting to see Egg Lock, but he wasn't necessarily planning for the Warrior to come out in there as well. Maybe because he, like I, just feel that Dragon Warrior, the Fire package Dragon Warrior specifically, which all but one of the Dragon Warriors in this tournament have gone with. I think that deck is immensely powerful, and maybe Sable just thought the same thing and thought that's what Warriors would be bringing. But yeah, he has been shoved into a group here with all of the eggs, and we'll have to see if that Librarian technology can just about squeak him over the line with a couple of these decks.
Yeah, and just before we get into this game, if you do want to see how quickly a Egg Warrior can proc an egg, watch some of the series before, because it was like 4 procs in 1 turn on 4 mana, and you're like, all right, fair enough. So it is disgustingly fast sometimes, if the hand is right, of course. But let's jump into this. We do have our Dragon Warrior on the bottom for Saver, and then Lucas is going to be on that Druid.
See, I really, really like Dragon Warrior, which surprised me so much, because I'll hold my hands up and say, coming into this tournament, when I was like reacting to what the expansion was throwing at us and deciding what to pret, I looked at Dragon Warrior and I went, okay, it's fine. A couple of people might bring it. I don't think it has the skill cap for a kind of deck that players will want to bring to this tournament. And even if people do, it's straightforward enough that I can probably cast it well enough without putting 100 games into it, right? So I was planning to ignore it for the entire meta, but then the Erupting Volcano Fire package version came along, and now it's my favorite deck in the game, by far. I think it's the coolest thing in the entire game at the moment. I actually go a little further.
Or the hottest, since it's the Volcano build.
Very good. I actually go even further and play only 8 dragons, where most of the versions in this tournament are playing 12, I believe, and just go even more all in and just fire spells and pushing face damage. But Savor playing Petal Peddler and Darkscale Broodmother just to keep a bit more of that early dragon tempo available.
Which is funny, isn't it? Because like some builds of Dragon Warrior run as few dragons as possible, just a funny named deck at that point. Because it's like, oh, what do I cut? Let's cut more dragons out of the Dragon Warrior deck. But yeah, it's pretty aggressive on that build, but this does give Saver a bit more minion pressure and a bit more consistency with just having a few more dragons available.
Yeah, you say that though, but he had one of the dragons specifically that I'm mentioning in his hand on turn 2, and then chose to play a spell instead, which is kind of my issue with the package in general.
But if he didn't have any other spells to play, then the dragon would have been good, right?
The options from the Dark Gift were really interesting, though. He did have the option, because he had the second Shadow Flame in hand, that he was going to get another Dark Gift in hand, so he could have taken the +6 armor and +3 attack with double Battle Cry, because he knew he had the guaranteed value. But I think picking up just some guaranteed tempo here with the 1/3/2/2 copy makes the most sense for what you want to do against Druid, especially because you need to get that Petal Peddler out of your hand. Because it can be
Sottle's gonna complain.
I sure will. You'll hear about it.
Okay, but Lucas has been able to respond with a decent little minion push for himself. Got some ramp in there as well. And very quickly we see Twilight available in hand, and also just Underking, which I think is such a core pillar of the deck. It might not be the flashiest card in the world, but there aren't many games where I don't want to draw it. I'll put it that way.
Momentarily forgot that this card has an effect and was slightly confused as to why that trade happened first. But yes, you do get spell damage when the minion is damaged. Royal Librarian has shown up, which was a point I was going to make about putting it in Dragon Warrior. He has it in the Druid as his other deck, which draws more cards and also has Discover from deck as an effect in there with Wave Shaping. Having a tech card like this in Dragon Warrior, which really doesn't draw that many cards, becomes awkward because you're kind of trusting that you're going to draw it in the matchups you want it and not draw it in the matchups where you don't, right? When that happens, yeah, super powerful option. When you get situations like this where it just, chokes at best 1 mana from your turns to recycle it back into deck, a little bit awkward because, it could have been any other card in this situation.
Because the deck's pretty good at not floating mana. right?
Oh,
Like
yeah.
this
Yeah.
deck overall. So like you don't it's not like, oh well, you've got this knocking around, so you'll just trade it away. It's like, no, it doesn't really work like that. So it is going to sit there. It might help versus the druid in some instances, but it's definitely not a choice you want to have.
Yeah, agreed.
The Underkin coming down, getting tons of work done, as it is often the case.
Ah, yes. The party begins.
Yeah, don't play Wind Peak now. Just drop the location.
Honestly, in the version of the deck that I play, that's a genuine argument. It's quite awkward though. Like both of the nice one attack trades that you have to send into the minion, you kind of don't want to trade either of them. They're providing pretty good utility for you.
What about Silence, Eternal Toil? Let's go. Slightly turns off the Wind Peak and maybe messes up the next couple of turns, but it's possible.
That is kind of like when you suggested that, I was like, yeah, no, that's actually not bad. But it is only the not playing a dragon part of the equation that I don't necessarily like about it. He is pretty much doing the same thing, but with the Bloodhoof Brave in the end, just getting a 4/8 down. So.
I guess the idea is like the Brave will make up for the armor that you let them have, right? Because it's just a much better minion in this form.
Yeah. But yeah, you could have denied them 6
Brave.
instead just by playing the Librarian. Plus, I think at this point, you do actually value the tradable on the Librarian because you're kind of running out of gas in hand, so you want that one extra card. Lucas really milking the Twilight Time Reaver here. This is one of the key cards in the matchup. You can do an awful lot of damage to Dragon Warrior's chances just by waiting for them to have a wide board like this and turning everything into, you know, 1/4s and 1/6s and whatever. You really do stall them enormously. But he's really milking the extra value out here. He does have second Brood Watcher to be able to stall them very nicely, so you can understand why.
Okay, not a bad pickup. Does activate Wind Peak next turn. And this is one of the problems with a late Volcano in this matchup is Druid starts to put a good chunk of health on the board, right?
Yeah.
So it can be a little bit difficult to get the damage through. At least when I play, you want these Volcanoes nice and early to just open up as much face damage as possible.
Yeah, this is the kind of situation where you need this guy to start showing up, because then it does not really matter what size of minion your opponent is putting on the board. You can clear it out anyway, and then get all the damage to go face.
Ooh.
Feed my children.
Really good pickup from the trade there.
Yeah, huge pickup. I don't think there's any acceleration or anything in play for Lucas, which means Shala and Awakens is not yet available. Also, the two biggest minions in play are elusive and thus resistant to Dream. So.
And even this bear, as we saw it grow then, obviously as all the mana spent, like this bear is a threat that will exist, right? That it's pretty easy, as we said, to like spend your mana with this warrior deck. So
Yeah, for sure.
now the time to bring it all back down. It's a little bit annoying because the bear itself will grow, and there's dragons that buff as well, so stuff will start building back up. But does Lucas just need the time? Because I don't think just playing Xavius and hoping for something to save him is going to be good enough.
Yeah, agreed. This stays at 4, right? Yeah, I wasn't 100% sure how this.
Yeah, the buff sits on top. Yeah.
It is still enraged. If you set its health to 1, then weirdly the enrage then goes away because it's not enraged anymore. But one attack, it still gets the enrage buff on top.
Yeah, now the Wind Peak can be nice. Just take out the... depending on what you want from space, Saber might want to actually open up some space here. But I actually kind of like just taking out the 5/5 and going. Because you've got the buff dragons.
I
just ignore it. Oh.
Yeah, I can't fault him for this, right? But he's going to get burned by 6 mana Discovered Shaladrasil into Awakens here, which is not something you can play around. 8 mana Shaladrasil does absolutely nothing against you here, which is the one that you have, one in deck that you can play around. So this is one of those situations where we're going to watch a losing play, and it's easy to go, oh, well, shouldn't have done that. But actually, based on the information available, this is probably the right way to go about it. Just sets up such a clean lethal for you the next time.
Yeah. There you go. I was waiting for the response. Yeah. There it is. I do think you're right in what you were saying earlier, where this meta feels like you have to play the removal and trading and value game constantly.
Yeah.
So I almost would have autopiloted doing the win peak on the 5/5 there. You know, and
Yeah.
not even thought about it and just gone, well, of course I get rid of the 5/5 because it's like really good tempo.
Hey, I did not even consider that.
Yeah, the cheeky little buff returns, still gets some trade and some damage going, and still retains the Twilight now.
Oh, never mind! Erupting Volcano! The best card in Hearthstone history! Immediately! If you're not playing this card in your Dragon Warrior, what are you doing?
Wow. Lucas, I'll say should, but hopefully you understand what I mean by that, but should have been able to stabilize from there. Such a good turn. The early Shaladra clearing, retaining the Twilight to be able to reset everything down to 1 as well is huge. But hey, when you can just burn someone with a volcano, who cares? And it was just enough damage. And imagine, yes, it means the bounce wouldn't have happened, but if the 5 damage went into the 5/5, well, that's not possible anymore, right? It was just enough to get it done.
Yep.
I think he would have lived, right?
If the 5 damage had hit the minion, or if he hadn't have used the bounce on his own minion, right? Because you could have... Oh, no, the Awakens would have cleared it out anyway. I'm talking nonsense.
Yeah, the Awakens would have cleared it.
Yeah. But I think, did you potentially have a way of doing it? Because there was 2 elusive minions on the other side, so you couldn't dream those back. But you had no way of trading first with the minion that you don't Nightmare, right? So I don't think you could have taken any more damage off the board using the dream offensively, because the taunt specifically had elusive, so you couldn't remove that first, then hit something, then Awakens to clear it out. So I don't think there's necessarily anything Lucas could do to play around that at the end. But just a really, really clutch top deck of not just a fire spell, but a fire spell that dealt damage, which with both of the deal 2 Discover a Dark Gift cards gone, I think that was the only remaining out in the deck to be able to do that. No 0 mana method of Enraging Grom either, so pretty clutch ending.
Yeah, and because of the Grom would have come down without Enrage, let's say, but the Twilight was back in hand to reset it, right? So to 1 if it wanted to. So yeah, a huge kick off to this match. We're going to go into game number 2. We're going to get Demon Hunter versus Rogue.
And that's a really important matchup for Sabor as well, because when you're struggling lineup-wise to the point, you know, these points I've been talking about where, like, oh my god, my opponent has double eggs, I've brought Silence in, but I have to ban one of the eggs anyway, right? You can't then be letting your opponent's non-egg decks also get really free wins at the start of the series, right? You need to beat up on the other decks that you were more expecting to come up against. So big win in the end there for Sabor. Sorry.
Well, yeah, I think me and Adlevice were talking about this earlier, where there's no decks that are like 90%. Putting Silence in your deck doesn't give you a 90% win rate against egg, right? Like, that's just not how it works.
Absolutely not. No.
So it's like, well, the egg decks are decent, so you can't just fold to literally any other build. So yeah, pretty important here. Saver getting off to a decent start with the Demon Hunter here. Being able to at least clear up some of this.
Interesting. Coin AoE was the choice here. You could have gone Coin Nespera instead and then pinged the 3/1. This does give you the potential for Coin AoE into Coin AoE, or Coin AoE into the location and the first portal to be able to take things off. I do always feel like you're kind of, you know, conceding the point in an argument to the opponent when you click AoE on Wyvern Slumber, you know? Like, it doesn't feel good. It feels like your opponent has scored a moral victory over you.
They have, but to be fair, against, at least I would say specifically Rogue, they only normally have a little bit of a push early.
Yep.
So it's like a reasonable concession, right?
Yeah.
Like, okay, you've got your good opening. I'll clear it away. You should slow down now, generally speaking.
I think Pocket explained this point really, really well. Is the flashback stuff and the Foxy Fraud and the really fast start, Spy Mistress in some decks as well, isn't necessarily there to win the game for Rogue. It's to force the opponent onto the back foot so that Rogue, a class that doesn't really do removal or healing or armor or anything like that particularly well, can actually get comfortably into those mid-game turns where it really excels with the powerful cards in its deck. And that's exactly what's happened here, because Sable has had to be purely reactive to the situation so far.
And there are some versions of Rogue that don't play any of that stuff, and at least in my experience, it's worse.
Oh, yeah.
You just pass for 5 turns and hope your opponent doesn't kill you. Important to remember as well, any of the if your deck doesn't have any minions cards don't work as well at the moment, because obviously there is in fact a minion in the deck with the King Lane.
King Lane, yep. One of the big advantages for Rogue specifically in this matchup. One of the big reasons why Rogue was almost certainly going to be brought by the vast majority of players to this tournament, because you're expecting a large amount of Rogue, you're expecting a large amount of Demon Hunter. If those two decks come up against each other, one of those decks just switches the other deck off entirely by putting a minion in their deck at the start of the game. So the Rogue bring was pretty much a no-brainer for a lot of people in this tournament.
So Traxion, the Deathwing reduction by 2. Deathwing weirdly doing its role as both a defensive and offensive card, right, in most decks right now. Like the armor gain, huge, but also the ability for it to just close out games is insane with the 2-mana deal 5.
Solitude found, another card not everyone is playing. Second copy picked up. That is a if your deck has no minions card, so currently doing absolutely nothing for Sable.
Not really the best offers here either. Right, Aeon Rend is fine. Oh, go Fumigate.
Then I see him taking the Aeon Rend.
Yeah.
So then I guess in this case you're trying to, you must want to spend 3 mana elsewhere. If you didn't have a plan for the excess mana this turn, then obviously taking Aeon Rend is just a more efficient clear in that point, because you're getting the damage to face as well. But this way allows him to use the ping and the grubs, the Garashi Stingers. Get a little bit of extra board presence. Makes sense.
See, Glacial picked up. That's at least in the match Lucas had earlier, was the only difference between the two rogues that played each other was Glacial for Spy Mistress.
Okay.
For Vision. Other than that, the cards were card for card, same rogue list. And we saw the benefit, you see the benefits of both, right? Spy Mistress, a bit more aggressive, piles some pressure on.
Yep.
But Glacial can give you that defense against not having heals and being in sort of awkward situations sometimes, be able to freeze something and just maybe you live 1 extra turn, and often with Rogue, 1 extra turn is a long amount of time to be able to move forward.
Yeah, it's weird because one of the first classes that comes to mind when you think what would Glacial Shard be useful against is Demon Hunter, because not only can you freeze minions, but also historically freezing Demon Hunter's face is just phenomenal, right? Because it stops so many things from happening. But because you're so advantaged in the matchup anyway by none of their cards working particularly well, it seems a weird card to have into this matchup. Like, a lot of people play Glacial Shard so that the Demon Hunter can't hold, click, get Illidari Inquisitor, hit you in the face, right? On turn 6 with a weapon equipped. Well, they can't do that anyway because their deck doesn't work. So I do always find Glacial Shard a little bit strange in Rogue. I prefer some combination of Deja Vu, Nightmare Fuel, Sands of Time, Spy Mistress. Like, I honestly like all of those cards more than Glacial Shard, personally, in the deck. But it's hard sometimes to get out of like generic ladder thinking and readjust to what is this specific person trying to do in this specific tournament lineup, which can make individual choices like Shard a bit more attractive. I think, for example, if you're in this group where everyone is making 20/20s on turn 6 or turn 7 with Egglock,
quite good.
Yeah, Glacial Shard is excellent for buying you that turn to maybe get to Naralex Twilight Mistress, for example.
Right. Whereas a Spy Mistress, maybe not going to do so much.
Yeah, a bit less good. Bit less good.
Just a bit. So, Favor not in a terrible position, but will have to contend with said Naralex Twilight.
Go forth on swift wings.
Is that proccing this turn for Saver, the Adornment? I'll be honest, I've kind of lost track.
No, he played it at the end of the previous turn.
Oh, was it just that? Okay, sure.
Yeah. But he does now have 2 shots at Aeon Rend going face, right? No?
Was that the last one? Oh, it's just lethal, right?
Oh, I didn't realize he could get
Yeah,
Brock
there you go,
Cigar. Okay. I was gonna say
looking at it going, I think that's the last portal,
Oh,
actually.
okay. I was confused because you have Aeon Rend Rewind, and if you in either of the shots go face, or if either of the 2 instances of the 2 damage go face, then you just have lethal with the +4 lasting legacy hero power. But yeah, he had a guaranteed way of doing it, so no problem.
Yeah. There's always a moment when, because Proxagar itself is rarely played, right? Like you rarely get to that. There's a moment where even us, when our job is to talk about the game, we just forget because it almost never happens, right? It's relatively rare, so you just forget like, oh yeah, you can just portal go sort of thing in that scenario.
Yeah.
So yeah, good spot though from Saver because Saver was locked in, right? Started doing it straight away, which is like, yeah, okay, this is it. Click, go. So really good win there because that was the moment where things start to look a bit dicey, right? When the Twilight Mistress comes down and then you've got to either, can I kill these minions or can I kill my opponent? Because if not, they're about to kill me because I think Save was on like 14 or something, maybe 13 or something, which is a very low amount when you can't kill a Naralax. So really, really big win there with the Demon Hunter. And Save has now only got the Druid and he's got 3 shots at this to go through. And again, if people have just joined us, this matchup is to get into Sunday to move through to the final day. And the loser is done. They are done with this run and they'll have to try again in the next championship.
If you want some, I was gonna say, if you want some reassurance, Raven, Pocket Train is in our chat saying exactly the same thing. Why are you not going Aeon Rend? What's going on? Oh, because it's guaranteed lethal. Right, okay.
And if Pocket missed it, we're allowed to also miss
That's
it.
the new rules. This is why it's great bringing in pro players to cast with you, because it instantly proves that casting is hard.
Yep. Anything that makes me look slightly less stupid, I approve of.
The reason I went silent there is I was looking at Living Legacy because I was pretty sure that the if your deck has no minions part is just the hand buff, but I had to double check that Living Legacy still gave you 4 attack when you have minions in your deck.
Here though, with the Rogue versus Druid matchup, how is Saver feeling going into this? Because it's, okay, take into account the hands. Why not?
Take into account the hands. Pretty good because you have a Midrasil in hand and you haven't been instantly combo flashbacked on turn 1, so you're pretty happy to have a little bit of time. But I think in general, this is an okay matchup for Druid. It does kind of become a late game battle, and the Dragons and Twilight Mistresses will come into play. But I think over time, you do just tend to be able to overwhelm the opponent a little bit. Fire Rack and then getting an activated Marithra is normally too much, and you can do that pretty often with Druid. I just think the games you lose are the games where you don't hit early Broodmothers and your opponent does have a big flashback start and you just end up taking way too much damage early on.
Yeah, I feel like Druid's actually one of the decks that feels okay into Twilight Mistress cycles, because especially if you've set it up to drop like Naralax and something that they have to try at Twilight Mistress, it's like,
Yeah.
well, then they do it and you just go again and say, okay, now what? So it does feel pretty resistant. Now, obviously, it's still good from the Rogue, but Druid definitely feels like it's got the ability to go through. Lucas, though, is piling on the pressure now, going to follow up with Nightmare Lord Xavius. Let's see what's on offer.
Give your Twilight Mistress charge. All right.
I mean, they're not expecting it, to be fair.
Tech in the Crazed Alchemist and get
Oh, now we are playing the game. We go for Sinestro,
Sable-
makes sense.
Sable picking up the 1-mana location on the previous turn, likely with the plan of going a Midrasil, click, and then 1-mana location. Clear up a little
It
bit
is
of the damage
Armor
off the
Raptor.
board that way. It's weird that we're in this meta with Elise so heavily nerfed, which 100% the right decision, by the way. Like, I think generally your goal is not to have neutral cards be completely ubiquitous, where you just put them in every deck. But we nerfed the ones the hardest because you literally can't get copy from one anymore, and yet what's resulted is people just kind of pick ones all the time. That's just a little bit strange to me, the way it's worked out. But it does make sense, because it feels like paying 5 or 10 for 2 charges just isn't worth it anymore, like almost universally.
I think as well, it's one of those things where the card has, like, the nature of the card has changed because of it, because now it feels more of a utility card and not this will win me the game card if I hit like copy, for example.
Yeah.
You know, like that
Yeah,
sort of
yeah,
thing.
yeah.
Like, it feels way more like a support card as opposed to game winning.
Yeah, I'm always right eventually, as Lorinda is pointing out. I'd like every Kazakus potion type effect. I've sat here like, no, it's always going to be ones, and then it always is.
Yeah.
Apart from Elise locations, where it was never ones, and then all of it now finally.
It was my time to shine.
Exactly.
That was a great year, 2025.
Why argue with idiots when you can just wait? Hey, that's my philosophy.
But that's also mine. I always said it was the highest cost for years in Kazakus, and all I had to do was wait for Elise.
Yeah, and then stop exactly there.
Yes, and then just we're not going to count anymore.
Yeah.
Well, Saver now managing to stabilize against the pretty heavy minion pressure. Does have these ebb and flows available, which is really nice. Not only removing, but of course healing up a little bit with that armor.
Yeah, double
And
ebb and
Sable's
flow
really-
in this hand is so good, because these 4/1s are attacking from Lucas. There's very little way for Druid to prevent that. So with how low Lucas was, how low Sabor was, without the ebb and flow armor, he'd be in a lot of trouble right now in terms of just straight up face damage.
Yeah, and Saver's really just one dragon away from a good time right now, honestly. Obviously, we'll be facing down Ultraxion or Sinestro, probably Ultraxion, yeah, there we go. But with the Naralax in hand, you can really start to pressure this out.
Yeah. It becomes a little bit more awkward if the dragon you draw is Marithra, for example, because then you're probably going to want to spend some time building it up.
Nice options here with wave shaping, or being able to just click a Madrasil to start off, right? Or is it? Yeah, I was gonna say, well, hang on a minute.
Start the
moss
turn
binding?
with moss binding, yeah.
Yeah, then press and then just ebb and flow.
And then get some mana, which is a little strange. But it's definitely an option. Oh! Well, that got exciting. Acceleration aura clears up now, I guess.
Well, I was looking at how much mana is the Naralax Brood available here with Innovate?
I wonder. Time waits for no one.
Okay, just gonna go.
Okay. Just have the Raptor from this, right, to clear up? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Only 3 Heralds on the Deathwing. means it doesn't clear. Well, 4 heralds wouldn't clear. The difference between 2 heralds and 4 heralds is 0 in terms of clearing your opponent's board. So he's just going to have to go for the Mistress, and then I'm assuming it might just be Fire Act time. Underking gives you some options. So does Twilight Time Reaver. And that's when we stop talking about the 3 options, because probably not the 3rd one.
No, we'll draw you a card. This is tricky as well, because I think there's also opportunity to be greedy here. Yeah, because I was looking at this, like, what if you just Twilight these down? It gives your opponent a Narrowlax, of course, but
Yes.
if they play Sinestro, like, then you can try and clear.
Yes. It is a lot of stats that gets added, and you know the fire removal is stats based, right, in terms of what it removes. So
Yeah,
I think just clearing with the dragon
fair.
instead does make a lot more sense. Because having 2 4/12s on the board, a 1/12 and a 4/12 on the board with the Narrowlegs, like it's so unlikely that 15 mana of fire spells actually makes a significant dent.
That's fair, yeah. And this is where decisions get tricky, right? Like, Deathwing, not bad to just start being able to press hero power later and just start pushing damage. However, its clear power isn't getting its full value against this board. So it's a bit of a trickier decision to make. It's going to go for Sinestra and start juicing with Chaos Strikes.
14 damage just from the doubled up cards. Rolled a lot of damage from opposition class cards too.
Yeah, also the couple of leeches loving life as well.
No way we could
Never
get these
have.
leeches. Get that to go face? No, I guess not. Yeah, have to clear out the 5/4. Awkward.
Still not bad at all, especially without Sinestro having Wind Fury and Divine Shield.
Yeah.
That is relevant damage, potential at least.
Yeah, you don't need much additional motivation to think, well, I better kill that Sinestra, but yeah, having Divine Shield and Wind Fury is certainly up there.
Forth on swift wings.
Well, here we go. There is still the Amidrisil after the outcome of this Farrak as well, so the turn is by no means over once this Farrak's done.
That went face. Good start.
Oh, there
Okay,
you go, classic.
no, that's, yeah, that'll do. Yeah, all right, bye.
Yeah, there
See you
you go,
later, board.
jumped in.
All right, cool.
Why doesn't it just say... Look, devs, just change the text. 10 mana, dragon, clear the board. Done. Battlecry, clear the board. They can make it as flashy as they like, but let's just be honest. Gonna hold off on the Amidrisil. Doesn't really have ways to spend the mana, and also doesn't really have the space in hand. These, the 1-drop Moss is a little bit annoying right now for Saver after the
Yeah.
bans.
At least next turn, maybe they're cheap cards he can throw away just to be able to click the Amidrisil, which he wasn't able to do.
So nice having options because it's got Wind Peak for removal or damage, but at that health total, the damage to Lucas won't matter. But also has a Wicker Fang as well. So has some good options for turns going forward with that extra mana from the Aura as well.
Alright, gets the full 4-pack now. So gets to summon and shuffle the dragons as well. Still has his Kingslayer, which is quite relevant at this point because of the legendary dragons that you're shuffling into the deck. So you now have very quick access to them with that Kingslayer. Also relevant because the King Lane is forced onto the bottom by the wave shaping earlier, so you can potentially draw that up into the hand as well.
Unless they pull it with this.
Alright, picking up the Marithra. Now we just got to spend lots of mana very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, even this looks fine, right? This and the dragons. All gonna click and go Wicker?
Probably Vate just to make the hand space first, then click, see what happens. Yeah. Horn of Plenty can find you some removal here. Pair of the 12/7.
Oh? Life cycle, anyone? I did that with, I forgot, you know, the theory casting we did?
Yeah.
I life cycled with Sinestra the other day. And was like, oh yeah, I forgot about that. You know, it generates the extra minion.
Yeah.
It's going to be the taunts, I imagine.
The question is, do you need to throw cards out of your hand? Yeah, I think there's a real merit there to going 2-1-1 just to get 3 cards out of your hand instead of 1 because you have discounted Shaladrasil in your hand. But I think you've got enough that you can probably just spend the mana throwing out the Moss Golems next turn and just have the additional security of the taunts this turn. I think
It's going to be, what, 14 mana next turn?
Yes. Which is helpful because you only need to spend 12 to get your Marithra online.
There's a corrupted Shaladrasil for Lucas. It'll be pretty nice to clear off the vast majority of this board for the cheap price of just 2 mana. I imagine we're going to see the immunity as well to push through. Oh, okay. All that, yeah, fine.
Right? Yeah. Dream it and push.
Now,
decent pickup.
yeah, Saber's going to have to perform a little bit of a miracle right now. And I'll be honest, I'm not seeing it.
Well, you have the option to like try some low percentage things of like play 1 Moss Golem and then play Underking and then play the Shaladrasil and just hope one of the 3 cards you get is the Dream to remove the 17-12. That keeps you alive. It's not very good and it's only a 3 out of 5, but
This is the same thing, right?
this is the same thing but with a 2-2
yeah.
instead of a 1-1. Yeah. Absolutely right. This is just better.
Gonna do this to get the armor trade off. It looks a bit silly at first glance, but it's to guarantee the armor from the death rattle and then shuffle it back because the other trades wouldn't have worked, of course.
My mistake. It was 4 cards instead of 3 and miscounted.
It's okay. Pocket would have miscounted too.
Poor guy. Honestly. Just have to relentlessly undermine, the best player on the casting team just to save our own egos.
Of course. Makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, no notes.
You got it.
What separates dream from madness? Is there trouble?
Sandre gonna be very annoying to deal with for Saber.
My hand is too full.
He's already having to an extent, perform miracles to try and stay alive. You don't want waves of things to deal with either. That's just an extra burden.
Underking.
Hang on, silence twice.
Underking would have liked double battle cry on it or reborn, something like that would have been more helpful.
Prevents your end.
Oh, actually the +2/2 is okay, just because it does allow the clean trade into the 14/7 now, which it wouldn't have done before.
Yeah, I'm just trying to work out if that makes any difference, because then the 2/2 still does kind of nothing.
It still does nothing, yeah.
Yeah, I can't see anything else, but there are a lot of cards on the screen, so.
You just have to make space, play
Dragon.
Retro,
Oh, I
and
see.
what-
Yeah.
Yield while nature endures.
Yeah, Underking just doesn't get there.
My hatred cannot be.
Ah, Fire Rack.
Oh! There's no way. There's no way, right? There's no way. I don't think there's any combination. Okay.
Yeah, there's no way.
I'm not sure there was any combination of fire spells that did enough there to full clear and heal, put up taunts, yada yada yada, everything else that needed to be done at that point. But yeah, worth a try. Worth a try,
Yeah,
and
but
it was
you
met
always-
with the dismissive nature of Fire-Ak as usual.
Yeah, you always feel like there's a chance even if you know there isn't. Sometimes logic does not matter. Lucas is still in this match though, just about getting the win there with the Rogue. Pushing the Druid to the max. Saver had a good effort at actually staying up there. I think went for all the right long shots at the end, right? Like turn by turn, like did all the things that could have gotten him back in the game, but it wasn't meant to be. Does mean we have Warlock and also a Druid left. And I think most of the Druids are the same, right? Or at least close. That there's nothing too big, unless I'm forgetting about certain cards in terms of a potential mirror match that we are getting. But I think there's a few little differences, but nothing wild, right?
Minor variations, yeah. One, press the advantage versus two, having the what's it called, moss binding in there, which is something that took me by surprise coming in a little bit. Not everyone has that, most do. What the top end looks like is sometimes a little different. But universally, there's no dodos in any of the deck, which some people might be used to seeing on ladder. But I think most of us predicted that would be gone from these lists just because, better players, it's a really, really, really easy card to play around if you're just paying attention to what you're doing, and a really horrible card if your opponent is playing around it. And also the meta of tons of hunters, tons of flood paladins, tons of like super aggro curve dragon warriors that you might necessarily face on ladder just isn't going to be the meta of this tournament, so it's just a much, much worse card.
Yeah, so the differences I have in front of me here are basically the press the advantage instead of moss binding.
Yep.
Then there's one brood mother instead of two, so it's one press and two brood mother.
Yeah.
And then we've got two time reavers instead of one time reaver and librarian.
And they're both playing Wickerfang as well, right? Which is universal.
Yes, that was the first thing I checked. Yeah, they're both playing Wickerfang. It's basically a few small choices. Arguably, I think moss binding might be the one difference that's like potentially high impact, right? If there's just like a tempo moss binding for some reason that's actually gonna push some damage.
Yeah, I think Wickerfang, the reason I asked about Wickerfang, moss binding, anything that just says make big number early is going to be good in the mirror, right? Because Druid does not want to be trying to remove big minions from the other side. It wants to be ramping and doing that stuff itself.
Saver here has a pretty nice hand though with the Treant and the Brood Watcher. They kind of work together to an extent pretty well.
Time waits for no one.
Yeah, those are the good cards in the deck for me. Does remind me, I played a game on Nohan's stream where he was playing some version of the deck where he cut all of those cards. Darkscale, Brood Watcher, for like infinite, like, you know the card that shuffles 8 drops with doubled stats into your deck? So he was just like emptying his deck and then filling it with those cards and then drawing them. It was the most no-hands thing you can possibly imagine. I had a good time.
And the annoying bit is, I bet he won a good amount of games.
Well, he didn't win against me. That's all I can say.
Well, not today. Were you jamming Dragon Warrior?
No, that was with Rogue. I ended up with like, you know, I got the elusive copy card from Sinestra, so I just had like 3 Sinestras with Spike Ridge Steed on them by the end of the game, which, yeah, hard to beat.
Sounds like your average Rogue game, yeah.
Yes.
Speaking of making big things and hitting your opponent in the face, Saver has a whale, which is
notoriously quite large. One of the larger animals, in fact. Ooh. Double Battle Cry Treant. Yes, please.
Yeah, Lucas can't even activate this Brood Mother, which must be a little bit frustrating, not being able to just contest the board that well. He's going to just go for a Murdrasil, go for the sort of the value approach for now.
Ooh. Now has a coin ebb to... Oh, not even. He has a discounted one. He can just shoot the 0 mana one if he wants to, or use the coin. Imagine coin is valuable just for aura next turn plus coin equals 7, which looks somewhat attractive.
And that activates Ebb, right, as well, so... it's only 4 damage.
Time waits for no one.
Yeah, the problem with not doing it at all, though, is that you're going to lose this spell damage, right? So it's not going to be as effective on the following turn.
True, but how does the 3/2 die without being traded into by something? Oh, he's just going to dump it all out, okay.
Full clearing? Wow, okay, yeah, using both to clear the 6/6 instead. Fair enough. Does cost him his coin, still has the innovate though for next turn. This is good. You can Treant, spend 2 more mana on whatever, and then Treant again.
Yep, straight up. Yeah, you see Lucas responding to the double battle cry Treant. I think that was played second for psychological purposes.
It had to. No, it had to be. It wasn't active. He had to do all the other.
Course.
He had to do all the other mana spending
I
first
still
to get
think
that
it
one
was
double.
for the psychological effect, mate.
Oh, wow, you voted. Quickly, insult Pocket Trade to make yourself feel better. Quick.
Yeah.
But yeah, the one thing Lucas had going for him really was, yes, he was so far behind on tempo, but he did have the acceleration aura, which was giving him the advantage on spending mana. But yeah,
now,
not anymore.
And also, it's well situations where there is a world where Saver could just slam Mossbind in this turn if he really wanted, right? Like, those would be significantly large moss, I guess.
You get, what, 2 6/7s instead of a 4/5 and 2 3/3s? So 26 stats instead of 15. Yeah, it's a big upgrade.
And like, even it's also the health, right? Like, how are they dealing with 7s after, especially after seeing some of that removal?
Oh wait, no, it's more than that. He's got 9 mana, right? 8 9s.
How are they dealing with 9s after seeing that removal?
I guess if you're committing the Naralex, then this is as many stats anyway, plus you having a Naralex in board, which is huge upside. It was probably responsible to do some countings here and make sure that this is reasonably lethal with Awakens plus Nightmare on the following turn, which it probably is. You're not expecting too much, if any, of this to get cleared.
Yeah, you probably take off the Xavius, right? Just because you assume that if any clear exists, that's probably what's going to go down.
Yeah.
Oh, cheeky taunt, though.
Yeah, there being 2 more ebb and flows potentially this turn. It's absolutely massive.
Nope. Nope. Whatever you can do, I can do better scenario with the Wicker Bank draw.
Not necessary, Raven, because
No.
this is an enormous amount of damage. Sabor clearly had done all of his responsible counting. Lucas is going to pack it up and say goodbye. And that is all of this damage being ship-faced, plus a Ysera Awakens. My pick, Sabor, is going to make it all the way through. I should never doubt myself. Great performance.
This outro to this game would have sounded different if Saver lost. We would have mentioned picks whatsoever and moved on quickly to the break.
I wouldn't have done it. I'd have just been head in hands despondent, and you'd have had to have done the outro instead.
That's fine. But yeah, really tough one there, honestly. I do think just, and you've talked about this, at least to me, even off camera, but the dark gifted minions at this sort of power level of the game right now can really change things. And you see that, like, even just the double ramp on the 2-2. Battlecry go twice on the 2-2 had a huge impact. It just opened up Saber to do so much more with those last couple of turns of the game. So really, really strong.
Yeah, I do want to touch on that point. I know we got to go and get on with the day, but I think Dark Gifts in particular have got a lot stronger because broken stuff like that always existed, right? Where you got Reborn with full enchantments, double battle cry on the right thing, and something nuts happened. I think the big difference now is if you just get any of the plus stat options, you get these massive minions that are so hard to clear because removal is so weak in the game right now. So even when you whiff on Dark Gift now, you're playing a 4/10 or something. Like, that's the bad option that you get out of a Dark Gift. 4/10 with Elusive, like, sometimes, right? So I do think Dark Gift is in a really, really strong place in the game right now, and it's just another huge boon to Dragon Warrior for me in terms of what we're doing. Sabor does make it through. We didn't really see the eggs even come out to play in that one with the Warrior ban and the Warlock not making it out. But yeah, commiserations to Lucas, of course, but Sabor is going to march on and is looking good now because this was a tough group for him to get out of, even with the tech cards.
Yeah, this was a tough group, but this group is now over. We have Group B. We're basically going to run it all the way back, but with Group B to finish out the rest of the day. So there's plenty more Hearthstone coming up, so don't worry. We'll be right back after the break.
The first Masters Tour of the year is over with Vision and Saver going through to Sunday, and now we're going to kick it off with Group B. Got some results for you. Me Smile beat Brain Piece 3-0. Maverick beat Nature 3-1. So we're going to open up a device with Me Smile and Maverick. Any thoughts on the tournament so far or on this match that's coming up? Any thoughts at all, really?
Yeah, I mean, so we're going to get to see our first quest mage of the tournament over on the side of Maverick, a deck that I think first made a splash over on Asia Ladder that someone did very well with a quest mage. Actually, I think even when we had our sort of imbue druid meta, due to the influx of one-cost discovers. I think Winter Spring Whelp plays a big role there. Sands of Time, of course, the event card that people have access to. And there's been some variations in terms of, like, you know, the payoffs, right? Because after you get that weapon, you want to be summoning minions with your discovers. And so, you know, we see in Maverick's list for that, he's got Stonehill Defender, Treacherous Tormentor, and Morchi is quite a powerful tool.
Yeah.
Once you've got that weapon going. But I think the folks on the aggressive, you know, Brazil lineup, they've got Viper in their priest. Because they were expecting more of this mage, and it turns out there's only 3 brought to the tournament.
Yeah, I think a lot of people were expecting there to be more mage in this tournament. It does quite a good job. But if it runs into a lineup like Meesmile has here, and I think Meesmile had mage in mind at least to some degree with this lineup, you've got some hard work to do. You've got the Dragon Warrior, which basically mage, if it gets hit really fast and early, doesn't have that much in the way of defense because it's too busy trying to organize itself, trying to get its quest complete. So the plan is to hit mage hard and fast, and Meesmile's got the lineup to do that.
Yeah, and now this dragon deck is a little bit different from what we've seen with the fire version. This hasn't got the volcanoes. It's got sort of a couple of the heralds, mostly, you know, Scorching Ravager is a solid 4-drop because you get the rushing soldier. It's got Chronoloord Epic, which can be nice to sort of negate an opposing turn. And it's got some higher end with like Grommash Finisher and Great Draco Rex. So not going to be sort of lightning fast, which I do think actually the speed would help you more in this matchup against the mage, because you really want to be closing things out before they get value off that weapon.
Yeah, something I've noticed with the Grom in particular in this meta is a lot of damage sticks now. There's not huge amounts of healing like maybe when Ziliax existed. And sometimes just hitting them for 12 or 14 with that Grom at the end is just enough. But yeah, this is a little bit slower. The mage looks to have a decent starting hand in terms of getting everything developed. So Meesmile will be looking to get the early damage in. It's a big deal. I think this is... You know, if the mage gets out of here, it turns this matchup on its head completely. But Meesmile will be looking to sweep this mage in this match. Quick note on the players, just while they're getting going in Game 1. Meesmile top 4, the World Championships 2024. He was the only one to beat Yan Ming that year. He's been to sort of 3 Masters Tours. We first saw him in 2019 at Las Vegas Masters Tour there, which he qualified through the old school qualifiers. Maverick, a bit of a contrast here. Maverick has been around for literal ever. I went back sort of through his all-time tournament results, and he's played a lot of little tournaments as well as a lot of big ones. And he has been playing as long as Hearthstone has existed. With his biggest result, he won an HCT Tour in 2018 and was second at HCT Ironforge in 2021. And just to show some of that pedigree, he came top 4 at Seat Story 3 in 2015. So he also has the same lineup as Gabby, and people who have them both on their friends list have informed me that every single time they had the client open, it was just Gabby is playing against a friend, Maverick is playing against a friend. So read into that what you will.
Yeah, Seat Story, that just makes me think, now there's a name I've not heard in a long time.
Yeah,
it
right?
Used to be, you know, Seat Story, you'd get, I think they did the thing where players that weren't on would do some of the casting, right? So you get
That's right, yeah, absolutely.
Insights from players there when they weren't actively playing. It used to be a staple of the Hearthstone competitive scene.
Yeah, very, very, very laid-back atmosphere. Again, like you say, with the players just jumping on the couch with the casters and just chatting about whatever they wanted to, including, you know, sometimes the match that was going on, but quite often not. Pavel famously turned up there and didn't know that Rogue had secrets in it until his opponent played one on turn 1. That was great. The world champion, of the past.
We don't talk about the Rogue Secrets era. We don't do that anymore.
Okay, sure. It was just a phase.
Yeah.
Right. Anyway, I've waffled enough. The quest is getting developed, and Misma has managed to organise a little bit of damage at least.
Yeah, potential with this Dark Gifted 1/4, right, to be able to give it some extra attack with Sanguine Depths next turn and do some pretty big hits. Utilizing that Wind Fury. On the other end, Maverick could go for a Coin Alter Time. That'll get 2 procs going. Arcane spells from the past, pretty solid overall. And when you discount by 2, you can have some very, very nice hits. Just going for, free removal here. Seems good. Get to reduce spells in hand.
I think this is one of the things with this mage deck that has made it so hard for players to get a real handle on how good it is and how much to be scared of it. Because when it does its thing, it looks unbeatable, and kind of is. When it doesn't do its thing, it just looks rubbish. And there's not much middle ground in those two there.
Maverick evaluating, removing that Wind Fury, is going to save him potentially a lot of health there, but Meesmile does have solid backup plan in just sort of throwing out Xavius on this next turn.
Xavius look for something big.
Yep.
Potentially something terrifying, as Sottle just made the point about how terrifying Dark Gifts can be now.
Ooh, now here is an element that certainly puts things in favor of the warriors in particular against a mage. You don't need to be running tech removal for weapons, right? Stadium Announcer just destroys their weapon for you while sort of advancing your own game plan. And Meesmile could sort of pick that up just to have it in his back pocket. But he's a little clunky with the rest of the hand, so just opting for a Broodkeeper.
Yeah, this is where I'm curious to see how this plays out now, because I instantly just go for, Stadium Announcer, I'll blow up your thing, I'm going to win. But Meesmile going to keep the pressure on before the quest comes down and try to end it before then, or at least functionally end it before then.
Yeah, it's a tough call. I would sort of be looking and say, like, well, there's effectively no Dark Gift on that, right? Double Battle Cry when on getting weapons doesn't matter. But with the mage already being, so far towards quest's completion and not having been able to push as much as I would have hoped as the warrior, I would be looking at the, maybe I just have to sort of remove the weapon and keep their deck from doing what it wants to do. But I can understand wanting to sort of keep the aggression on and hope that the quest isn't getting completed too quickly.
Yeah, he may have the view that, with very little board, and if the quest is complete, you play the location, you do one thing, that one thing is enough to end it anyway. So, because he's got no sort of counterplay at the moment, so maybe figured he needed more, but just to see how that goes. Also, he can always just find it again later, of course. There's still plenty of other ways to get through his deck. Yeah,
it's decent odds to still just pick it up normally. Could also discover one off of Shadow Flame Suffusion. Yeah, picks up a Mortal Coil for some cycle here. And, +2/+2 elusive as a Dark Gift, of course, very, very nice against Mage. Mage typically needs to target things. I think Meesmile is, bummed not to have picked up a Prescient Slither Drake, one of the best cards against Mage right now. That, of course, is the...
Or against, anything.
Well, against decks, yeah. It's the 7-mana 6/8 elusive that reduces by 3 if you've got a dragon in your hand.
Yeah, I always forget it has a condition. It's just a 4-mana big thing. Yeah. But it does have a condition.
Mass Polymorph is a way to get around that.
So much better when you don't have to play 7 for it, though.
Yes, paying 5, pretty nice. Still, steep, but
What to do?
worth it in some instances.
He needs to plan out where he wants to be over the next 3 or 4 turns. May just end up being the missiles because he can weave it in. It may end up being the jellyfish because it's fine. It may end up being the polymorph because he's got things he's going to have time to play it on its own. It's exactly how he feels he's going to weave. Okay, win condition for Meesmile with the Grom.
Yep. And fair amount of burn in hand with the Shadow Flames fusion and the, the breath, which is dealing 4 damage since that got buffed.
Well, he can find, obviously, now the Grom representing 12 damage in one swing is pretty terrifying.
Ooh, Heir of Hereafter, not a bad pickup with, a couple of Sanguine Depths in hand.
Enchantments as well.
I think you would have
Massive
liked to see
Berserker.
something for this turn, but, this is sort of okay, all things considered. You could Sanguine Depths your, elusive minion, or just
Yeah, I think
roll out 4-drop.
You want to use at least one Sanguine Depths this turn for sure, right? Because you want that to be usable on the Grom turn in 2 turns' time. So you want it on the board, and if it's going to be on the board, you want to use it. Yeah, he's going to use both. And that says, I'm going to kill you with Grom in 2 turns' time, at least to him. If not, just kill you next turn with the stuff that I've got. Like, it's still pretty
Yeah.
terrifying as it is.
And this is the thing, that was turn 5, the mage got the Origin Stone. Well,
Yep.
now you need the impactful plays, and this is where the taunts could come in, no taunt in hand. So these Dark Gifts are going to have to be pretty good. No taunt there, charge could take care of something.
Yeah, and also on turn 4, the mage cleared everything up, and Meesmile didn't have a board, and now the mage is on 10.
The dragon in hand lets Maverick discover a spell here, but he needed a 1, and I don't even know what 1-cost spell would have been good enough. First Flame would have helped a little bit, but you still can't remove the 6/4. I guess there's the taunts, right? There's the 1 mana, get a pair of 0/4 taunts would have been the best hit.
Yeah, that's a good card.
Sleet Storm, this could hit the 6/4, and that would be huge.
It does.
Yeah, it wins 50-50. So, and this is the thing. So the mage can sort of sneak out these little bits of removal and plays, and Maverick is going to have access to. There's a single copy of Relic of Kings. The pool for Relic is extremely narrow right now. I think it's under 10 spells.
I believe it's up to slightly more than that. I think it's 12.
Is it okay? Well,
Yeah.
at any
But
rate,
it's still tiny. Yes.
when you factor in that you're looking at 3 of them, your odds of hitting, in this case, Story of Amara in particular, are pretty decent. And if Story of Amara is hit, there's a world where that just settles the match.
Yeah.
Or the
'cause
game-
you're
the game,
getting
sorry.
through all that.
No, it is.
Yeah.
It is
was
desperate
deliberate.
measures, right? You are resorting to well, I just have to nail this.
Yeah. But potentially the match as well, because this mage is the deck that is kind of the weak
Mm-hmm.
link in this particular matchup. It's way too early to judge whether it's a weak link in the tournament yet, but against Meesmile, it is the weak link.
What to do?
It's all a matter of what do you want to gamble on? No Story of Amara.
No, it isn't.
You got Chow down. Yeah, you take the Muradins. So you got the rushes can clear. This has to be taunt. No dice.
Job's done.
You're not alone, by the way. I thought it was 7. Somebody told me it was 8, and then we went through it on my stream, and it was 12. Which still
Oh.
could be wrong.
There weren't even the corpses to give these 5/4s rush. So
No.
yeah, really was Story of Amara or bust. And yeah, first victory goes to Meesmile on the Warrior. No weapon destruction necessary, right? Just able to get there through the pressure.
Yeah, and that's important, right? We saw him make that decision early on. He took the 2-mana Yeti elusive, and he took the weapon that comes with that. He buffed it up, so that did, 8 damage next turn, 2 damage the turn he took it, so a total of 10. That extra 10 damage was possibly not needed the way it turned out, but it's hard to say, because Maverick would have had easier choices off the Relic if he's on 20 and not on 10. and then yeah, didn't need to blow up the opposing quest item. He just won the game. So there's a lesson there to know your matchups, because I would definitely have blown up the quest item and probably got worn down by value.
Yeah, you know, could be that where it doesn't matter, you're going to win either way, right? Because the mage is a fairly sitting duck if the weapon gets blown up. So many of the, particularly the cards that give you minions, are reliant on you summoning a couple of those directly into play and not having to, you know, do the slow thing of actually put it into your hand and then drop it on the field. Yeah, certainly a quick start. Now, you know, the no minion DH, I think, is something that if you're bringing Quest Mage, you're expecting a lot of this. And so we'll see how comfortably Maverick is able to handle this matchup.
And he needs to, because what's the ban? The hunter is banned. I was going to say he needs to, because the hunter is going to murder the mage, but no, the hunter is banned. So. It's not quite as desperate measures yet for the mage. Quite a nice looking hand for me, Smile. Not the nuts, but it's fine.
Yeah, the Dread Seeds are interesting, right? They're not quite as aggressive as the Wild Seeds were for Hunter years ago, but they do still really pile on the pressure. I think the key difference is that Demon Hunter hasn't got a card that, you know, advances them all one turn like the Hunter had, where it ticked all the countdowns, and that could really accelerate that
Yeah, if you
game
could
plan.
tick these off one countdown, even if it costs you a card, that would be absolutely ludicrous for sure. I thought he might play the portal here and just say, okay, sure. It's not a big part of my game plan. Might as well just get the shot off it and get the extra card draw. And the slumbers are just that obviously a little bit slower than the 2-drops, so. Grim Harvest being significantly better, I think.
What to do? What to do?
Sleet Storm could be a useful tool later, or Maverick could opt to... Honestly, either the Sidekick or the Flutterwing I could see as a play here. The Sidekick gains you the most life, right? Because it's 2 health,
Yeah.
and you just buff something up, especially, yeah, you buff this 2-1. Maybe it doesn't
Might live.
die.
Yeah. In fact, it's probably favourite to live.
Yep. Yeah, there it is.
It does.
So, denies a card
Nice.
draw for a little bit.
It denies a card draw. It's a minion that can fight back, and it's going to do, you know, some damage as well. So yeah, nice work.
Ooh. You see, you really don't want to be playing this until you've got your weapon, but Maverick didn't really have any other great plays, and you know, 1/5 taunt in the way against a Demon Hunter is better than nothing. And if you're considering, you know, Meesmile's best hit is Hounds, then you'd rather the Hounds be hitting this 1/5 than your face.
There they are.
There they are at the top.
Awkward bit of curve going on here. Don't play the slumber now, it may never be useful, so whether you want that to happen or not. Okay. How often do you feel you rewind the sands? Rewinding this one.
So often.
Yeah, I figured it'd be like, oh, just keep it.
You know, it's like you look for a high roll from the opposing classes, and then you go, oh, okay, but like my class is better.
Yeah.
First Flame is a good hit here. Sleet Storm also can be nice. Sort of.
There's so much
Make a
movement.
good impression.
Questing Assistant, I really like. It's perfect for exactly this case, right? You get a 3/3 elusive that you can't otherwise deal with. They buffed that card. It used to do 2 damage, and there was some criticism over the buff making it 3 damage. The one deck it was run in at the time was a quest Demon Hunter, which cares about specific damage things. And so buffing it to 3 made it, not so functional in that deck. But nice to see it finally has a home, I guess.
Sure, yeah. Not criticism from Hearthstone. Look at this. We're coming to. Right, next turn is the turn we were all waiting for, obviously, with the hold. And the ever-growing proximity to the completion of the quest on the other side.
Yeah, as has been mentioned, many times over the course of the day, the removal tools for big stuff, not so prevalent right now. So
No.
Hold is just an excellent card for this deck. I think one of the prime reasons that no minion DH has such a big impact is 3 rounds of having to remove a big minion, and the second 2 you get to develop alongside spending all your mana on something else. Can be quite impactful.
It's another one of those interesting ones. Like, there's not actually that many good minions come from the hold, but the pool is only 15. So, you're going to get something that you want most of the time just by accident.
Asphyxia down is nice. Just goes ahead and removes that 5/4 for you.
Yeah, it's a pain to get rid of as well.
And Maverick,
Only on 4 on the course.
much further away than he would like. This Keymaster has got +2/+2 elusive, but I don't know that we're doing that unless we're just going in on alternate reality, which wouldn't be
Oh my goodness.
the craziest thing.
It's not bad, by the way. I played it once somehow. I don't remember in what, but I remember that my next turn was like ridiculous. I was just playing things and stuff was happening and things were blowing up and I was clearing boards and doing damage.
Time runs out on me.
We might be
Because
that
there are
desperate.
minions. It's not just spells. There's minions as well that you can have going on.
Yeah, I'm curious
To be
at
honest.
going for the Druid card here instead of Mage in general. Yeah, Ashara's Triumph is another thing that you can take a gamble on and say, well, I'm getting into these higher mana turns. I have got coin. Maybe I'll top deck something big and with doubled stats. I mean, there's some insane hits. Maverick could pick up a Great Draco Rex that is a 10/24, which is just unremovable for the Demon Hunter. 8s in general are pretty solid, most of them.
Yeah, he's going to have one go at it probably. Like, he's going to get the lifesteal down next turn, but the problem now is, like, Mismar's going to get the second best of the location. He also can just make a lot of stuff happen here. Like, he's got a handful of damage.
And I think, some of this is because Maverick's build of this Quest Mage is a little bit more defensive with the questing assistance, with some of these other tools. That means you haven't got space for something like the Fire Draw spell, right? To make sure you don't have some of these slower hands. And it doesn't happen too often. A lot of times when you are discovering a bunch of stuff, you sort of keep your hand full. But every once in a while, you've got the early removal, but then just sort of the clunkier discovers, and if you're not able to get that word online, oh well, but not exactly the one you want.
It's very large.
It is very large. Look, if it connects, that's game.
Yeah. You're on 12, you're facing down 7 and a button press.
Well, and a
Like,
board of 1/1s.
You can just play it.
right? Like, you give
Yeah.
them 3 1/1s, which is
Yeah.
not so many,
I won.
but it's
Do you
probably
ever
enough.
win the other way?
Uh,
Like, if he plays this and he loses, it's going to look stupid. But You've got to work out if you ever win the other way. But with this having lifesteal, I think you
Yeah, you gotta go for the lifestyle. You know, 12 health is still enough that you feel like you're probably gonna get some of the life out of it.
agree. As much as I don't want to agree, because it's funny.
Ooh, that'll do.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, Omen
Slightly
still
of his
would have
own
gained
side
life,
there from
but-
Maverick.
Yep. And it's seeming to be the case that this mage is just the weakest link here. We'll see if Maverick just cues it again, goes with the like, well, I've got to get a win with this deck if I'm gonna make it through. We may as well just keep pushing.
Yeah, just to point out, I always like to sort of remind people there is a greater thing happening here. Maverick's already played a match. He's already won 3-1.
Yeah, absolutely.
So this mage isn't hopeless or anything. It's run into a matchup that isn't particularly good for it, mainly because he has to ban the Hunter. And if you're banning Hunter, you're not banning either Rogue or Demon Hunter. And coming into this tournament, you don't want to be in a situation where you're not banning Rogue or Demon Hunter, the two decks that are... I think most people, if they're not pocket trained, will say those two decks are slightly better tier than all the other decks, on average, against the field. Like, you can always make a case for everything in a field, but Demon Hunter, Rogue, you don't want to be leaving both up. I just think it's a lot.
There is a lot of rogue bias, I think, in the high-level community. and honestly, if
That's true.
If you take a look at this rogue, it's just the same rogue we've been playing for about a year, right?
It is. Yeah, it really is.
You've got Deathwing instead of Firak, you know, but you still got Neralex as your 7. It is the Elise rogue.
There was even a version that popped up for a couple of days with Ashmane in it, and
Oh no.
like the cheap cards and Ashmane. It was basically the same deck again, but it didn't. As far as I understand, it didn't stick. It may still be out there being played, but I think that deck didn't quite work. But
Good. I
was
don't want to
being
see
played at high
Ashman
level.
anymore.
it's definitely around. It's definitely been played. The main thing with the Rogue, the discussion is: do you want which one drops do you want to play? And if you're Meesmar, I think it's Meesmar's got Creature in their deck.
Mm-hmm.
Let's double check.
Yeah, Creature Madness.
Weirdness.
Which, you know, following Sottle's logic, the Dark Gifts are just very strong right now. You know, if you hit the +4/+5, you hit the +2/+2 elusive, really great hits. You know, your only
I agree.
3-drop is Maniacal Follower, so it does help you with that curve. It does feel like you'd rather just be looking for flashback. but-
Watch.
Okay, this one's fine. There's a version that's playing Creature without the Nightmare Fuel. This one has the Nightmare Fuel as well, which is logical.
Yeah.
There's a version, I can't remember who it is, has got the Creature without the Nightmare Fuel, and for me, it's like, wouldn't you just prefer the Nightmare Fuel and not have the 2-mana 1/1?
Well,
But we'll see. I can't remember who built that one.
the thing about Nightmare Fuel is that it doesn't pull anything against No Minion Demon Hunter.
True.
So I think that would be why it's not in all the lists today.
It just pulls a King, which is obviously completely useless because it just vanishes. So yeah, that's a good point. The functional one against Demon Hunter tends to be the Glacial Shard, which in recent times has doubled up against the Dragon Warrior, which has become more and more prevalent as well.
Yeah.
Care to make a wager?
There are still the Spy Mistress versions because a 3/1 stealth can do a lot of work, either to hit your opponent in the face, but more often to trade into something quite big and do 3 damage to it, which we keep saying it. We're going to say it more, I'm sure. There's not that much removal. 3 damage to something for 1 mana is good removal.
Yep. And Maverick has the opportunity for full clear here if he uses the coin. Ooh, Arcane Flow, actually, with this hand, a pretty good pickup.
So let's get rid of the Altar
Ooh.
Time, which you can do.
Goes for the Blizzard. And preserving that coin. Mirrex, yeah, not a lot of value in this matchup. I
Got
can
to.
respect just dropping it as a 3/4 here.
Bit disappointed for me, Smile, actually. Kind of got the the really good face start, but most are getting tidied up.
Just gonna guarantee the hit there. Too scrappy to find a 1, and then you still have 1 mana for Spark of Life.
Spark of Life and Alter Time are going to have to do some work, aren't they? Because Maverick's kind of out of stuff. Never out of stuff.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Oh, Scuffle, a good pickup. It'll keep things very clean. And yeah, it is going to be, you know, Alter Time. Hopefully hit some value.
I think, do you want to 5 your Elise? Sort of not the done thing. We've talked about it already, but
Yeah,
with this hand.
I'd be willing to entertain, and Mismail goes for it. Does pick up Copy, which can be nice on, you know, something like a Maniacal Follower, or saving it for the Sinestra later on. I mean, a lot of times you know, use the first iteration on whatever, not even necessarily high value.
Yeah.
But then potentially you save that second instance of Copy for the big hits.
I think the reason he was not so sure there on that one, like insta copy, is if this Elise does get killed, you kind of want, if you take a 5, you're kind of admitting your curve's not working and you're playing it on 5 a lot of the time.
Yes.
And so if your Elise is killed and you're playing it with copy next turn because your only other choice is a 3-drop, you have kind of wasted one of the options. So
We see
But he did
here,
go for that.
yeah, was 3/3 Copy and +2 attack. Not exactly.
And you're right, you may have to just wait on it.
Yeah, not exactly the hits that I think Maverick was going for. Good tempo with the biscuit. This is going to remove that 5/5.
I hate facing biscuit when they get it. It's so good.
Yeah. But yeah, exactly that scenario that I think Nisma was worried about. Now you can throw out the terror run, but there's nothing to copy immediately. Stealth helps get
They might
by that.
be double Nightmare Fuel here, depending how he feels.
You just take the Scrappy. And actually, Scrappy for a 0 is far better for Rogue than for Mage. Mage, there's no hits. But for Rogue, you get to take Prep or Backstab.
Yeah.
Or Shadow of Demise.
And it makes a 2/2 copy, right? So,
yeah.
I mean, there is the Blizzard
That was
hand,
an
but
incredible hit.
With a terror run, things could be pretty messy next turn.
Yeah. A lot of damage available.
I don't want to backstab this 1/1. Am I crazy?
I don't think that's crazy.
Protect my stuff from my location, and then represents a lot of damage.
Yeah, I think you are fine to take any of the options, but yeah, I would not mind with the +2 attack to just backstab the 1/1. Especially because now, with Maverick able to take the trade, he can guarantee the Sleet Storm kills the stealth minion.
Yeah. Don't mind a baby can.
Yeah, long way from Messina making a difference, and the Stormboot doesn't wake up right away, so feels like a pretty straightforward choice.
Okay. Well.
Could just be Altraxian for me, Smile now.
There's the Chaos Strike option. If you want to do that, you can prep Chaos Strike, which again is not looking after your the card that copies the card. I can never remember the name of it. Shadow of Demise. There we go.
Yeah. Does want to do Nightmare Fuel.
That in mind.
Just taking the charge.
Yep. Chaos Strike. And copy and buff so that you can use your face to kill the 5/4 if you want to.
Yep.
Which you probably do.
This is a fun little interaction. Copying the soldier does give you another spell. So not as good as getting a full additional herald, but you still get some of the benefit.
Yeah, it's a good benefit to be fair. And now the quest progression has run out here for Maverick. So,
Maverick can finish it with the Kwanzu.
find something with the word discover written on it, wouldn't he?
I think it's divination, and you give it to the rogue,
Your opponent,
right?
yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good draw. Hope they don't generate something that makes wisps somehow. Ismail looks offended by that.
At least it's pretty, you know? It's the signature art.
It's true. Very nice.
The Cease to Exist is a pretty good pickup last turn from that copied soldier. So, gonna have 2 attempts here at hitting the cairn.
Yeah, it's a big deal, obviously. Very big deal, because the whole point of this cairn is, oh my goodness,
There's one.
is the taunt.
Did get there on this one. And
It gets rid of 2 minions in one go and allows you to punch face.
yeah,
Okay, well,
question for Maverick is, does he want a Blizzard to buy another turn, another draw to maybe get something higher value to use with the Origin Stone, or does he just start gambling now?
What to do?
I want to use my orb now, I think. Oh, do I though? So many of these things don't do much. Pretty rough.
Yeah. Okay. That was a decent hit. Not the best hit, not the worst. I don't know. I'm never sure when to pick Mage and when to pick Druid on that card.
Same, honestly, yeah.
Time runs out on me.
This is pretty good, though. Getting Anomalize to go into play. I think it's just a matter of whether Maverick wants it to autocast Stellar Balance for the portal. Yep.
Whoa!
Okay, well, yeah, we keep that one.
Yeah, let's have some of that.
And suddenly, we may have ourselves a match.
We do seem to have a match of Hearthstone. The mage has done its thing.
I had a suspicion that, like, if it was going to get through, it would be against this rogue, just because the rogue is not sort of inherently an aggro deck. Obviously, it can be aggressive, but it's not like its primary function.
Yeah, when I saw the flashback start with OK backup, I thought it was over, I must admit. But like you say, it's not really capable of continuing to push through. Twilight Mistress is the card he desperately wants to take here, but how good is Sinestra with copy?
It's pretty good. Yeah.
You get infinite appendages, right? You just get them all.
Yeah, I mean, that's a full board. It's a lot of random spells. I do think Meesmile kind of needs that value. Sometimes your hand is so filled up that you can't take advantage. But no, decides to go for the Mistress. I guess, he doesn't...
I get it. It hurts,
Yeah.
though.
I mean, he does have this aggressive line with the charge and the attack. And so, it lets you just kind of keep pressuring. The Mistress has the Reborn goes back with all enchantments. A little bit
And
surprised
just
not to see
ignoring the
the
opposing board.
prep ready the fleet there, right? Just because you can, even if you're just buffing the Mistress, that might be okay.
Sure, yeah.
What to
So how much is on this side? 9, 10, 15, 17, 18, is it?
Oh gosh. Yeah, we've got 9 on board, 10 from the hero power, and then yeah, it's 1 off. Because you get 2 from the Moonfire and 6 from the Starfire.
Wow.
So I think Meesmile, not necessarily knowing how close to death he is, may have a suspicion after this. Ooh, is that? I actually question that ping.
You want to
there.
go face there?
I want to go face with the ping there because then you, by getting it over 2 turns, right?
Yeah,
You
yeah.
can ping
There's the
this
9.
turn, you can ping next turn.
Is there the mana for it? There is, isn't there? 6, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point. Misail's got to do the dodgy, yeah.
It does pick up the Sinestra anyway, but... Oh, you know what? He's got it with the Elven Archer. And I don't know if that was calculated
yeah.
or just happenstance.
1, 2, 3.
If he figured like, well, if the board get... Oh, no, he just doesn't spot it. Oh, no.
I'm just double checking. Is it mana? Not is there not enough mana? 2,
No, it's exactly enough mana, right?
Exactly. Okay.
Hero Power is 1, Elven Archer is 1, so he just missed it. I mean, maybe you're forgetting that the Stellar Balance gives the +1 spell damage on the Moonfire and the Starfire, but I feel like we've had that card around for quite a while now. That's not a thing you should be forgetting. You know, there can be this tunnel vision of like, oh, I've got all these discovers. I've got this this weapon. I wanna use it.
Okay. Well, it might well come down to this Sinestra here.
One shot, one.
With a prep in hand that he saved for a long, long time as well.
Yeah.
My brood will inherit this world.
Good luck, everybody.
Okay, Tachyon Barrage is damage, but you can't guarantee it hitting face. It's gonna be
Yeah, there's not
12
enough.
random shots.
Yeah, no way. No chance. Like, it's basically 0%.
I mean, you can... So you can Avant-Garden because that's a Discover, so that you can Storage Scuffle. Oh, this was Ready the Fleet, not the Aura one. I got it a little confused. I thought it was the Aura that goes, you know, after 2 turns buffs the board.
Right, okay.
Platasaur could give us something.
Yeah, it's getting a bit dodgy though, running out of mana fast.
So you remove as much health as possible, and then
Yeah, and then just go
barrage.
for it. It's so unlikely, but it's not. You know, it's still. I still don't think it's possible. Hit 12 times. Hit 6 times out of 12.
I guess the secondary question is, you know, in Meesmile's mind is like, can he remove enough? But Maverick had lethal damage in hand, so it had to be the lethal. And you can't miss this.
Yeah.
So a little bit shaky there for Maverick, but able to seal it up in the end. And now we'll have to see if he can sort of pull off that reverse sweep.
Yeah. Well, getting the mage out of there is definitely. I mean, winning that game is obviously how the definition of reverse sweep starts, but getting the mage out of there is the hard part of the reverse sweep. The rest of it, you've still got a mirror. You've still got druid versus rogue. The druid rogue demon hunter thing it's not 50-50 all around, but it's kind of equal all around ish. It all depends how you feel about druid in general. I feel it's slightly disadvantaged against rogue, but nothing to mean anything, and I think other people would argue with me. Pocket would definitely argue with me. So
They're sort of similar decks, right? They are Elise decks that run these, you know, high value cards in the mid and late game. I think the Druid's edge is ramp and armor, right, with those Underkings. And so sometimes if they just hit the ramp, they get to that mid to late game much faster than the Rogue. And I think the Rogue's advantage is Twilight Mistress, which is just, you know, such a huge swing against, you know, something like the Druid that makes those boards of, you know, bunch of big chunky minions.
yeah, Druid doesn't just fold like it used to early pressure. It can do. It can just fold. But it now has the 3/3 taunts that can slow things down in the middle, and like you say, the Underking that just says, okay, well you've hit me for a lot, but you thought Ziliax had gone, but I'm Druid. I still have it. It's fine with your Underking. So yeah, it's not as much of a rollover to aggro as it used to be. Again, even the Hunter Druid mirror matchup is sort of 50-50-ish, which is very hard to believe until you see a good player piloting the Druid.
Soddle, keeping me honest with that last match, there were some mana issues, right? Because you've got to do the initial 2 mana investment from the Stellar Balance. And then it's 6 mana for the Starfire, so you can't squeeze the pings in. I was mixing things up a little bit there. Which does make me wonder, although I guess then there wouldn't have been the Mistress in play. But, you know, if you go for having the Stellar Balance autocast instead of the, you know, rewind, get a minion, how do things look differently there?
Depends where they go, right? There are still quite a few minions on board as well.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
It would have been awkward. On this though, yeah, Maverick just loading up. Nobody hit a flashback. And he's just happy to dagger here. Oh my goodness. you can't make me not right there. The Twilight. Like, just, I'm so impatient. I want to get my heralds in really early. So I was just dagger.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think that just playing it without the 3 damage probably isn't done enough, right? When you consider that, like, you get the herald no matter what. The 3 damage is important, but if you're just sort of like getting the herald done, getting the mana spent, he has got, you know, the preps, the coins and other things, so I understand holding it to get this kind of swing.
Yeah, I mean that's the early game in this matchup, and I don't think you can win this early if your opponent doesn't let you win it early very often. You can probably lose it early by getting rid of all your cards, but I'd still have done it.
1 cost Elise location.
It fits in so nicely, and Mismael does have a pretty pleasant hand right now. With the flashback, with the Ultraxone, with the Deathwing all ready to go. Shadow still thrown in there for good measure. We could definitely see this go Mismael's way quite quickly if his hand improves just a little more.
Yep. More defensive location though. Gain 3 armor and 2/1 Raptor with Rush.
Yeah, like from his perspective, I think if he, you know, he's looking to race to this Deathwing, and that should do it. He can't see that actually Maverick might do the same thing back. He obviously knows it's an option. But...
Well, I think he did know that these 2/1s would be coming up, and so, you know, from the position of I'm about to be a little bit behind, then the, you know, +1 attack is looking less appealing. For Maverick, though, I think he would be looking for that plus attack. Misses.
Yeah, absolutely.
Job done.
How much stuff can you get rid of this turn?
So Maverick going for the 3 armor and Discover Spell, costs 1 less.
This back's so good here, though. got another one for next turn already. Just gets to clear up enough stuff. Maverick has his own. Probably going to see him double right here, I imagine, next turn.
I
Save
would
the prep.
imagine so, yeah.
See if he hits anything useful, gets a full clear, going back the other way, draws some cards, has the prep ready.
Oh! Could go triple if you
Oh,
use the prep.
I just want to. Can you? Yeah, you have to prep the first one, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you have to be careful with Shadow Demise, but yes, you could.
I've
get
got
the
it wrong so many times. Or rather, I've timed out whilst trying to get it right, more to the point, yeah.
Yeah,
Gonna-
go for it.
Do it!
You know, since they've often cut the 5s, and I think both of these players are ones who don't have the 5 mana Herald, right? They actually just have 0/5 costs. Your 0s take that spot for Elise purposes. Getting any extra Heralds from these is, you know, hugely beneficial for actually being able to get those ramped up.
Yeah, just double checking. My understanding is basically you play Shaladrasil or you play a 5. That's kind of what it comes down to for most of these decks. And yeah, they're both playing Shaladrasil.
Not the
Maybe
best
flashback?
spell hits. Yeah, it's an awkward turn. Fox is actually okay. If you figure I'm gonna play Opoo next turn,
Yeah, that's actually nutty because you don't mind missing the card draw as well because you're going to get 2 of them back. Yeah, okay. Massive Foxy with Stealthy Opoo. Sure, I'm in.
don't want to reveal what you're doing, so you make that swing regardless. Okay. I think that might just come down because
My brood will
you know you
Yeah.
pile the pressure on, you get to double up an Innervate. Ooh. Panther Mask and Hand of a Doll. Yikes.
It's big. Okay, we're going in as well. Not even stealthing up the Sinestro, just going to do as much damage as possible, looking for probably not lethal, but so much damage that could end the game.
This is actually just too many cards.
Yeah. Just spreading the damage around. It's all going to connect face, right? And just see where he's at.
Yep.
My hand is too far.
Didn't even get the chance to play the right and get another chance at winning. But
Well, there's no board space, right?
there's so
That's the
much
thing is
here.
you have to summon the minion to actually get the spell.
Right. Okay. Yes, it is called right. Well, good luck with that, Mismo. He looked quite good with the big Foxy and the Opal. I thought he was in a good spot there, to be honest, but
Yeah.
apparently not.
It,
Apparently
it
Maverick's
was,
got everything.
was looking good until that Sinestro top deck.
Now that's what Maverick's last deck would be if he wins this. Be the Druid, right?
I don't even know
Yeah, it would be
what
the
you
Druid.
could draw into. Yeah, so it's like, where do you want to do your gambling? Is it on a random spell that, you know, it has to be cheap enough to play, has to cost 2 or less, it has to be free.
So it
I
has
don't know
to
if they're-
wipe out this board.
Yeah, I don't know that there are any spells that cost 2 or less that save you here. I probably would have gambled on the Foxy, Opoo. You know, you've got the location can then help clear up a thing, and like maybe you draw into prep something.
Prep something, yeah. I think we need to be able to name the something. I don't think there was a something on either way. Maybe there was, but yeah, tough time there for me, Smile. It's 2-2 suddenly, And it's going to be Rogue versus Druid, which
Taylor's old
is
son.
another pretty close one, I think.
Yeah, they're honestly, you know, they're in a similar lane as decks, right? Where, you know, you can have these early starts. In the case of Druid, that means hitting your ramp. In the case of Rogue, that means hitting, you know, Foxy Flashback. And then sort of power into these big mid-game plays.
Yeah, see if you can get something big down early as Rogue, because sometimes you just can, with a couple of early heralds or whatever. So
Yeah, like the maniacal follower is interesting, right? You know, it's very aggressively satted as a 4/1. A lot of times that just means that it is a removal tool, right? It's stealth, so that
you want it to
guarantee the
die a lot
attack.
of the time. Yeah.
Yeah, but you know, Druid has decent ways of getting rid of 1 health minions with press the attack, with the hero power, with ebb and flow. So, you know, the Rogue early boards are not sturdy, but, you know, sometimes they're enough. And I think MeSmile's pretty happy with Foxy Flashback in hand.
Absolutely. Also, a reminder, he does have the Nightmare Fuel build in this, so you know he might be able to steal some pretty tasty stuff as well for Druid for that mid-game scrap that probably is going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Maverick's going to be too sad with this hand either. He's got at least some choices. Obviously, you've got the Treant, Wickerfang. I doubt you keep it, but it's so huge. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, okay, cool. I'm okay with that.
I'm a little surprised by the Wickerfang keep.
I am a
guess
little, but
something Ramp to do, particularly to, you know, throw back Elise, but keep the Wickerfang. I mean, I know that Elise is not what she once was as like a defensive tool. Okay, pick
yeah, I
up
think
another
he
Treant.
thinks he can
Fair
play it
enough.
on turn 4.
It's looking better.
Activate the Treants on turn 3.
Care to make a wager, friend?
Turn 5.
Oh my goodness.
That's some stuff.
That is devastating. You know, 1/3s are not terribly common as hits. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to pick up a Living Roots here, clear off 3/2. Those ones in particular, so I mentioned earlier in the broadcast there was a Priest legendary that shuffles in a 6/8 taunt elusive lifesteal. That's
that one.
it. It's
Yeah,
that one.
that's the one.
And the Warlock one, I believe, captures the death rattles of anything that dies for MeSmile while it's in play.
Well, repeats the death rattle. Is it that one? Okay.
Yeah, it sort of absorbs it. It gains them. So rather than being a battle cry like the Warlock card now, that's a 2-mana 3/2. This one, it just like while it sits on board, it absorbs the death rattles.
So it has to die right now.
Indeed, or it's going to gain the death rattle of that 2/3 and of the Maniacal Follower.
Yeah, Maverick needs to kill it with as much fire as he can find. But actually, what he has found is, next turn Wickerfang, which, as you know, going second, I think he maybe felt he had to take a little bit of a chance here. He took the chance. He's hit that chance, and there's going to be a lot going on here. My goodness.
Yeah, I think Maverick maybe was like considering for a moment getting the hero power in there to actually be able to finish off this
I remember this place
this Warlock minion. Yeah, we don't know the names because these are old cards. They have passed from our memory banks.
I don't know
But,
the names of any card.
you know,
let
I
alone
remember
ones
what
from
they do.
2018. Yeah, you're carrying. It's fine. It's good.
Totally understand Maverick wanting to just, you know, power through the ramp, get to that turn 6 as quickly as possible. Because Wickerfang it's a lot of stats.
Oh, Subtle's come good. Reliquary of Souls, that's the priest one. I could have got that with time. Devourer of Souls. These are really hard words for me to say with these R's.
Reliquary of Souls and Devourer of Souls. Name a more iconic duo.
Yeah.
They do have a similar look. They must have been in like the same expansion or something.
It does look that way. Yeah. came all this way, and now we Brood Watcher. What even is Hearthstone if you can't just play a Wickerfang on turn 4? Honestly? It makes sense, right? Like, if the Wickerfang survives, if the appendages survive like one turn, the game comes to a crunching halt, and they're not surviving at the moment because Meesmile's board is so outrageous.
God, if Maverick plays it though, Meesmile has the opportunity to clear up as much as possible. That Corona's last stand could come in handy. And then Mirex will, yeah, I guess dethrone is safer. Mirex can copy the Wickerfang.
That's pretty disgusting, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, I think Mirex against any of the colossal minions is pretty terrifying.
I never really got Mirex until, you know, I was kind of forced into playing it by the fact that tournaments existed. And then it soon became very clear, okay, this is just obviously really good. I don't have to play it to get the feel for it. Someone's done the research for us. They are actually from different expansions somehow.
No. Very, very similar art style, and of course,
yeah, absolutely.
Titles. Unfortunate for Maverick here. All the ramp, none of the value or payoffs.
Meesmile face into the monitor directly now as he works out how to proceed with this Wickerfang off.
I mean, I think you just you trade your minions into the 4/5, play your own Wickerfang, and then you dethrone theirs. I mean, feels straightforward to me.
It does. That's where they get you. Yeah, absolutely.
It doesn't have the full board space without making some more trades.
Yeah, it's a little bit awkward, right? Because we're going to make another minion from our 2/2 as well.
Oh, I see what Meesmile's doing. He doesn't care as much about the appendages, just wants to get that 8-drop.
Yeah. And
Okay.
it's large.
I mean, it's not
It's not that large.
high
actually,
stats
yeah.
for an 8-drop, but it does have rush.
Choose soon.
Yeah, it's actually kind of rubbish for an 8. The Maverick does have the equality minion.
Yeah, and you might actually, you know, often you do it for attack, but I think here you do it for health.
Trouble is, if he plays it and doesn't wipe out the appendages and stuff, they will just start growing again. But
you can at least clear the Wickerfang, right?
yeah. Yeah, I don't think it's wrong. It's just very sad, isn't it? Like, his hand is nothing. Meesmile's into the meat of his deck. He's got Foxy Opu as one option here, and then next turn he's got Nowadax into Mistress.
Well, Meesmile with Deja Vu has the opportunity to see that Maverick has nothing.
Yeah, you take that, right? Because if they've got something, you want it. If they haven't, you want to know.
Yep. Oh.
He gets the news. Your opponent's
This
got nothing.
is
Set up
air.
2-turn lethal.
You take in. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, this is just more pressure. I was gonna say maybe you take Innervate, but.
Care to make a wager, friend?
Are you a fan?
Maximum output, Maverick has top deck Firak.
Looks like it. Not much else is going to do that. Ah, and the reverse sweep was so close, but it's looking like Meesmile's going to just finally force the way through. Can Maverick save it? Saved it.
No, you can't kill it off.
He's alive. Well, he still gets the 6, right?
Yeah, that's true. You get the battle cry, you remove a 4/3. Yeah, it's not nothing, but it's not out
I'm
of
not
the
sure I
woods.
want to kill that too. I think I might have left that up. If they want to kill it off into my 6/6, good for them.
Really? Huh. I mean, I guess just because that thing can grow more over time.
Yeah. Okay, so 14 damage on board, needs another 8 to win the game. To get through out of this group, but this is the winner's match, so you know, Maverick, if he loses, will get another go. Meesmile, if he wins, will be through to Sunday. Needs 8 damage total.
Yeah, well, and to your point, killing off that minion has given Meesmile an extra Herald. So these are reduced by 2. I think slow motion basically eliminates any hope Maverick would have had at finding it out, because Firak will be unplayable. And then, yeah, this is just 12 damage.
Yeah, good luck with that. Everything costs a fortune. You haven't got a hand.
Nah,
Meesmile's
I
got you on 8.
think the armor
Is it
just doesn't get
lethal?
to happen. It's just lethal.
Oh, the barrage is there as well.
Or unless it happens in between, no. The double cast happens before the armor.
Okay. Then you get the armor, like you used to with starships. And
Yeah.
Meesmile gets through the group. 3-0-3-2 in the end. That's my pick through, just so that Sottle can't gloat all day. Yeah, he looks very relieved and goes into Sunday's draw. Maverick will be playing again in a little while. And honestly, apart from the mage again, looking a bit rough in this particular matchup because he had to ban the hunter, which shuffles everything up one deck in the standings that you don't really want to happen. Maverick looking very likely to continue his many-year run of just being a very high-level Hearthstone player.
Yeah, we'll have to see how the mage pans out. There's actually, second mage in this group over in Brain Piece's lineup. But he did not make it out of, as noticed by not being in this winner's match. But
No, there's 4 people in the group and 2 of them in the winners match.
we'll see a little bit more mage.
So yeah, let's take a break. Let's get Brain Piece and Nature set up with some more mage and see who gets to play Maverick for the right to get out of the group. We'll see you in 3. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, everyone. My name is Soto, and it's my pleasure, of course, to be joined by 16th place Masters Tour 2021 Stormwind competitor, Pocket Train. Pocket, how you doing?
Oh, very good, thanks. Yeah, very, very well qualified to cast this match, because one of these players here and now will be coming in 16th place, just like myself.
Very good, yeah.
Yeah, it seems to be my forte today. Cast the other one as well. But yeah, I'm looking forward to this. We've got some different lineups in this group to the first one. It's been nice seeing a bit of Quest Mage, even though it's looked a little bit floppy earlier. We've got a bit of Hunter in this series as well to look forward to. And some, actually, we don't. It's banned. No, I forgot. But the Paladin making its first appearance of the weekend, which I'm excited to see how that stacks up against the Dragon Warrior, which has looked good, I think, in the few games we've seen of it so far as well.
Yeah, I think of the decks that had a significant sample through most of Group A, the Dragon Warrior is the best deck for adjusted win rate. It's played 3 times, won 3 times, and then picked up bans as well. So, you know, pretty good showing for the Dragon Warrior. There are a couple of different Paladins in this one. In the tournament, there is the Flood Paladin. We're actually dealing with the end of turn Paladin for this one.
Yes.
But I specifically do want to talk to you about Quest Mage and Druid, because I think... Obviously, correct me if I'm misrepresenting your views here. Druid from the last series, but Druid was like your deck coming into this, right? Like Druid was the pick.
It's my favorite deck on ladder. It feels really good against the popular picks of like I think it's quite favored against Demon Hunter, a little bit less so maybe against Rogue, but favored against both of them. And you go into this tournament going, oh, those are the 2 most popular decks. Druid seems like a good bring. But then it also does have some more polarizing matchups against things like this Paladin. Obviously, there's no Druid in the series, so we're not going to see that. But that does... it is one of those decks that doesn't have the flattest matchup spread. Like Demon Hunter and Rogue do a little bit more. But I do think it shapes up a bit better into just the most popular stuff.
And how much Paladin / Dragon Warrior do you have experience with? Because these don't necessarily strike me as the kind of decks you'd play with free will, just jamming decks on
yeah,
that.
well, Dragon Warrior did take me to a nice 16th place at the last World Championship, so I did have a bit of experience there.
Very good, very good.
But the Paladin, my main experience of it is playing Druid and just absolutely getting steamrolled by Nozdormu on curve. Like the end of turn Nozdormu with the Divine Shields and the buffs, that is like absolutely backbreaking against pretty much every single deck in the meta right now if it doesn't clear it straight away. Like Rogue can if it survives till Twilight Mistress, but it comes down a bit before that. So if the Paladin can build a board and set that up, it's pretty much unstoppable.
What I will say is that this slightly evolved build of Dragon Warrior with Erupting Volcano, Torch, and a couple of other fire spells does have a lot more chance to come back from being behind against these kind of decks.
Yes.
But you could, certainly, I'm not one to subscribe to this argument, but you could subscribe to the argument that you fall behind more often by disrupting your curve with more situational cards and spells. That it's not worth the upside, but I personally think like the swing capabilities are so high, particularly against Divine Shield decks specifically.
Yes, specifically this matchup, they definitely will come in handy. There are so many little ping effects for the Divine Shields, like Searing Fissure for the AoE, and just the location in itself with all those little missiles that it shoots.
It's one of the few decks in the game where they will drop the... what? No one knows the name of this card. Toreth the Unbreaking, and you'll think that's fine. I can deal with that. You know, no big deal.
Yeah. They're also quite low curve decks, so they can whittle down the board a little bit beforehand, which Nature is managing to do here. Like the Toreth is mostly backbreaking when it comes down when you've got a board established, as most of the deck is, but like this Spearheart Sentinel as well. Like it's not going to stick. It's just going to get one holy spell, so it has to be quite good. Otherwise, this is a fairly low impact turn.
Yeah, this is the problem. I think some of the stuff Paladin does mid-game is like the strongest mid-game in the game right now.
Yes.
The problem that you get is that you don't have adequate enough early game to win all the early game fights to platform your mid game. So sometimes you're just playing these incredibly powerful snowball cards, but the snowball hasn't started rolling because you just haven't won the early game.
Yeah, if you get forced off board with this Paladin, then it can just be lights out. Like Dragon Warrior sort of used to be before it adopted this slightly more fire spell oriented build. But
okay. So now we have... That's huge with 0 mana Sand Fury Aura, because now...
that is a plan.
This does always go in the good order for you, so Chronological Aura will always go first, and then Nozdormu will activate afterwards. So no matter what here, you get a huge board in a can at the end of next turn, thanks to the 0 mana Sand Fury.
But both the Prescient Slitherdrake and the Whelp of the Infinite will line up quite well against against Nozdormu boards, because poisonous against big minions, pretty good. You have a board established already to deal with the one Divine Shield that will come down.
Righteous Protector is the out. No, doesn't get it. Needed to be able to slam it same turn here. Does he play Twilight Eggs as well? He did play Twilight. Oh, one card off the Twilight Egg. Oh.
In fairness, I'm not sure he can deal with both of these. So the Nozdormu will stick here. Oh, never mind.
You were saying?
Yeah, no, you've been calling me out for things I haven't even said today, but this is one time I have actually been proven wrong. I will admit.
This is less fun when you're here to defend yourself.
Yeah, that's all right. I'll just happily be wrong about things, and I'll claim it was on purpose. But Searing Fissure, Torch. Like he doesn't have to play the Torch. He could just tank the damage with his face, which you're okay with doing against Paladin because they don't really have burst from hand once you clear the board. But he's opting to use the Torch anyway. It does also have the upside of pushing 3 face damage yourself.
Yes. There was only 3 damage on the Torch, so it didn't really make a great break point. And so, like, you'd love to have been able to just, like, put the Petal Peddler in and shoot it for 6, for example, but it just wasn't a big enough Torch.
Probably just gotta put stats on board and hope that the warrior runs out of stuff hitting into it.
Yeah, which can happen, but plenty of big bombs left in hand for nature, although really would have loved to draw any dragon this turn. Yeah,
I mean, it's really awkward now because Torch, like, you can hit the 3/5 with it, but this Toreth is just sticking around, and
he gets
Brainpiece is going to have mana for Aura plus Shatter next turn as well.
Exactly, so everything
could just turn the corner
Divine
here.
Shield next turn. Brainpiece, huge sigh of relief, and actually out of nowhere.
Oh my good! Yeah, I think this has just been an unbelievably perfect sequence of draws.
It's always Paladin, actually. Figured it out.
Now that does actually refresh the Toreth Divine Shield, so it had been cracked a couple of times, but now it's back to a fully formed Divine Shield.
I did not know. Even if it's not broken, it fully refreshes it. I did not know that.
I'm going to level with you. I didn't know that until I just saw it.
Yeah, the animation's changed, right? Yes, you're absolutely right. Yeah.
So that also, the Brainpiece did know that. Like, he did that very intentionally. So, yeah, he's submitted this Paladin fully knowing what the cards do, which...
Oh, that's the good one as well.
Yeah. But I think, to be honest, with the way this board is looking, there is a world where Brainpiece doesn't have to play a single card for the rest of the game and he can still win.
You might be right.
I think this is good enough. Yeah,
it was.
Nature agrees.
Narrator, it was good.
Yeah, it was just that Toreth not being able to get dealt with there and then. Just let Brainpiece do whatever he wanted. Like once the Paladin gets a foothold on the board, it does not take its foot off the gas.
And as
and if
a
Nature just had a couple of key cards, maybe you would have been okay. But yeah, the dead Grom and torches and the Slither Drake in hand, not enough.
And as a balanced and responsible journalist, I will point out here, even though, huge fan of this version with the fire spells, the other version of Dragon Warrior, where you're just playing minions, you never have a 7-mana Prescient Drake in your hand with that version, right? You always have a second dragon to be able to play it out on curve, which can potentially make a big difference there. I think the turn probably just ends up being good enough from Brainpiece anyway, because
yes,
like the 4-mana 6/8 does not clear the Unbreakable, so it doesn't matter, right? Like it just makes the rest of the game irrelevant. But certainly the pressure would have been increased in a lot of other situations, which is the benefit of just having a ton of dragons in your deck and a smooth curve. But still plenty of mileage for the Dragon Warrior in this one still, but easy win for Paladin in the end.
Yeah, for as weak as the Paladin early game sort of looked, he did still go Murloc for the ramp aura into double Nozdormu and Toreth, which is pretty much the ideal scenario for that Paladin deck.
But
it looks far more backbreaking against the deck that's a bit more passive on board early turns, but that is like the nuts, I would say.
But you did call it. He gets one spell from the from whatever that card's called, Spearheart Sentry. It has to be good, and it ends up being a 0-mana double end of turn aura, which was the absolute nuts with the follow-up of the Nozdormu. So yeah, absolutely huge. A couple of back-to-back draws there for Brainpiece to go 1-0 up in the series. But I was leading you into questions about the decks, but the one that's relevant for this series, Quest Mage, which is, I'm not going to say a deck that you were saying was the nuts for this tournament, but it was a deck that you were like plugging as, of the decks that aren't obvious, Quest Mage is one that's worth looking at, right? Like, is that a fair representation?
Yeah, it's one of those decks that I think it can really warp your perception, because obviously players have limited time to test stuff. Like I'm sure they got plenty of testing games with as many things as they could, but sometimes your testing is a little bit warped by what happens in the limited number of games you can play. And Mage is such a feast or famine deck, so I'm sure some of the players at this tournament would have played Mage, not finished their quest on like turn 6 a few times, just exploded and thought, okay, this deck is completely unplayable. And then the players that did submit Mage would probably be a little bit more used to finishing up that quest on turn 6, doing the explosive thing on turn 7, and thinking, oh, this is great, this stacks up quite well. But a very key thing in bringing Mage is you do not want to queue it into this matchup right here as well. This is quite an unfortunate state of affairs to queue this matchup.
Obviously, you sent me a list to play for Quest Mage, which is very different from what Brainpiece is playing, because he has Khadgar, he has Kyonzu, he has a Xavius in there as well because of all the extra minions. Have you tried any of this extra minion stuff?
Not particularly. I'm much of a bigger fan of the a bit more slimmed down version. Just survive till your thing. I don't know how useful Khadgar really is. It feels like a bit of a win. I don't want to really say win more.
I could feel you not wanting to say win more so hard.
Yeah, because I don't know, winning more sounds good. But,
I like to win more. Yes, I agree.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Khadgar, I'm not sure how much it really tilts you over the edge of games that you're not necessarily already winning. It seems like a bit more of an inclusion to account for a matchup like Druid, or maybe he was expecting a couple more control priests than there are, even though there are already a few. Some people were expecting none at all. Yeah, I think that's a bit maybe unnecessary, but I do like the Techisaurus inclusion in his list, and I do like that he has a little bit more ability to fight for board regardless of the quest itself, especially in matchups like Warrior, which you're already at a bit of a disadvantage in.
Yeah, I think the best argument I can make for Khadgar is, in my experience with the deck, which is limited, after you play the weapon, you need to end the game really quickly, or your hand fills up with absolute garbage just because you're clicking the worst card you discover every time you look. So if after quest you just get to go like Khadgar Stonehill Defender or Khadgar into the legendary Discover guy, right?
Yeah.
Like that's a huge board out of nowhere that's like hard to make consistently without it. So I can kind of see some merit to it that way, but
Yeah,
it
there
is another
definitely
card that could just be a removal spell or another Discover in
Yeah.
the deck. Right?
There's certainly a notable flex spot there because you've got Maverick and Gabby who have also brought Quest Mage, but they've brought Relica Kings instead, which is a very similarly dead card that is, I'm going to say it, a bit win more sometimes. And potentially unnecessary. With the amount of Discover effects you have, you can sort of just think, okay, I'm going to find a Relic of Kings if I really want one during the course of the game. Anyway, I don't need to use a deck slot on it because it's not a very flexible card.
Meanwhile, we haven't talked too much about this actual game state that we're dealing with, but Nature has played cards that say get a Dark Gift on them, and now Dark Gifts are going to do really powerful things for the next few turns.
Yeah, but Brainpiece, I think, has been quite happily ticking away his quest, and he's stayed on 25 health here. So he's relatively intact. Whereas, yeah, the warrior would have probably been hoping to do a little bit more damage in the early game. Although that being said, we have seen this before where the mage just leaves up one board and warrior can just push like 15 damage and suddenly the game's about to end. So yeah, Nature has like a 1 or 2 turn window here to get the damage in before Brain Priest starts to really explode with the procs of this quest.
Yes, he needs one. It's just the mana to spend on the weapon that's in the way, because otherwise Power of Creation just makes the biggest board you've ever seen in your life immediately. But he does need to get the weapon into play next time.
Yeah, what you really want with the mage is the turn you play the weapon, you don't want to have to hit something really specific to just not die. Sometimes you do get put into that spot and you do just hit. Like this Stonehill Defender could actually just be the exact thing he needs, because it will put up a wall of taunts. These are not the largest of taunts, but they might just about be annoying enough.
Remember when we were watching Maverick's game and every card he discovered cost like 8 mana? Like, Brainpiece would
but
like some of those
put
right
up the
now.
quest yet. So
Yes, yeah.
But when you have finished the quest, you're getting a Noyatron Dirty Rat. Good luck.
Did we die?
Searing Fisher, very good for the Divine Shield. The Torch pickup, fantastic as well. I'm counting 15 damage, but not all of it can go face.
Yeah, correct.
I think it's two damage off lethal, because the trade will have to be made. No, it's more. It's a little bit more than 2 damage, because the Torch can't kill both taunts.
And awkwardly, we can't drop the Air of Hereafter on this turn either, because that is the absolute nuts this turn when casting Searing Fisher.
Which puts Brainpiece down to 4 health, but he does have an entire turn to make use of this quest.
Yeah.
But I hope that's enough. Which is easier said than done.
You do have the deeply cowardly option of just playing Blizzard and then hoping that the extra mana next turn lets you do more broken things.
Oh my goodness. What did I just witness?
That's a Quest Mage player if I've ever seen one.
That is. If you're going to bring Quest Mage, you've got to be the type of player to do this. He might still die, but I think these taunts. These are not Maverick taunts.
They're not Maverick taunts. One of those was a 0/0, which is rather unfortunate.
Oh, that had charge as well. So that Dirty Rat actually really, really useful here. Where do your instincts say to shoot this Shadow Flame Suffusion.
Yeah, the inaudible sounds of furious counting are occurring.
This is really, really difficult to figure out. So are you shooting at the taunts to try and clear off the taunts so that you can send a minion face, or are you shooting at face just because they're on 4? I want to get them as close to 0 as possible.
I think you shoot a minion because there are dark gifts that allow you to interact with minions, but not dark gifts that allow you to interact with face. So you can get...
he's got another area.
He's got another thing.
Charge.
Oh, so yeah, you can hit charge. You can hit the 110 champion thing that can attack minions. You can get rush minions with like Divine Shield, Wind Fury, all sorts of things can come off there. So it's more relevant to take down the thing.
Yep, agreed. Crucially, he's 1 mana off lethal here because he can't play the torch with this. Now Brain Piece has another turn to try and do something as nonsense as he just did.
And 2 water elementals that are facing 2 of the bigger minions that he has to deal with.
These aren't fantastic. I find arcane spells from the past to be quite lackluster after you finish the quest. But drawing into more discovers might be good enough.
You can start to see the thing I was talking about earlier, where slowly, as turns pass, your hand just becomes more unplayable the more that you play Quest Mage.
This elusive is such a nightmare.
Yes, it is.
Ooh.
Because that still applies to the random casts, right? Like, random cast can't cheat and shoot an elusive, I presume.
Glacial Shard? Completely randomly generated?
Sure, yeah, no, that works.
Not bad. Wow.
So, as a seasoned Quest Mage veteran, Pocket, would you like to take us through everything that just happened that turn?
I'm not as good as Brain Piece at this deck, I gotta say. The crazy thing is, he's still at 4, and his quest is almost finished, and nature is at 34, so he's at risk for the entire rest of the game still. And this isn't necessarily over. This Morchi's quite good with the Sands of Time, although there's only 1 tick of the quest left, so he would only get 1 of those spells, even though he'd discover twice.
Yeah.
Healing is huge here.
Healing is enormous, yeah. It beats... So it removes Windspeak Worm as an out. He's not currently dead to Grom or Stadium Announcer anyway, because the torch that's in hand... Like, ping from the location plus the torch doesn't clear the 3/6 taunt as it stands, as long as Brain Piece can clear the rest of the board. So the only thing he was currently dead to as a top deck was Windspeak Worm, and that healing has completely removed that as an out.
Yeah, is there a sequence of draws? There could be... Okay, so the out is 2nd Shadow Flame Suffusion into double Battle Cry, Windpeak Worm.
Yes.
That
Presuming
is...
he played a dragon this turn, which I'm guessing he did.
He wouldn't even go... that is...
It's 10.
It's
good...
10. No,
it's
he
10
played
mana.
the...
It's 10 mana if it's not discounted.
Okay. Yeah, he played the Slither Drake this turn.
Oh, he has not, however, killed the 6/6.
Oh.
So Grom is back on the table. Grom is not on the table.
It's off the table. But the taunt will be off the board in a moment.
Yeah.
And
plenty of health to play
Mage is
with.
not fantastic at closing out the game from hand, weirdly enough. Even with for a class with loads of burn spells, with the way that Quest Mage plays, a lot of the time you just don't have much burn in your hand. So this taunt will go away, and nature will have a turn or 2 still, barring some taunt generation or potential healing off maybe the Sands of Time. Nature will still have a turn or 2 to try and find that Grom.
Our Stadium Announcer was actually a small out here as well, because if you got exactly corrupted Ashbringer, he can attack the taunt for 6, enrage his minion, hit face for 8. That was actually
True.
useful as well.
Stadium Announcer in some ways is okay. So I mentioned no burn. Well, what he could do. Oh, you know what he was trying to do there for sure is give nature a terrible spell at the top of his deck, and then he just got Flame Strike and 2 burn spells.
Yes,
Flame Strike,
great point.
Shaladrasil,
Yeah,
Fireball. I'm not really up for giving him any of these, you know. But the Oaken Summons now will likely be enough to just completely lock out the game. I can't picture anything that nature could draw off the top now.
Yeah, like Grom weapon would actually be lethal, but he can't activate the weapon if he draws Grom, so that doesn't work.
That being said, Brainpiece does still have to make sure he's setting up 2-turn lethal here,
Which
I believe he
seems
can do.
fairly straightforward with the Fireball in hand.
That's not it. Just dead on board unless he pings the Xavius and kills it with the torch. But when you do that, you know that you're just exhausting the only outs you had off the top of your head, off the top of your deck anyway. So nature correctly, I think, gives it up.
Well, damn. Yeah, Quest Mage. Like you were saying the entire time, you know, you need to do broken things very quickly when you hit the weapon. And was it first discover, second discover from? No, the first one was very underwhelming taunts from Stonehill Defender, to be fair.
Yes.
And then, yeah, then the double the freeze and water elementals from the first spell discover was absolutely disgusting.
Needed something like that on the spot with the way that those games go, but that is the power of the Quest Mage. If you do hit that on the first proc, you can just completely overwhelm the vast majority of decks in the meta right now.
Yeah.
And some decks, not like Dragon Warrior, like if he'd been against like a Demon Hunter or a Rogue, which can have those fast starts, but they're not as consistent as Dragon Warrior, putting on that level of pressure that early on, the Mage wouldn't have been under as much pressure to instantly hit the really, really good discovers. So I think that is why Mage is fairly well positioned in the tournament. And we didn't even talk that game about the Stadium Announcer interaction with the weapon, because it just never came up.
No, yeah, true, yeah. It's
'cause that is the main, the weapon destruction is the main like reason that Warrior is so dominant in that matchup.
Yeah, that's fair.
Have we seen this matchup, this tournament? Yeah, I don't think we have. Rogue against Dragon Warrior. I think we've mostly seen Dragon Warrior in matchups where it's just trying to swing face against decks that do nothing but remove. Although we have talked a little bit behind the scenes about this Brain Piece Rogue. We've all got, I think, opinions on how it functions.
I mean, I'll tell the story. So Raven clicked on this version of Rogue to test because it was literally the first one in the list from alphabetically with Brain Piece. And then when we were talking, just I think was it yesterday in Tech Checks, we were talking, and Raven's like, "Yeah, Rogue sucks. It just doesn't do anything. Like, I just end up passing my first 3 turns." And then we were like looking through the lists, and we're like, "Yeah, not sure about Brain Piece's list that cuts all of the like tempo early game cards." And then Raven's like, "Oh. I think I might have figured out the mystery. That's the one I was playing." But yeah, like Brain Piece has cut so much early game from his deck that this is his best tempo play in the first 3 turns is a 4/1 stealth, and that's what he's got this game. But yeah, relatively underwhelming for the first few turns. The version of the deck that Brain Piece has.
Yes, but the rest of his hand has shaped up quite nicely with the prep fast forward. I think fast forward often is quite a slow card if you can't combine it with exactly preparation. In most matchups, but he's gone into Herald into Rite of Twilight with Shadow of Demise, so he can just get his Herald game plan going, and Herald as well as doing your Sinestra thing. It is just good tempo to get like 3 minions going along with it at the same time. So I think he's just staying like on par with the Warrior in this early game.
That is 3 heralds already. Oh, 0
Yep.
mana ritual of life from
Not
it
bad.
as well. All right.
Yeah, Stranglevine you don't mind. Got a few minions to proc this Death Rattle on. And crucially, Nature hasn't picked up any of his quite efficient 1 mana AoEs.
Seeing
1
Warmaul
damage
Challenger
AoEs.
without a buff on it just makes me sad. I get very,
Yeah.
very happy with buffed Warmaul Challenger.
And in most situations here, this 7/5 dragon, the rogue wouldn't be able to do anything about it. But with the Devouring Plague generated, Brain Priest does have just the perfect response. And a Glacial Shot to boot.
Yeah. Does not have a dragon for the discounted Dark Scale that you picked on the previous turn.
He could go Xavius to find a dragon and then Dark Scale, and if he
That's
misses,
true.
coin Devouring Plague as a backup.
Yeah, or just use the Glacial Shard as the backup and save the coin. Right? If you want to do it that
Yeah.
way as well. Yeah, not messing around. Just going to rip it.
Get rid. Shard is going to have a good target at some point, for sure, in this matchup.
Unless you just play Volcanoes and ignore the minion part of the deck, like you're supposed to. I don't know when people's in physics.
Yeah. Well, you can't really ignore the minion part of your deck when you do sometimes have to draw it.
No. You just draw Volcano every game, and then you play.
Just choose to draw Volcano every time in your deck that has no card draw.
That's right. Yeah.
I like
no, I
this
know.
plan.
You have 1 slam, and then you play 2 mana slam as well. So you've got loads of card draw.
Okay.
Yeah.
All the slams.
Yes.
Yeah, suddenly Nature's just putting stats onto the board to get swallowed up by the sort of efficient rogue mid game now. Once they survive the early turns, like the Herald stuff and everything does just sort of outpace a lot of decks. I feel like Nature probably should just play the biggest minion on board and just hope that there isn't a ridiculous bonus effect. Because every other play just seems quite sad and gives the rogue way too much time.
Yeah. Do you want to take 4 to make it a biggest minion?
Well, the problem with that is you're leaving another minion on board. But he does just opt to make sure there's no bonus effect shenanigans going on full clear the board. That does make sense. Definitely has a lot of merit.
I will transcend this.
I feel like we see this a lot with Rogue. Oh, thank you very much, Innkeeper. We see this a lot with Rogue, that it looks like their hand's just empty, and then they'll draw just like 1 key card. Like they'll find a Sinestra or an Opu, or just get quite a high value Herald effect, and suddenly they've just got loads to do again.
Yep. Or just
So I feel
map
like-
into any of those cards plus
Yes.
an additional card from map.
Yeah, suddenly Brain Piece's quite clunky looking list is actually a bit of an advantage over other rogue lists because it's more likely to draw like a fast forward or a cultist map off the top.
Yep.
Or a backstab, which wouldn't be quite so good.
Yes.
But yeah,
that
he
is
does have a
always
little
the
bit
way,
more value.
right? When you cut early game for more utility or more late game, in the games where you do draw well for the first few turns, you are going to then be playing a stronger deck. That's
Yes.
kind of how it works. Okay, Grom has made an appearance this game, which is going to make a huge difference to whether Nature can kind of stumble over the line here.
Very much so. He's got a very, very coherent game plan. Just Stadium Announcer, hit face, Grom next turn. There's actually not much that Rogue can do to block that. You've just seen a Glacial Shard come down. And now Brain Piece is going to put his random cards face up, so you know that you're not playing around anything that's not naturally in their deck now.
Deathwing, of course,
that's-
somewhat confusingly not a dragon for the ramp effect of this, because hero cards can't really be minion types, or else lots of very nasty things would happen.
Yes.
Like Jiraxxus Sacrificial Pact from back in the day.
Is this weapon good enough for you?
Well, they have a
would you
weapon that can't
accept-
attack face, and it's not
Yes.
Bulwark of Azeroth. So
Yes.
I would take those two things as a win from my perspective.
Yeah, that's my estimation of the situation as well. I think you go, this sets up lethal with Grom. I'm good with that.
Yeah.
Make sure that they have to do something quite outrageous to survive here. Because that was only one of Glacial Shard, crucially, and that's gone now because no Shadow Step. So Nature's Face cannot be frozen, and now there's nothing Brain Piece can really do to prevent this Grom coming through for lethal for 12 from hand.
Yeah, Prep Shaladrisil probably.
Oh,
won.
never mind. I mean, he's still going to die because he has to deal with the board as well. But
Yes.
Dream Glacial Shard, make your own Shadow Step. Doesn't quite work.
It's so nearly there. Apart from the self-face damage, it's so very
Yes.
nearly there.
If you got Lifesteal,
Lifesteal?
yeah, that could have done it.
It still dies, right? You'd go to 16, then go to 11. You're still just dead to the Grom.
You'd Nightmare it.
Oh, of course you Nightmare it. Yeah, no, you're right.
Feed my children.
Yeah, potentially as well if that had Taunt. There were a fair few outs there.
There is a couple, yeah, sure.
Did not hit them.
Oh, thanks for showing up, buddy.
Your favorite. Well, drawn win rate, getting better.
That's true.
Still supports your story.
Yep. Didn't draw it last game.
Yeah,
That was the problem.
very much so. So now Nature's got his own Rogue and Demon Hunter to come against Rogue. So yeah, two basically coin flip matchups. So this one definitely still could go either way.
And as I have been spending the last few minutes warping things to my Dragon Warrior agenda, speaking of warping reality to fit your agenda, Pocket, Demon Hunter is going to have to pick up a win in this series from here for Nature.
Warping reality. The facts of the matter are Demon Hunter has. Oh wait, no, it's just been adjusted. It's now at 50% win rate. It's before the previous series it was at a 40% win rate, and now it's at 50%. So
You cannot hunt
that.
demon hunter.
Wait, no, pure win rate's 46%. I'm talking nonsense. Yes, no, Demon Hunter has a negative win rate in this tournament so far, while being one of the most brought decks. I think Demon Hunter and Rogue have the same population in the tournament. Yeah, Rogue is sitting at exactly 50% right now.
Now, I think
Which
quite
makes
often,
sense. Everyone expected it.
Yeah, I think quite often you can make the argument, right, that the most brought deck having a negative pure win rate is expected behavior because everyone expects it to be
Yes.
there. So if they're leaving it up, that means they're countering it. However, Demon Hunter has only been banned 4 times so far, which means it's actually got to play quite a lot, right? So
Yes.
having a negative win rate is still relevant. And as much as I'm poking the bear right now, I don't disagree with you. Your intro on the first series you cast to Demon Hunter was you felt the deck doesn't do anything particularly powerful except when it does the hold thing. I'm
Yes.
almost willing to go one step further and say I don't think hold is as good as a lot of people make it out to be, right? There's a couple of good hits from it, and then sure, you get some 0 mana minions. But the problem is, if you're behind in the game when you play hold, which I find you quite often are.
Yeah, it's like
because
Quest Mage, isn't it? You
Yeah,
need a
exactly.
specific good thing there and then.
You
on turn
need
6.
Illidari, maybe Lifesteal, Omen, right, to come off it. And there's
Yes.
15 options that you can hit. So you're talking 30%-ish to hit a really good card on the first click. And decks are so efficient at punishing you now that if you don't hit something good off the first click, sometimes it just suffers. But anyway,
Yes.
that stuff's all. This is not really the matchup to be having that discussion because, of course, in this matchup, your cards just don't work, so you don't.
Yes. There is a king lane in Nature's deck, so all of his, if your deck has no minions, effects will be turned off until he finds that. Which also has the other upside for Rogue of showing them, oh, your Garona's active. You can just
That's right.
split their health in half at any moment if you'd like. So that is a very awkward interaction for the Demon Hunter to have to navigate. But at the same time, with the nature of how both of these decks function, the Demon Hunter can just get there enough of the time without needing the bonus effects of its no minion synergies. Because it can just hit face and Rogue can't heal. So that ends up making this matchup pretty much a 50-50. I think most people would agree.
Okay. And I imagine because Demon Hunter has to win by hard tempo, Brainpiece's particular build of the deck suffers a little bit more just because it can't compete with flashbacks and so on in the early game.
Yeah, like if you look at Brainpiece's hand, if he didn't have a 5-mana Narrowlex, to be fair, there's no...
There's no bounce, yeah.
There's no Twilight Mistress right now, but he does have the Flight of the Firehawk to tutor it out of his deck. So he could have that online for turn 6, but
yeah,
he is taking a lot of damage right now, so this could just be too much. Didn't find it straight away. Could have also settled for a preparation to prep out the flight. Now needs to find something from Herald, probably, to try and fight back on board a bit. You can just put the Narrowlex on board and say that you have to sink 7 damage into this.
That's a good point.
Quite an underrated thing that I think people overlook sometimes. They go, "Oh no, I don't have the full combo with it." But if you put it on board, then you're threatening that at all times, so it can just slow down the opponent's game plan just about enough.
Yeah, and if your opponent reads this as, well, they don't have the Bounce Dragon, or they would have just played the Bounce Dragon, I am going to ignore it. Well, then you play Flight of the Phoenix this turn, and you punish them for it.
Or a 1-mana Sinestra, which is also just
that is also quite
threatening
powerful
thing.
Yeah.
Nature does have a fairly efficient clear for it, with the Infestation. But it does mean that you can't just ship damage to face and ignore everything else.
Yes. Your Traxion, on the other hand, is getting ignored.
Yes, for sure. Yeah, we saw, I think Saver played this matchup earlier against Method, and Saver had a couple of flashbacks in the early game, and that was enough to just fight for board that little bit and not take loads of damage before turn 6. But Brainpiece's specific build, he was sitting there with fast forward and had sure he got a 5-mana Narrowlex, but that's just too late. Before you know it, you've taken just a critical massive chip damage, and there's not that much Rogue can do.
I think if you wanted to make this list as bad as possible against Demon Hunter, you'd come up with something pretty close to this, because in terms of the early game flex card spots that Brainpiece is playing, it's Nightmare Fuel, which literally hits King Lane and nothing else against Demon Hunter. So, good job, buddy.
Yes, I think Brainpiece probably went into this tournament thinking, I'm considering potentially banning Demon Hunter with this specific build of Rogue. But unfortunately for him, he has come up against a Hunter plus Dragon Warrior lineup here.
Yes.
Which he pretty much was left with no choice but to, oh my goodness, that is a lifesteal stag. There are a couple of discovers.
Yeah, needs the crushing
Misses
walls.
on the first one.
No.
I can't remember the name of the card. It's like some kind of tidal wave something.
It's crushing walls. Everyone knows.
Yeah, or it's crushing walls. Flash Flood, that's the one.
Flash Flood, yeah.
But at the same time, similar situation to with that Naralex on board. There's just a Sinestra there that you might have to just sink 5 damage into.
Committed very early to the first attack.
Oh yeah.
Now we're gonna have a thing.
Short.
That's a very much having your dessert before dinner kind of thing. I'm gonna do the thing that feels nice first, and then after that, I'll do the unpleasant trades. Yeah, very responsible because he does have 7 damage quite securely set up from hand. There is still that 1-off glacial shard in Brainfuse's list though.
There is, and he draws 2 here with the whatever that card's called. It deals 3 to minions and draws a card for each one that dies.
Yes. And he does have a couple of potential tutor effects for it with the Xavius and the Flight of the Firehawk, because it is an elemental.
There it is.
There he is.
Finds the glacial shard, back into the face, and then Consumption, I think, is the name of the card.
Yes. And crucially, this does bridge the gap to Deathwing next turn. That 12 armor could keep Brainpiece out of range of nature's damage.
And then make an 8-drop, I guess, with Corpse Farm with the remainder, yeah.
Seems good. Oh, that is an 8-drop.
Is that yeah, that's Searing in hand as well. You could actually rip it. There's
Yeah,
no
you could do
reason
it now,
to,
but
you
it
could
also
do.
does just activate Broxigar's last stand for nature if he does
Yeah,
that.
yeah, good point.
Suddenly this is super awkward.
Suddenly Pocket, the Demon Hunter agenda is back on.
Yeah, I mean, I'm struggling to really commit to that with the way that the generation worked out for Brainpiece this game. But
Yeah, one of feasting.
we could. It's not over. It's far from over, in fact, because Brainpiece is having to use this Deathwing as defensively as possible.
Yep.
Which, sure, he'll get 12 armor, but apart from that, he might have to just use 4 AoE. I guess 4 AoE 12 does threaten quite a lot. Continues to get in the Demon Hunter's way. Nature will have to potentially... Well, he'll have to contemplate, 12 damage into the minion that's going to kill me, or 12 damage into the face, but then I need another 7. It gets quite awkward from this point. Looks like he's favoring the thought of going face. He could also, with this studies, find another Flash Flood.
That is
I like
also
these
third
spending-
portal, which needs to be looked after as well, because if he can just dig
Yes.
through the portals really fast, then that is obviously a big deal in terms of getting lethal.
I like that he spent just 3 mana just on the 2 card draw effects, just in case he found King Lane. Then he'd just be able to rip the Eternal Hold and hope to get something to deal with this 12/12, or just get in the way. Just do something fairly powerful.
Also,
Although, ironically, that would have just activated Garona and he would have died on the backswing.
very importantly this turn as well, Hounds actually goes face if you can activate that, because it was
Yes.
lower health than Deathwing. Probably will not be the case on the following turns, because I imagine
Yes.
Brainpiece is getting some minions in play with less than 7 health.
Yeah, so Brainpiece's job this turn is to put as many different minions on board to scatter out this sigil damage as much as possible. Make sure as little goes face as he can. Because yeah, nature right now, 8 damage from hand, 9-10 with the weapon, 11 with the hero power.
Transcend this world.
If one of these shots goes face, then that will just be lethal. Unless Brainpiece can...
Desperate
like
enough
this.
to go fishing.
Yeah, I like that, because it also puts a slightly higher health minion on board. Just goes for the Garona on the off chance there's the lane in hand. Because that would just be lethal.
It
And now
was a
gets the
lethal
bad
setup.
news.
Yeah.
There we go, one shot face and that's lethal.
Hearthstone does stand the concept of suspense, apparently.
He did also top deck the Axis Scenarios, which would have been that 1 damage as well.
Yeah.
When I rains it pause.
Well, never mind, Pocket. It's still Rogue that sucks, unfortunately.
Is it Rogue that sucks, or is it Brain Pieces Rogue that sucks?
You do raise a valid question.
Yeah, because when we saw Rogue win this matchup earlier, he did crucially go double flashback and not take 20 damage in the first 6 turns.
Yeah.
But now we'll see if how the Rogue stacks up in the mirror, I guess. There's got to be some benefit to this this specific Rogue build, at least from Brain Pieces preparation. The double Nightmare Fuel is definitely an improvement in the mirror, because it's
100%.
really, really good getting extra copies of Heralds and extra Sinestras and all that good stuff.
Yep.
So he could feel like he's at a bit more of an advantage in this upcoming matchup, but I'm still not sold on the double fast forward, no early game tempo. But we shall see.
None can escape my fury.
Watch your back.
There is a backstab in the opening hand, which I guess can at least potentially neutralize some of the fast flash forward starts that Nature has access to with his build. Otherwise, his version, his rotating 1-drops in the deck, he's playing 2 Glacial Shards instead of the 1. He has the 2 extra flashbacks that the Brain Piece isn't playing at all. The late game side of the deck, though, pretty much identical. Both playing Shaladrasil, not playing the 5-drop Herald. They're using an 8 instead of a 5 for the Elise. So yeah, just the differences in early game, and obviously Nature not playing double fast forward either to make room for that extra early game.
Yep. Weirdly enough, though, Brain Piece has the faster early game start of the two of them. The double maniacal follower is the ideal opening curve. Just get your heralds online. But Nature as well. He could have very reasonably just played the Rite of Twilight on 2, just spend mana and herald. But since he opted to dagger, he's been rewarded with this Shadow Demise pickup.
Yep.
Yeah, I feel like I never see people do that, and maybe this is why.
Yeah, I think the Shadow is a big difference. I think if you have Shadow Demise in your hand
Yeah.
and you don't just play it on 2, that's probably a massive mistake. Like, you really do want to get it played. But yeah, not having it in your hand, I guess, is an argument for it. It's just, particularly against the deck with no flash forward, is your dagger ever particularly relevant in the matchup at all? I don't know.
Yeah, not massively. This Ascendance, though, is quite good on this board. Because this 4-1's probably not trading. It's probably not even attacking. Because, sure, you can hit face for 4 and then you're expecting to just get traded by a 1-1.
Yeah.
But this Ascendance, just upgrade your whole board.
Yep. I like it.
Not a card you see very often, but it lines up quite well here. Probably won't line up nearly this well later on. And yeah, Brain Piece, even though it looked like he had the ideal early game start, he is at 19, and it feels like Nature's not done anything to do that.
No, sometimes Herald cards just get you there, right? We're talking about this. There's one Shaman in the tournament, Gu, who, has been one of the most consistent players in Hearthstone esports for like 3 straight years now. And the only reason a lot of us were like, well, Gu isn't really a big favorite for this tournament is because he has Shaman in his lineup. And Raven ends up picking Gu for this tournament. And I said to him, like, honestly, maybe Gu just draws a few Herald cards at the start of every Shaman game and he just gets there. Because it is possible. Like, the Herald cards in Herald decks are just generally so much stronger than everything else that you can do. And you saw that here from Nature. He did nothing. He went prep Herald, and suddenly he's doing very powerful looking things.
Yes. Brain Piece, yeah, he's gone Herald, but his need to be more specifically good because he's just a little bit later to the party. He's it's the same story as before. It's like when there are loads of these decks that do sort of a powerful sort of random effect, but the way that they fight for board in the early game really limits the sort of range of things that they can afford to generate or discover. So now Brain Piece, it looks like he might have to coin Sinestra next turn, and that might have to be No, I might need to save him. Whereas in the past, it could just be sort of fine couple of spells, like a good tempo play, but he needs maybe specifically healing. Although this wish in hand
Ooh, yes, Zero Mana Nightmare
could
Fury,
be
yes,
enough.
please.
Ooh, charging King Lane.
Charge King Lane is so
Those
funny.
were some horrible dark gifts. Like double battle cry is not even that good with these hand space issues. With the Shaladrisil there already.
Oh, I've never seen Charge King Lane before. That really entertained me.
My brood will inherit.
So he's just going for Sinestra. He can gain 12 actually with this wish.
Is it active? Oh, he can
well, he just
activate
coined
it with the
once, and he's got
yeah.
So that is quite a good comeback swing. Nature doesn't have a very efficient way to deal with this Sinestra.
Yeah, he has Army of the Dead, which isn't great. Doesn't fit with the mana well in his hand. but
Yeah,
it's
he
an
could
okay
go
answer.
double shatter, like both the halves. But
Yeah.
that's quite miserable.
Didn't take the heal though.
That is interesting to me. I guess he's just saying, I'm not going to take 8 here. Which, I mean, he's right, but
Yep.
how often do you take 8?
It also, of course, means like you're losing your Sinestra this turn guaranteed, so it does mean that card
Yes.
only ever heals for 6 and isn't going to heal for 12.
Yes, because he wouldn't have lost. He wouldn't have had Sinestra dead on board if he'd played the Wish.
Yeah.
But
There
it's
is an
very fair to just put up a big board and say, actually, no, you need to stop me from killing you. I do
Yeah.
still have enough lifesteal to stay alive here.
We are sat here sounding like we both hate it, but I actually don't mind. I think it's very bold.
Yeah,
but
I don't mind
I
it.
genuinely don't mind it. Like, you just
Especially
you have
because
to.
he's already seen a Rite of Twilight, so that's 3 damage
Yeah.
you know isn't there, with the Shadow Demise as well. So it does severely limit the potential. No, it's not quite. The moment you see damage with Sinestra, it's just, oh no.
Yeah.
Yeah, if the other card had also been damaged, then
Your card
Suddenly,
always kills
looking
them.
like-
It's the give a minion 1/1 for every minion you have. They always die.
oh yeah. Oh, we had that loads with Imbued Druid Mirrors. You'd Asher main and then just have a handful of those. I think it's Forest Gift it's called. And then suddenly, oh yeah, no, I actually have 40 damage bursts. Unlucky. But it does look like Brain Piece doing a pretty good job staving off this pressure. Made a nice calculated call, but Nature can full clear this board because this is double battle Cryopu. So he can do 3 AoE here. He will mill some cards, which is never a good feeling, but in the grand scheme of things, putting a stealthed Opu on board to have another 6 damage to face next turn with the threat of the Mage Shatter for another 6 burst, Brain Piece is still under threat. Is Isarath the nuts here?
It might be.
Well, not right here, but maybe next turn.
Are you ever? Do you just want to use Arcane Flow instead?
Arcane Flow with Army of the Dead.
With
then
Army
you're
of the
not milling.
Dead to clear up.
Yeah, that's fair.
I wonder.
Because it makes you like you leave behind a. I guess it's only one.
You don't mill, which feels so much nicer.
You don't mill and you leave behind 2 2/2s instead of a stealth
Yes.
6/4, which is relative. Oh, hang on. Never mind. Our turn
3
improved.
different ways to clear this turn.
Yup, yeah.
Now, Brain Piece does have just about enough time to do some slightly more passive progress his own Herald game plan turns. Ultraxian and hope to get Deathwing soon, I think is good recognition. Probably a Glacial Shard with the other pick, just for some utility to stave off a lethal from nature. You don't need a second Twilight Mistress, and if you're not putting Flashback on your deck, I don't think you're picking it here.
No.
Like, even if it was correct, I don't know, don't think I can bring myself.
We're egg rogue now. Oh, we're not egg rogue now.
With 6 damage from hand rogue right now. I feel like there have been plenty of rogue decks just throughout Hearthstone's history where you do get to this weird middle game where you're both sort of slightly over trading because you know you could just die from 10 bursts from hand.
Yeah.
In the middle game. Like you're both sort of generating things slightly randomly and you don't know who's just going to suddenly, oh no, I left up 2 minions on board and now I just got hit for 12.
I guess you use the other half of Arcane Flow here just to clear, and then transform
Shooting
your...
this at a minion feels so sad, but
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
But it's such a good clear, though. You get to transfer. You spend 1 on just transferring King Lane into a coin, and just kind of
just
works. Oh, he
send
is
it
going to dome
face
it.
now.
Fine.
Yeah. Okay. He sent that face and oh, okay, never mind. Get another one. And it's cheaper this time.
And Brain Piece is like, well, there's no way that's 4 damage again, right? That's never going to...
Yep. But he does need to do the responsible thing and clear this whole board. But now no boards really matter that much because Twilight Mistress is active.
Yeah. They matter, though, because you would rather your opponent spent 9 mana on just sapping your board than a lot of other things they can possibly do in Rogue. So having the board to try and force your opponent to do that is still very important.
Yes. Oh, I was so excited for this to be a King Lane. I think Twilight Mistress seems decent here. You could go for the potential lethal with Coin Shaladrisil, but I think it's too low odds and you're so far ahead already that you don't need to take that risk from Nature's point of view.
Yep. We do keep talking about burns as if they're relevant, but situationally they kind of are here because your opponent didn't Deathwing on the previous turn, and Deathwing is their big out, and they don't get to draw a card this turn if you Twilight Mistress them. So.
Deathwing is discounted by 5, so if it is picked up here, Brain Piece can play it.
Oh!
Speak of the devil. That's a pretty good draw and a really good recognition from Brain Piece, not just pulling the trigger on the Twilight Mistress, because you know that's not really saving you this game. He gave himself higher odds to just die on the spot there, but he's playing for the win. And he recognized, if I'm going to win this game, it's because I'm drawing Deathwing soon.
Yep.
So he did, he maximized his odds at finding Deathwing and has been rewarded as a result. And now suddenly it's nature who's at risk of dying.
It's a great shout from you as well, of course. I'm sure you would have known it without our wonderful new technology on the screen of how much Deathwing is discounted by, but still, great recognition.
I did check, to be clear. But,
Yeah,
but
of course.
But my assumption was Brainpiece was doing that play because he knew it was discounted
Yeah.
by 5. Yes, I think Twilight Mistress probably has to just come down again because this is too much damage to take. Can't leave up a 12-12. Could always risk the Shaladrosil, but he does really kind of want to dump a couple of cards to improve the odds on of that Shaladrosil actually being useful.
Yeah, I do. Speaking of agendas, I do have a bit of an anti-Shaladrosil agenda in Rogue, but to play Elise, you need either this or the 5/4 Envoy Herald, and it does seem like a significantly better card than that. But this situation comes up so often where you just have so many cards in hand after you've played like Sinestra, for example, that you can just never get good value out of Shaladrosil.
One question not enough people are really asking is, do you really want to play Elise that badly?
That is a good question. I agree. Yeah.
This is where it gets really weird in the Rogue Mirror.
Yep.
Because Nature will probably just have to Twilight Mistress this right back.
My hand.
So, if
then
both
he
players
can't because he
have
knows that he'll
Deathwing,
die
that
every
is a
time.
bit of
Yeah.
a stalemate. But when one player has Deathwing and the other doesn't, you can't
Yes.
just keep doing this because you just
Yes,
will
that
die
is-
to the Deathwing.
That is true. But
It's so dumb.
well, with this play, it does afford Nature a top deck to find Deathwing.
Yep.
Even though he knows that Brainpiece is probably just going to do exactly the same thing again.
Yep.
Which, in
How
fairness,
many-
looking at his hand, he didn't really have another choice.
Here's a pro player world champion question for you, Pocket Train. How many cards in hand could be King Lane for Brainpiece right now? He's making this a lot easier by playing lots of cards, which is annoying.
Well, to be fair, those were generated. So
Those
we
were
knew about
generated. Yeah.
Like maximum like 1.
It's not many, is it? Yeah. The Shaladrosil
think Nature-
definitely can be. I don't know about anything else. Oh, there is the Deathwing.
We mentioned Deathwing. That is a crucial top deck, which evens it up. In fairness, that's an interesting choice because I think we saw earlier today someone was in this situation and they chose to just shuffle the dragons.
Yeah,
They
why?
said, okay.
Why do you have a 12/12? Like, Nature even emoted, so I'm pretty sure he just kind of
Yeah, I think he
autopiloted
just
and then
autopiloted.
realized that
Yeah.
the 12/12 does literally nothing for you here. You absolutely want a disgusting 1-mana dragon top deck to win the game here. Like, very odd.
Yeah, the unfortunate thing is as well, sure they're playing Twilight Mistress tennis, but it's not a true stalemate because Brainpiece has the Narelek, so he can always fit in a hero power.
Yes. It not only he can fit in a hero power, he can also just draw some random game-winning 1-mana card off the top, which Nature can't do also.
Yes.
And on top of all that, that 10-mana dragon is now an extra card in his hand, so he still can't play Shaladrosil at any point because there's another massive card that's gone into his hand.
Okay, so what if Nature's out is to go Kingslayers, swing face, draw Naralex, maybe? And then you go Naralex, Twilight Mistress. Yes, you take 5 on the backswing, but that doesn't kill you.
Didn't you just spend 11 mana?
No.
No? Oh, no, you're right. You're right.
Yeah, I think this has to pull Naralex for him to have a chance, but it does not.
Okay.
That was very swingy towards the end.
It
looked like
was.
Nature was just going to steamroll it because Brainpiece was a bit passive in the early game, but that Deathwing was a really, really great spot from Brainpiece, to be honest. Sure, he got a bit lucky and he found it, but he did recognize, like, he did have other defensive plays that turn to just go, oh, I'm going to die, I need to not die. A lot of players would just go, oh, remove the big minion, it's scary, but he's gone, no, I need to take these 2 draws and say, if one of them's Deathwing, I probably win. If it's not, yeah, sure, I'm going to lose, but the other play loses far more often. And doesn't set up a win. So I think that's great recognition from Brainpiece to play to that out. And yeah, he's going through to the decider match.
And on the other side, I do think nature left a very relevant amount of percentage on the table by making a 12-12 instead of shuffling the dragons into the deck, because hand space is a problem, your top deck was a problem, Kingslayer at the end could have just drawn any 1-mana legendary in the game that could have potentially had an impact. There aren't many, but there are some that can have an impact on the game there for sure. So yeah, I don't want to beat the guy up. He clearly recognized it, emoted immediately with the oops. So yeah, clearly just a moment of his brain switching off. But nature in the end, that's a fine margin when it comes down to mirror matches. Rogues at the moment though do only seem to be winning the mirror matches in these series. In Group B specifically,
Yep.
Rogues are winning the mirrors, and that is about it. So maybe Rogue is something to keep an eye on. Any final thoughts, Pocket, before we move on?
Yeah, I'm happy to see the mage and the paladin put up quite a good showing here. It's nice to see we've seen quite a lot of success, I think, from the decks that deviate from just the demon hunter plus rogue. Like, they're doing quite well. Like, mage had some bad games earlier, but the paladin, 1-0 first showing, pretty good. Yeah, I'm liking the fact that the variety of decks are getting rewarded today.
Yeah.
Quite a lot.
Yep. Well, plenty more variety still to come. Number of decks still to enter the fray in Group B. So we will sit tight. You should do the same. We're going to take a very quick break, and we'll be back with plenty more Hearthstone. Do not go anywhere.
Hello everyone and welcome back. We're ready to jump into what will be the last match of the day, the final decider match, to see who is going to make it on to Sunday. I'm Raven and joining me to end the day is Lorinda. How's it been going? I've not really spoke to you. We've not cast together today.
Who are you again? Yeah, weird.
I've not spoke to you at all. Yeah, how have you found the day with this sort of effectively new tournament meta, right?
Yeah, I think Pocket summed it up well, actually. It's quite a lot more variety than a lot of people are expecting. The Demon Hunter, the Rogues aren't as dominant as maybe a lot of people thought they were going to be, partly because they might not be quite as strong as we thought, and partly because people are ready for them. That's how metas go. There tends to be a dominant single deck, and then that gets picked on, and then the meta forms. This time, it's a bit weird. There's these two decks that are dominant and being meted around. But yeah, been exciting stuff so far. Me Smile, my pick, cruising through the group, no problem at all, absolutely none whatsoever.
Yeah, that'll be me with Gu tomorrow.
Yeah,
Fine.
absolutely. Pocket's pick is already out or something. I don't know why we hired that guy. But we are going to have Maverick and Brain Piece. I gave Maverick quite the rundown earlier, but basically he's been around forever, including Seat Story performances, winning HCT Tour back in the day, obviously in France, which is where Maverick isn't from. But we always say that he is. We haven't done that one yet today. He's from Belgium. Brain Piece, on the other hand, fairly new on the scene, got through the playoffs and has already won the qualifier to get into the next playoffs this weekend. He just played it while he was playtesting.
Already got a backup plan.
And yeah, something that Misma was saying actually was it made Brain Piece a little bit easier to guess what he's going to bring into the tournament because he's played a tournament, done well with it. So he thought maybe he'd bring the same thing. So Misma had that read. But yeah, he's got his own way of doing things. He did qualify using the rogue we all have seen and know and love. So him bringing this slightly fast-forward Raven can't play because there's no early game rogue, which none of us really have got our heads around, isn't like an accident. It's not like he's picked up rogue and put the wrong card in. He has been playing the deck that everybody else knows and loves and has chosen to remove flashback and put in fast forward and have a slower paced rogue. So as the tournament unfolds, we'll have to see how that works out.
Yeah, and again, this could be good to see how it works out on Sunday if Brain Piece wins this match. Unfortunately, we're at the point where the loser is done and the winner moves on. There's no more second chances left. But yeah, it's going to be interesting. We do see the Paladin and the Demon Hunter banned out on either side here. But both players do have that mage that has been, we've sort of talked about a little bit throughout the day. But I believe the first matchup is going to be the mage from Brain Piece going up against the Druid. And it's a matchup that's going to be, I think, a little bit tricky because Druid has the ability to just sustain as well as put on pressure once they get to that sort of, well, I was going to say late game, Druid's late game, which is a little bit different to everyone else's a lot of the time. So this one might be a little bit of a tricky one. However, the mage deck is one of those where you can make silly things happen, right?
Yeah,
so it's
absolutely.
kind of hard to really nail down just like, oh, this is the way the game will play out, because it is just one of those decks that can pull some tricks out of nowhere. But overall, who are you fancying here out of the two lineups?
Out of the two lineups, I think that Mavericks had to ban a Paladin. I don't really want to ban a Paladin if I can help it. I want to ban a Rogue or a Demon Hunter. They both had to ban Hunters last time around. So I think that Brain Piece just about has the advantage, I think. But that Druid is a little bit better than... No, I think Brain Piece just has the advantage, but it could come down to the Mage Mirror, I think. I don't think the Mage is a bad call for this tournament. I think it's a bad call for this group. So I think it might end up struggling. Yeah. I think we might get to a game 5 where it's Mage versus Mage and see who could do some silly stuff. And then we'll ask Pocket, as Sottle said in the last tournament, last match, like, so give us your expert opinion. What happened on that turn as like 93 cards were cast and created and killed? Like,
the classic. But on that note, though, if that's going to be the case, it will be very important in any Mage games that are played before a potential game 5, right? Because we've seen it a little bit earlier today, where if you get one of those matchups through, like if Brain Piece wins with Mage this game, that's going to not only set him up, obviously, because the score will be 1-0, but also you then look at, oh no, you've got Demon Hunter and Rogue, two of the most popular decks right now because they've been performing up until this point. So we'll have to keep an eye on just how good the mage can do and if it can get through. So it's going to be pretty interesting. A bit of a wild matchup to finish the day on as well. If you are just tuning in, we're here all weekend. Tomorrow's going to be sort of this again, but with groups C and D, and then on Sunday we'll have that sort of single elimination, and we'll see who is going to make it to the World Championships at BlizzCon, which is going to be super super fun. And also we have that third place match as well, because we're sending 3 players from the championship, so it's going to be pretty interesting with a sort of extra chance, right? Like once you play through the semis, there's still going to be a potential, right, to still fight for a spot that's left.
I love it. I think credit to TJ, he's managed to make the only third place match in the history of literally anything that anyone's going to care about. Like, no one ever cares about third place matches in anything, because even if there's a bit of extra money on the line, it's just the filler while people are going to get their dinner while they wait for the final or whatever. But in this, like, it's somebody will go to BlizzCon, to the World Championships, to the live in-person first tournament in goodness knows how long, and somebody won't, and it's gonna be amazing. So it's good because it gives everyone like this second chance as well. Like, it's like almost like a double elimination. If you get there, you sort of get another shot at it. You're not out just because you lost your semi-final. So I think it works out well, but it's going to be a very exciting match.
Yeah, it weirdly as well is going to put arguably even more pressure on the initial top 8 match, right?
Yes.
Because if you lose that, you're done, you're out. But if you win it, you suddenly do enter that sort of double elim mode because of the third place match. So the top 8 matches are going to be very, very spicy with a lot on the line on Sunday. Looks like the players are ready, and no doubt BrainP's just taken a couple of minutes just to reset after, obviously, he did just play. So let's get into it. We've got Druid on the top from Maverick, and Mage for BrainP's on the bottom with that quest.
Yep, keeping one of the altar times because it is kind of your good card, I feel. Early on, it doesn't do much later on when you've actually got the quest, but yeah, you get the early control with that altar time. I think it's quite handy, but you don't want 2 of them because it clutters up your curve.
Yeah.
Maverick just not finding a lot to do there, but has picked up the wave shaping now, so he should be able to, and the Trent, so he should be able to just get everything going nicely as well. Stonehill Defender 2. Both players are going to be able to at least do some curve.
Yeah, not bad. Like I like the Altar Timekeep as well, because, well, turn 1, you're playing the quest, right? That's just done. And then you've only really got to find, one other thing to do between turn 2 and 3 to feel okay about keeping the Altar Time, I think at least. So, yeah, BrainPiece has managed to do that with that Stonehill.
Yeah, this was an awkward pick from it's an insta pick for the Amir Drisil. Let me get it right before I get absolutely torn apart in the comments section. But he had to put Murithu on the bottom. Obviously, there's ways of digging that up later. But he is going to have a turn 3 tree, should he so desire. And he probably does desire it.
Yeah, nothing mind-blowing here for BrainPiece from that Discover, but a Neutron, easy enough to fit in certain turns.
Yeah, here
Yeah,
comes
the
the
early Madrasil is pretty nice, early enough anyway. The aura being really good to just ramp up there, and that's going to continue going throughout for at least the foreseeable future. A couple of more turns, especially with the pickup of another one as well.
Yeah, for people who haven't played Amir Drisil as well, like the first, you press the button and people sort of like, well, what's happened here? You made a 1 drop and drawn a card, who cares? That's not what matters. What matters is on turn 5, you're going to be doing the double version. On turn 7, you're going to be doing the triple version. And that is just infinite mana and cards and stuff. And, you should be able to turn that into a win a lot of the time against a lot of decks.
And also in this Druid as well, I feel like any form of card draw is actually pretty nice, because it's not like they're cycling through their whole deck in 6-7 turns. A lot of the time,
in fact, in this
you
meta,
are a bit sort of just plodding along, right?
Yeah, there's no decks now that really do that whole thing where you just rifle through your whole deck in 2 turns and play all your best cards. Like, everybody has to work a little bit for their stuff now. So he does get the Maritha if he wants it this time, but he might just want the Wicker Fang for next turn. It's so much stuff.
Yeah, and it gives the Wicker Fang Divine Shield Wind Fury, and that's the body that's gonna gain the most stats. So like, yeah, I think I'm a fan. It's just too good of a curve play.
Honestly, I think that might be the most Raven Dark gift of all time. Just
just get him.
Some big numbers and it's gonna kill my opponent.
And it makes sense, right? Because if you look at the hand, yes, there's 2 6-drops, but they're reactive 6-drops, right? They're not like generally on like tempo plays a lot of the time. When Maverick wants to put his foot down a little bit. So yeah, really like the Wicker Fang here.
Yeah, I think some decks, I might be wrong in this tournament, but I think some of these decks only play one of those because of the reactive nature. So
yeah, no, that's right.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
Well, quest are done for Brain Piece. Not too bad. Pretty quick one.
You like an acceleration aura with your Wicker Fang?
Yeah, why not?
Are you ever going to be able to pick up this Maritha? It's just never happened yet. It's been offered 3 times. There we go. Finally rescued from the bottom of the deck.
You want to hold, right? Because it would summon the minions. You wouldn't want the...
Yes.
Yeah, you do it this way, right? Yeah.
Point.
I always find myself, when I'm playing these, like triple and quadruple checking the number of summons, that they have. Because I always get them mixed up, because there's so many different ones now, right? Always like, wait, is this +2? Is this +4? Is this +5? Like, just to make sure I've got board space. Because I've made the mistake too many times in the past.
Yeah, some of the heralds as well, when you're not expecting a minion to just swing. You are expecting, but if you're not paying attention, this minion just pops out of nowhere and surprises you. Like, oh, yeah, I wanted that to not be there, actually. Warlock's the worst, but we'll see some of that at some point, I hope. They got banned out today, where you've got to work out, like, your minions are killing the things to the right of them all the time. And you've got to constantly be on the lookout not to kill your 2020 by mistake.
Yeah.
Oh, it sounds
like, I'll just make this trade. And you go,
yeah.
Oh. Like, ooh,
actually,
this is awkward.
That was really awful. Yeah. Well, we have completed the quest on this side. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And now things are going to happen.
They really are going to happen.
This is the problem, though, right? And this is at least the problem I get into with this matchup as the mage is, yeah, you could do a lot of stuff, don't get me wrong, it can be pretty powerful, but is it going to be powerful enough to even feel comfortable after this turn? Because there's still a lot of minions on board for Maverick. Maverick's not exactly all in here, right? This was just a decent on-curve play with the Wicker Fang. And there's plenty more where that came from him. He's not even hit like the Druid late game or anything, so it can be pretty difficult to deal with. Brain Piece has to get going. This is the thing I struggle most with this mage deck, is doing these turns fast enough whilst actually making good choices.
Well, he's just played that like absolutely so smooth, right? Just get another quest in there, by the way, halfway.
Yeah.
Just to point out.
I remember this place well.
So it has infinite quest juice.
There's even like plus attack would be interesting to look at here. I didn't get a chance to look at the board.
Plus attack's actually incredible here, right? Because they get the buff, so it all goes onto your Wicker Fang twice.
Yeah. Like, is there a world where this is just...
Yes. I don't know how much of a world, but yes, there must be, right? It must be so close.
Because depending on the spell that's discovered as well, if they went discover spell +1, which I would guess they did.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Oh no, it was Death Rattle, sorry. Death Rattle deal 1 and +1 attack.
+1 is an extra +3, because when your appendages get buffed, you get buffed. It's not just the little buffs at the end of the turn that matter.
Yeah.
Waits for no one.
Pretty wild. 5, 6.
It's not enough to get through cleanly though, is it? And like the Wicker Fang hit both to face. That's why I was looking at discover a spell, like is there anything that just buffs anything? And well, there is, that spells exist, but...
This looks pretty clean though, like it keeps the appendages alive, so the thing's just getting even more ridiculous. Yeah. Look at it! Look at it go! Oh no, talking of ridiculous.
Yeah. Just when you thought you struggled with hand space.
Keep an eye on the number of charges. 5 is plenty, but sometimes if you're not careful, you do sort of whittle them away by not really doing a lot. Obviously, he will be careful because he's good at Hearthstone. But
Siphon Soul might deal with the current problem on the board.
yep, choosing to actually be able to target it himself rather than take the random target. Borton. Still managed to keep 4 charges, so he's okay.
Yeah, quickly getting to the spot now where Maverick's just saying, okay, I'll just go again and start just doing big things. There is a mirror threat in hand, of course.
Yeah, it would have been absolutely ridiculous, by the way, if obviously the mage does what it does. It's allowed to do this turn. But if the Wickfang going to live one more turn here, the synergy with Shaladra Nightmare is absolutely nutty. You get a plus 10. So, yeah. Decision time for Maverick as well, whether he wants to just try and survive the next 4 weapon charges, basically. You know, you've got to put stuff on the board, but just survive that, and then you're going to be fine with this hand.
Yeah, I think Maverick's just in a really good spot. He's just got to always be aware that silliness can occur, right? Like, that's the problem, is it's that sort of stuff is hard to play around.
And silliness is about to occur here, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. Was that Chrono Daggers was the other one as well? Oh my god. Yep. Okay.
It's just happening, Raven.
Yep. Still got 4 mana.
3 charges. Sands, here we go. Oh my goodness. There's so much nonsense. There's ninjas, there's infinite damage secrets. None of it's really doing a lot, but it looks great.
This is the age. This is just the issue I have, where it's like all these cards are good, but like look how much card draw, or I guess discover to an extent, is in hand right now. It's like you literally just struggle to empty your hand and get any space.
Yeah, and this is also the Zottel comment as well. He's got 1 charge left on his weapon, and the cards in his hand are all kind of mediocre when that's gone.
Yeah.
He has made a point of taking some cards that he can actually cast later. But
is that Maverick gonna look at trying to just empty his own hand a little bit, so he's got as much space as possible for either the Dragon or Shaladra 1 or Shaladra 2. Like, take your pick at this point, but he will be looking to just dump a lot of this hand.
yeah, just make as much space as you can and make as much. Yeah, you might as well. You've got so much mana this turn. Shaladra 1 and 2. Like, also, when those have gone, you've got you've got dragons for 1 mana you'd like to play as well.
Yeah.
Honestly, first we'll do all this because look at it.
Yeah, this is. How much damage is this? This is quite a lot getting pushed through with the Awakens.
It really is actually. 12 more. Leaves on 8.
15. Because the location's +1 as well, right? Oh, well, +2 on the attacking.
Yeah.
Yeah, gotta just hold off. Doesn't need to press it.
And it does a point of damage, doesn't it? Didn't it have the death rattle? Yeah, it did.
Oh, with the death rattle, sure. Also, this is the big. This 911 is the biggest I've ever seen one of the like appendages by a mile.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, well, again, I've done the nightmare thing, so I've seen it very large. But
Or I guess the biggest with how long it stayed on the board for, because normally they're cleared by then. Well,
that's a lot of stuff. Suddenly,
right. Definitely looks like stuff.
okay. Only 1 more tick on the second quest. cards hiding behind the Altar Times as well.
Yeah, literally just too many cards to hold right now.
I think they look like dirty rats one. There we go.
To be fair, the hand of Brain Piece right now, with the way it looks, is an accurate representation of how Mage feels.
Get Time Weaver,
suddenly,
unfortunately bored.
Yeah, and that's going to be game one. Maverick taking the lead with the Druid. Again, sort of what I expect the matchup to go like, because Druid feels consistent enough in the early game now. It doesn't have access to a lot of the sort of burn damage it used to, but I feel like the early game is a lot better than it used to be. And maybe that's also because the power level of some of the more aggro decks is a bit lower. But yeah, Brain Piece just could not get anything together to actually like really threaten Maverick at any point in that game, right? Like there was the big board at the end, but when you run two of the dragons have time?
Yeah.
Time Reaver? Yeah, there you go.
Yes,
I was just
Time Reaver.
blanked then.
Dragons
You
of
just
Time.
said it. Yeah, when you run those in the deck, it's like, well, yeah, if they have one, then they clear that board, then what, right? Then you've got to go over it all over again to try and like summon and generate things to try and stay alive, and it just wasn't really going to get anywhere, even with the second weapon.
So I'm just giggling because you brought up the sort of idea in my head that the more cards you play, the more confusing it gets, the more it just jumbles your hand up on purpose. That's
what
how
it feels
you
like.
feel. Just
That's
accurately
the biggest
convey how it
problem.
feels in your head.
Yeah, Brain Piece is clearly, obviously, a very good player. But if I was playing that mage, especially in an important match like this, I would have discovered about 10 wrong things, burnt 5 cards, overdrawn more. It would have just gone all wrong.
That's how every
It's kinda hard
Hearthstone
to
hand
manage.
looks to me, by the way. It's just some cards floating on top of each other. I'm not quite sure what to do.
Well, just to make sure we can calm things down a little bit and keep focused, it looks like we're about to go into a mage mirror. So that's going to be quite the joy. Although, being a little bit more serious, the winner of this will have, I feel, quite the edge. Yeah, since obviously a mage has to win at this point.
Yeah. We said at the start, this could be the deciding game of this match to decide who goes out and who goes through to Sunday to join Vision, Saver, Meesmile, and themselves. Because, it's to time something, we can make that work, right? Edit it in post.
Yep,
Okay.
I'm just going to agree with you. Whatever you say is right, Lorinda, I'm sure.
That is the most dangerous thing you've ever said in your life, Raven.
I waited for this matchup specifically.
Thanks.
To give you the reins.
Yeah.
Both players, though, have a pretty solid openings, right? Although it's not... The deck's not exactly...
Deja vu.
Super top heavy, so it's not too difficult.
Imagine if that was old Deja Vu and you just went Deja Vu into Deja Vu 9 times for 0 in the turn, and that was it. You just do the quest on turn 2.
Both players with pretty similar openings here, actually. I'll just have
Yeah, they are
access to
remarkably similar.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it is a mirror match, but even just the opening itself looks pretty close.
Big fan of being able to just get one of my cards from my opponent and discover it. Oh my goodness, it's so nice. What Maverick to play Sands of Time and get Deja Vu, and then Sands of Time, do it.
Well, yeah, there's Deja Vu
Probably
Sands.
supposed to take the whelp, aren't you? Yeah.
Yeah.
No fun.
Oh, I'm just looking at that arcane shot. Rip that to face.
Just get it out your hand.
You're winning.
Your hand fills it with rubbish. Yeah. Seems reasonable.
I do often look for the most, like, simply playable cards in this deck. When you're in this situation of, like, what do I know I can just spend the mana on and get it out of my hand without stressing?
I imagine in the mirror that's even more important, right? Because just completing the quest is going to give you a massive advantage because you're doing the same thing but faster. So.
Right.
There's a reason they're doing all this one-drop silliness. Tracking's kind of
Just
like
the
deja
dragon.
vu, but on yourself.
Accurate description.
Yeah. Happy?
It is a fascinating
Yes.
matchup because a part of it feels like they're playing two single-player games because they're both just like, I discover this into this, I need to pick that into this. It's like they're just doing a deck building game, right, to basically activate their quest, and then they'll just start saying, okay, now how do I damage that person sat on the other side here?
Yeah, Brain Piece already. That's the 6th one now. The quest. And Maverick has already done 4 and he's got 4 mana to go, so he might complete this turn with his Scrappy and his Whelp. No. I mean, that's probably the right play, but I just want him to do things. Just setting up to be able to cycle through a load of stuff in his hand the turn that he plays the weapon, right? So he's trying to make it as cheap as possible.
It's a weird balance, isn't it? Because it's all good and well getting to the weapon fast, but then you've also got to spend the mana equipping the weapon, and then your hand's got to be good enough to like have impact relatively quickly.
Yeah. I think he may have done this as well now, because it's actually annoying to get rid of on the turn when you're trying to complete and play the weapon as well. Like, you can get rid of it, but you might not be able to get rid of it the way you want.
Time runs out on me.
So many cents of time. Here's the 7. I think
Okay,
this
we go
game
for
is about to get
bitter and-
very, very silly.
Yeah, this is purely here for our entertainment at this point.
Yeah,
because
absolutely.
it is just like I said, it is similar to like a deck building game. I guess it's a hand building game at this point, because both players are just going to be throwing out the Origin Stone now. I'm going to start just doing what they can and basically just trying to make the best choices possible with a relatively short time frame given any given turn, right?
Yeah. So, Brain Piece is the first one to do the thing, but hasn't done anything of the thing. Hasn't used any charges of the weapon. There you go. I'll try and speak some English at least.
Yeah, it was just a setup turn, right? Just remove the board to make your opponent not be able to hit you in the face that easy. Get the weapon down, and then next turn you've got maximum mana, in this case 6 for Brain Piece.
But not actually many
to try and
discovers
make work.
to do anything with. Like, he's got it down, which is scary and all that, but actually not so much going on. Although the Talion might be quite fun, which will fetch Kings, maybe. Find it. Oh, it's just the Techisaurus is the most expensive thing there. And it's Xavier. He tops out at 4 apart from the one Techisaurus. Whereas Maverick does play the Relic of Kings in that slot.
Yeah.
Which isn't as good as it used to be, but it's still obviously fun. Things are happening, Raven, all over the screen.
Yeah, I think the approach is definitely wait till it's happened and then look at what the board looks like. Oh, infinite sand.
Well, it's an improvement from the old rewinds.
Yes.
Kinda.
Yeah, I'm guess. Oh, there we go. Okay. We'll get this fixed and get back into the game shortly. Sorry about that, but Sands in the Infinite, it works, makes sense. Both players just vying for just some form of control and choice there through all the discovers and the weapon, but Yeah, a bit of a tricky one to bail out on for us there, because we I think both players were about to go off with the weapon, right? So
yeah, both limited stuff. Maverick did actually seem to have the better hand for it. He had some discovers in hand. Brain Piece's hand was kind of a bit slower, a little bit more minion-y, not really a discover in hand. Obviously the deck's full of them, so great chance of top decking one. But if I had to guess, and we don't see any more of this game, which we should when, you know, the unexpected happened there, we're going to sort it out. But I would guess that Maverick's in a slightly better position going in there, and that would put him in a fantastic spot overall, of course.
Yeah, because then suddenly you just have Rogue to just get a single win with, which you would feel pretty confident doing across, because at worst you've got a mirror match, I guess, and then at best you've got everything else that would be left over for Brain Piece, so not looking too bad. However, honestly, this matchup, it's so awkward sometimes that the player who's looking like they're ahead, that table could turn very, very quickly.
There you go. What has happened here? Brain Piece has managed to use 3 discovers this turn somehow. Maverick only got to use the 1. This is the next turn, because we can see that Maverick's only used the 1 charge on the weapon.
Yeah.
And Brain Piece must have drawn sort of discover into discover chains, which can happen. Nothing too messy on the board for Maverick to deal with. Brain Piece's hand, skimming through, looks absolutely fine, but not too menacing, right? I'm just checking I've missed anything.
Yeah, the only problem I think is that it's just there's some minion. There's a lot of minions in hand, and that it can be a little bit awkward to actually get down to try and empty some hand space with the casts.
Right. Okay, Maverick hits some of the best taunts you can get from the Stonehill. I think the pool is quite heavy in general. Obviously, taunt minions tend to be that way.
Yeah. Yeah, not too bad at all. And this is the problem, right? If you look at the hand, there's what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so that's 6, 7 minions in hand.
Yeah, dumping your stuff is so difficult in this deck. This is the other rule he took a long time ago. So, you know, some anticipation of this situation from earlier. And, you know, look at how that's worked out for him. That's basically cleared these up. He took that on turn 1 or 2. Oh, sorry. His second or third turn. Which is first or second turn you do anything. Because obviously you play the quest on turn 1.
And now things are happening.
They really are.
More quests. Not a bad turn there from Brain.
Yeah, your go. Absolutely filled up the sidebar. Look at it. Sidebar's just not interested. It's just going to scroll
get that
forever.
wound prey out of the hand, right? Just cast it for 1 damage. Who cares? Just get some space.
Well then. I can't even draw that card when I play Hunter, the Tolvir, let alone in Mage.
Well, you only draw that card.
I just don't ever draw it. It's just like it's not in my deck or something. Hang on, we're having a a clear. Yeah, it's cleared.
Wow. Okay. Pretty good ability.
This is now just every card in Hearthstone fighting every other card in Hearthstone.
Yeah, this is hard mode casting as well, because it literally
really is
just like anything can happen. Like there's just any card in the game, any card that's ever been in the game, it feels like.
Certain ex-producer of Hearthstone probably makes videos about this sort of stuff. Just every card in Hearthstone takes on every other card in Hearthstone. What happens? This is what happens. I mean, all the time they're both having to make like on-the-spot decisions and know all this. Like this is a lot of preparation goes into playing this deck, well, which they're clearly both doing. You can see by the board swing every turn that they know exactly what they're trying to achieve every turn.
The clock is ticking.
Okay, so we're going to be able to clear up some of this. Also, Brainbeast does have that health advantage. I thought Maverick was leading the way then for a second, but as you said, the board flips are kind of brutal. And all the secrets on Brainpiece's side are very frustrating as well for Maverick, because suddenly you are expecting the likes of Counterspell, and it's like, okay, so I need to dump a spell into that, but a lot of my spells are good. So what do you decide?
Yeah.
How much mana can you burn on that, as well as any of the other secrets too?
Well, that's the other thing, right? Maverick's hand is certainly not an expensive hand, but you only have 8 mana. You've got to test for every secret in Hearthstone. Like, yeah, that's going to go fairly quick. Oh, 0 mana alter time for Brainpiece next turn.
So is Maverick picking mana bind to try and get it back? No, it's going to go contra. Okay.
Which, yeah, taking what you don't want, right? So.
Yeah, both of
Pretty
them
cheap.
would have been 1 anyway, right? So it's fine.
Yeah.
Sure.
Sure, your go.
This is definitely a game of Hearthstone.
How has it boiled down to 6 sheep and a dragon whelp after all this? This looks like where I live. Nothing there. We got down to sheepstone somehow.
All right, we could upgrade
Okay.
to Boarstone.
Quite a lot, actually. My Maverick is slowly but surely getting hit.
Yeah.
He's going to make a big difference because he's going to have to defend.
I'm not afraid of the dark.
So even the smaller minions now, which they're not that small as well on Brainpiece's side, even they are now a threat to Maverick's health total because it's down to 10. And he might just not have the stuff to be able to deal with this. He's got a Chrono Daggers in there. He's got Bitter End, which is just a freeze. I missed whatever that was. That must have been another. Don't discover.
It was a Story of Umbra.
Oh, was it? Okay, cool.
Yep.
Thank you.
Better make a good impression.
Okay, well, just like that, board flipped the other way now. Maverick, while still has low health, of course, has a pretty decent board.
Right. Yeah. The swings are so, like, splashy in this game, right? I really thought Maverick couldn't get out of that one, and I missed the story completely. You have to play so rapidly as well. Okay, quest number 2.
Yep,
Came
because
from
I
the
have
top
managed to
there.
drop it as well.
Hand's pretty streamlined in terms of casting costs, I can tell you that much.
We must band together, united for Dalaran.
Classic. Khadgar Conjurer's Calling.
Yeah.
Draw forth the moon.
And more.
Okay.
Oh my goodness! How would you like some 6/8 that? Yeah. The other one kills it off. Okay.
hand is too full.
And now it's Maverick's turn to clear the board and build one of his own.
Yeah, with one charge left as well, though, this time. He does
Yeah.
have the Treacherous Tormentor, which is the one that discovers the legendary minions with dark gifts. Just drawn that.
You shall not wait.
It's like a good starting point. Does anybody in the world know what this Endbringer Umbra might do?
Stuff.
Anybody got any idea?
Wait, actually, all I know it'll do is do the taunt shuffle, right? Does that count?
Yeah.
But yeah, it doesn't matter. We'll never know because he didn't pick it.
Conjurer's Calling on this side.
Okay.
Oh! 6 armor.
Yes, not the best, but can conjure it again. Needs to make a decision quick.
Yeah. Don't think he can find it. Reading card stage, just in case he's misread something. That's not enough, right?
I don't think so. There's only one taunt there, and that's a lot of 6s on the board.
Yeah.
So it looks like Brain Piece is going to be able to fight back in the series here, go 1-1, and get the mage over the line, most importantly. And let's all just be honest, what a silly game of Hearthstone. Just both players just doing stuff. That is the deck that I probably would never bring, because I know I would lose my mind playing it. You know, when you're in like serious tournament under pressure, that I would make so many wrong decisions with that, because it's so tricky as to keeping your level head, like picking the right things, because you pick the things you don't want to pick. You've got the weapon up, then making sure you're not missing anything, choosing the right discovers in the first place, never mind managing all the hand size. I don't know. Fair play to both these players bringing it, because it's not the easiest thing to pilot in the world.
Yeah, and in that game, there were like the bits I could pick out. I don't mind admitting that there was a lot going on there, and I couldn't read every single card from all of Hearthstone in the 30 seconds or 75 seconds that they could. But the things that seemed to matter there, first of all, the Khadgar on Brain Piece's side was, you know, doubling a lot of the effects up, which is a lot. Secondly, Brain Piece's casting costs of the cards in his hand, I think he managed through, you know, whether through luck or skill, he managed to keep those a lot lower than Maverick did. So he was able to do a lot more each turn.
Yeah.
He obviously got that Tolvir, which got him the second quest, which was a big deal. But I feel like the way it panned out, Brain Piece was constantly in slight ascendancy, just because he was doing more stuff per turn. He was creating more cards per turn. He was playing more cards per turn. And obviously,
I think the choice to go for the reduced health down to 1, and then the not choice, I guess, to just hit the Tolvir was really huge, because that was just that was such a big deal. But
I think the Tolvir might have been the last thing I understood in the entire game. It's like, okay, now everything's broken. There's just stuff happening.
Well, just to keep the theme of the series going, we've got Mage on one side again. We've had Mage in every single game so far. Just to boil our brains even more. But it is on the Maverick side now, because Maverick needs to obviously get this Mage over the line. Brain Piece has already done that job, so he's going to be on a Demon Hunter for this one.
Yeah, and he has the Eternal Hold in hand, which is a weirdly named card, because you never hold it. You just play it immediately that you can. So I don't know why it's called the Eternal Hold. It's more like the very minimal hold.
Yeah, it's like, I guess it might feel like an eternity when you have it in your opening hand and you've got to wait till turn 5 or 6.
10,000 years or whatever it is of holding onto your card, because you just want to get those demons so badly. That's what it is, I'm pretty sure. Oh my goodness. So he just had to take a moment there, right? Because he had it in his head. He's going to press the advantage, kill the 2-2, play some fundamental Hearthstone. It's like, actually, now I can just go 2-3, something 6.
Yeah.
He rolled the dog as well. Okay.
Yeah, not bad there. Just going for some more card draw.
Yeah.
He's going to be able to clear up this. Pile a little bit of pressure on. Not terrible.
I am amused as well by the way that Hearthstone games at the moment, sort of, they have those massive, powerful endings, no matter which deck you're playing, pretty much. But they start off with kill your 1/2, hit you for 2, and that does matter because things, the tempo, the extra damage matters so often right at the end of the game. But it is amusing that's relevant when at the end of the game you're just hitting each other with like 16-16s and 12-12s. Shadows is just a good card, yeah. Okay. Last turn before holding.
Yeah, could just get the weapon equipped, get another dormant down with this Grim Harvest. Yeah, just keep it simple. Just do all the setup work, I guess.
I like getting the weapon down, not only because it's a nice clean kill here, but also I do like to have the other option of the other demon. Because when you press the hold, your demons are both 0 that turn. Or, whichever one you play first is 0. So you swing next turn, get the other demon, and you have a choice at least. Because as Sottle pointed out, and even though the pool is quite small and there's 2 or 3 really good ones, you can just get some rubbishy demons.
Yeah, and I think the thing is as well, you can get some ones that just aren't relevant in the situation, right? Like they're way more situational demons, and you're just like, oh, okay. They're not like the generically good ones.
Yeah, that's right. There's 2 or 3 good ones, and there's like 4 or 5 others that are right sometimes. Like the lifesteal one is sometimes really good, sometimes it's a 4/10. I don't really care about.
Okay, well, both players kind of able to do their own thing on the turn they can do it on, right? Hold, as you mentioned, ready with the coin for Brain Piece now, but Maverick does have the Origin Stone for next turn as well. So we'll see which one gets ahead here, but this extra damage and this sort of pre-set-up minions that Brain Piece has been able to build up could make the difference in there. Doomguard's a heck of a card, Lorinda. What a classic.
It is, and Demon Hunter is never beating the allegation that there are more than one Dreadsteed in this game. It's just always dog. Apparently there's a 3/3 and a 5/5, but I've never seen them played against me.
Not the best options there for Maverick.
Not at all. Can I interest you in just a Moonfire? Big Moonfire. Will kill a dog.
Your fate is twisted with ruin.
Sure. Even this small stuff's just doing enough, isn't it?
Yeah. Right, even now, how much damage is that, right? It's not an irrelevant amount of damage available here for Brain Piece.
It is not an irrelevant amount. There is 7 that we can see before we even start counting. There's the Infestation, which should be another 4. So that's 11. There's the Doomguard, that's 16. There must be more lurking in there as well.
Well, you can Solitude for the Doomguard, right?
Sure.
Oh wait, no, I'm being stupid. That's not the card.
I thought you saw. Yeah, I thought you.
No, I'm being stupid.
No.
For some reason, I was thinking about the hand buff card. I'm being silly.
Sure. There's a lot going on. My brain broke the second we started putting dirty rats behind altar times.
Time grows short.
That's a clear. Oh, I thought it had rush for some reason. There you go. Does it not have rush?
No, it was because it didn't Druid used to play it with the card that gave it rush. When you summoned it.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. It must have been. I've never seen that card just have the sleepies hits above them.
This is looking a little bit scary for both players to an extent, right? Because Brain Piece looking very good here, especially with that Doom Guard still in hand. But both players relatively low HP when we know what Mage is potentially capable of. But these options, maybe not the best.
They're not ideal, are they?
Oh, wait.
Yeah,
Was that
keeps
life
the hand
steal
size
on
down.
that? Does that work?
Time runs out on me.
Gonna find out.
Yeah.
Apparently so.
Well, that's a little bit awkward.
A little bit awkward now, for sure, is an understatement, I think.
Yeah, so much of the plan was just Brain Piece putting down a lot of damage, setting up, knowing that this Doom Guard's just sat in hand, ready to be a little bit of extra burst. Does hit the Illidari Inquisitor, though.
So it's counting time again, but it's nowhere near lethal. It's enough to stay alive. Eight, 13.
Time grows short.
Bizarre that we don't actually play Flash Flood in Demon Hunter when it's just the best card in the deck.
But you don't need to play it, you can just
Just
generate it
always
instead.
find it, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
My hand is too full.
Okay.
Also, I've
Ways of
only
clearing
just
that out.
clocked
Maybe they weren't.
that there's
Yeah.
2 welcome homes in Maverick's hand.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Does have a pretty substantial egg there, though. Got a decent amount of burn with this, what, Hellfire? It's not too bad.
Yeah, no best for Brain Priest for 2 more turns either.
Time runs out on me.
Brilliant stuff, I guess. There's so much happening in the turns.
Yeah, egg going down as well is a pretty relevant threat for once at the beginning. It's going to get the damage through. Sigil going to play out, but...
Yeah, what if all 6 go face?
Yeah.
What if they don't?
Yeah, just have to keep an eye on this. Like, again, the Illidari Inquisitor, the Doom Guard, not bad, but... with the Ice Barrier as well, I'm just not sure there's even long shots anymore for Brain Piece.
Trying to work out if there's anything OTK wise. Got 8 in a hand with the Inquisitor. And there's 5 from the Doom Guard. It's 13. Got a couple of shooties.
The technical name, yep.
Yeah, they're called shooties. Yeah. Can still just get lifesteal. On the other side, there's another stone hill with still 2 charges left.
Yeah. Now, irrelevant though.
Yeah, it's fine.
There's
all
pink
over.
Hellfire. That's going to be the game
yeah.
going to Maverick. Both players getting the mage over the line. Maverick going 2-1 up now. And what a game. What a match, honestly. I don't know. I mean, my mental's long gone because mage mirrors into mage being involved in every game. Then we throw in Demon Hunter with those situations of all the discovers. And it is a lot going on. So these players must be... well, they'll be better than me, no doubt, but it's definitely a lot to try and manage. As you can see there, Brain Piece, just there are times you can't play around everything, right? So you've got to just set up as best you can and sort of work.
Yeah, he took a choice.
Got. Yeah, but it does mean that Maverick now only has the Rogue left over to deal with this Demon Hunter and the Mirror as well, or at least I say the Mirror, slightly different.
Not even the Mirror,
slightly
yeah.
different Mirror. It's still the same like plan overall. But yeah, I would, at least in my experience, give Maverick the advantage in the Rogue versus Rogue matchup, and never mind the Rogue versus Demon Hunter. So I think Maverick's in a fantastic spot right now.
Yeah, I think the casters seem to be falling into the line that the Rogue versus the Demon Hunter is quite Rogue favoured because of the switching off of the Solitude, of the hold, sorry. But I don't think it's that favoured. I think it's a lot closer than... Personally, that people have been saying, like you can just draw the king and play the hold and off you go. You can just
sure,
put some dogs on the table and hit them.
Yeah, I think it just factually slows them down a lot, though, right? Which is just a big deal. It turns off some of the aggressive options, mainly the dogs. That is a bit of a problem, but let's see what impact it has in this game as we go into it. Game number 4, Rogue, of course, for Maverick. Brain Piece going to be on that Demon Hunter, so we'll see what happens and if the Garona's going to make a huge splash on it.
See how it goes down this time. So far, I will agree that on stream it has looked very roguey, but we shall see.
Ooh, good draw there. Prep into the flashback is going to be really nice. Piling on that pressure as quickly as possible. Double one
and
health.
This is the way that you stop the Demon Hunter from hurting you quickly. Is just have stuff on the board to stop them doing that with. We saw that in the match. So I was commentating with Pocket earlier. Pocket highlighted it, but on this occasion, there's the king. So it's a card draw.
Yeah, the double one drops into Last Stand is kind of rough there for Maverick. Or not one drops, one health, should I say. So that's a little bit unfortunate.
However, he does have
pretty well.
3 into 3 now, after that top deck, so going to generate quite the stuff.
Transcend this world.
Are you going to pretend you haven't got it? Oh,
Drawing the second one's crazy.
yeah.
So the big question is going to be, is Maverick going to drop out Elise and go for location later to play, or because we've seen a lot of Elise straight into location, is it going to be the Garona? But yeah, he might have to just wait until I guess it's factually in Brain Piece's hand, if Brain Piece is forced into playing something that would have had a benefit or not.
I mean, sometimes you just play it because it's a 5/4. Not very often, but sometimes you just you lack things to put on the board, and so you just play it for a 5/4 and see what happens. But yeah, this time around takes the 1. See how next turn ends up looking. Gone echoes, but no corpses yet, so no point. It's pretty good later in the game, and you get the 3/4 drops, but not so much at the moment.
Yeah.
This is fine though. This is a board.
I'm gonna kick it off with Sands. Gonna go
Yeah.
fishing, see what's available.
Yeah, all that thinking, and it's just like, I don't want any of those. As always.
That's a little bit better.
Allow. A lot is the answer. Into miss. Coin. Card doesn't do a lot. And set up for next turn to try and find some cards that do something. Turn one of these squirrels into a coin.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah.
I feel better
That is
now.
a reasonable request. Still though, decent.
Yeah,
amount of damage
only for playing
available.
Hearthstone though, like. Got to count here. There's a lot of damage available over the 2 turns here. Yeah.
Yeah, it's got to. I think
Do all
it's-
those things.
Yeah, it's just a mana issue for this turn, but this is nice, right? Dump as much damage as possible face, use the grubs to trade off, and
Yeah.
then basically set up to sort of do the same thing again next turn.
Yeah, he's not messing about. Force your opponent to have to. I mean, in this meta, it's not that much of a punishment, but force them to play, you know, a minion board to not take 5 to the head. And Maverick's
Here
gonna.
comes
He's got
Cindy.
2 coins. He could do stuff. Well, the Eternal Firebolt's not the worst here. Fantastic or anything though. And the Thunderquake's just a clear, so Firebolt, Thunderquake clears kind of everything, including your own stuff, right? But you get double static shock out of it as well.
Yeah, the fact it's got access to any amount of healing is a.
Assume you get
pretty
2
big
of
deal.
these back, right? I've never been fortunate enough to create it myself. Just the one, okay.
Yeah, I actually didn't know the answer to that, to be honest. I've not done it.
Oh, it
it's
has to
based
kill.
on kill,
Yeah,
yeah.
so you only get the one. That makes sense. And it's over. 2-2.
Yeah, there we go, just like that.
Set
Little
it
bit
up
of
last
healing.
turn, did as much damage. Yeah.
Yeah, Maverick got a little bit of healing, but it was not enough. And Brainbeats is going to even up the match, so we are going to have that Rogue versus Rogue mirror.
We are, and was that? I think it was the mirror that he won last time, right? In game 5 in the previous round. So
It was.
despite the fact he has
nature.
the version that we are all looking at and saying, what is this? If he has decided and if he has calculated that in the mirror maybe the flashbacks and stuff just don't get there often enough, and he's happy having this slower build to get to his better, bigger cards quicker, maybe he thinks that's how it works. Maybe it does work. Again, he has qualified for the next set of playoffs by playing Rogue in the form that we all know it as, and he has chosen to play this instead. So, he has won consecutive big tournaments to get to two further advances in the tournaments. So he's not bad at this game. He's just chosen to make this lineup, and because none of us really know him very well, we haven't really been able to get any input onto what he's doing with it. Can only assume he's got some sort of plan, not just for the outsider decks, but also for the main decks. So maybe this is going to be a thing we see more. And if he wins this, we get to see it again on Sunday.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting for this for this last game, because I almost want to see Maverick draw the high tempo start and Brain Piece have to react to it, just to see if, because it's completely valid that there could be a plan that works against it, fantastic, but it can also be valid to just say, oh well, if I have this matchup, I just hope they don't start that, right? And then arguably, if they miss on the early tempo start, then Brain Piece has more like value and generation, card draw, whatever, to then push out the late game. So that might just be as simple as it is just, oh, there's just, yeah, I just hope they don't run me over in the first 4 or 5 turns of the game, and the second they don't do that, I'll be able to take control of it. So yeah, I'm actually pretty excited for this game, to see how it goes in this more or less mirror, but not quite. It'll be pretty interesting.
I think the likelihood is that the stuff is in there sort of for the druids and mages of this world, the sort of the more midi-range speed decks that go off for the sort of turns 5, 6, 7.
I'm just taking a look, because I can see the other casters talking about how often has Rogue been like the final game of a longer series, not a 3-0. So we've had this one, the one before. We had Rogue versus Druid before that in game 5. Rogue versus Demon Hunter in game 4 before that. The Rogue before that was the last game, but it was a 3-0. And then we've had another one. And then, one more. So was that 5 or 6 was the final games being Rogue that aren't 3-0s? 5? No.
And that's
5.
in metas past, that has often been an indicator that a deck isn't very good. Like, we have had some metas for sure where it just comes down to X versus X mirror game 5 every round because that deck just turned out to be rubbish. I don't think we're there with the Rogue, but we have got to start paying attention to the fact we are getting these Rogue versus Rogue game 5s. It's definitely something to keep an eye on. Here, but going into tomorrow as well, when we're going to be doing Group C and D. Get players like Maxibon and Gabby entering the fray tomorrow.
Yeah, and I think it's always interesting to see like the decks that are most popular, how they actually perform in a tournament like this, because there was still a lot up in the air, as we've seen from all these different lineups, that not tons of time to prep, the meta not completely settled, but sometimes the best decks are just good because no one's targeting them, right? Whereas suddenly if you're in a tournament meta, you can be more prepared for it. You're not on ladder where you're going to face a bit more of a variety of things maybe. And yeah, it's been pretty interesting to see Rogue, because it's, at least I've not managed to watch every single game today because I had to go and get food and stuff, but Rogue's not looked overwhelmingly strong today, right? It's looked okay, and a lot of it is we've seen a lot of just going for the Twilight Mistress bouncing just to try and gain some kind of advantage. We've seen it, it can generate some stuff and get some work done, but it's not looked like some of the Rogue decks we've seen in recent history where you just like, oh yeah, Rogue just blitzed them and it's over. It doesn't really do that anymore. It sort of just moves along throughout the game and hopes it can just either stay ahead on tempo or get something powerful from Sinestra, and that's not really controllable a lot of the time. So yeah, bit of a tricky one, Rogue, for me, I think.
Tomorrow will be very different as we're killing a bit of time. Obviously, somebody's taking a short break in this very, very important Game 5 coming up. Tomorrow, we only have, of the 8 players, 4 of them playing Rogue. Luckily for me, only one of them is playing Mage. We have 3 Control Priests and 3 Paladins tomorrow. As well as,
and 1 Shaman.
A Shaman, 3 Hunters. It's going to be quite a different day tomorrow to today.
I think I mentioned to Sottle earlier, but I was genuinely surprised that, I know it's not necessarily the best deck by any means, but I'm surprised that we didn't see a few more Hunters, just to try and slide under some of these decks that people were expecting to see. It was a little bit surprising. Maybe that's my own bias towards Hunter, but
no, I thought
still.
Actually, I think there's 5. I think 5 might have been very close to the number I'd have just pinned it on, to be honest. There's there's a lot of stuff out there. There's Rogue, Druid, the Dragon Warrior, the Demon Hunter. Yeah, that's 4 pretty good decks. You've got to decide not to play one off to put the Hunter in. and then the Paladin made a surge, like the day of deck submission, it suddenly hit ladder as like a deck that was going quite well. And people
look,
had
there
to
you
snap
go.
judgment whether it was good.
Brain piece, straight away, 5-mana Naralex, easy peasy, GG.
Yeah?
That looks like a potentially game-winning card to me.
Does look like it's an important card. What do you do this turn, though?
I'm just looking at what you do on turn 6. I don't have any turns lined up before
Are
then.
you getting to turn 6? Oh, you are now.
Turn-
So your king is a coin. King Coin the Third. Sure. Alright.
So I do just
Oh,
want
we're
everyone
getting
to know.
the test run, Raven, aren't we? We're getting the fast forward versus flashback. Absolute test run.
Perfect. And if Brain Piece wins, this was clearly the best version of Rogue, and we all knew it. Right? That's, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
It is cool, though, because this is what I wanted to see, right?
Yeah.
Because it is pretty much like these two cards we've seen on both players' sides going against each other. Maverick piling on the pressure nice and early, but Brain Piece needs to just not die for one more turn, and then things get really spicy with Naralex into Twilight Mistress, into Ultra, potentially as well. So things can really go nuts in the next turn or so.
Yeah, it's fast forward just all like it's so ridiculous.
Not a bad pickup.
Wouldn't have minded that last turn, would he? He could have coin now left and bounced the board. That would have just been game, I think.
Nightmares are never forgotten.
But sure,
Ooh,
how?
charge on the follower.
Sure, yeah.
That's pretty
that
good
might
to
help.
me. I think Maverick's got a very straightforward game plan.
He's got a very straightforward big problem on his hands, though.
Go forth on swift wing.
Yeah, Maverick, just of all the cards to be 2 mana cheaper, that was probably the worst one for Maverick to see.
Don't worry, Maverick. You weren't ever hitting the king. He's a coin now. So Brain Piece needs 2 more turns. He's on 10. He's generating a little bit of stuff next turn. It's so close. It's all down to whether Maverick can just find enough to do it in 2 turns, right? I think he's probably got to accept his fate of these things are going to hit me. I've got to do 10 damage.
Well, he actually, obviously, he needs to spend the mana, but he does have that 4 damage charge in his hand. So he only needs to find and connect for 6. As long as he's got the 3 mana to do it.
Dagger's 2 damage. Charges 4, that's 6. Needs a 3 and a 1, but this is 4 damage that can't be like removed, except it can. Because Opu. It's done that 4 now. Dagger was the 2 of the 2 turns. There's a lot of 3s. How's he going to get the extra 1? Any sort of healing here probably just ends the game. Death Rattle with Go Dark. If you can't ever trigger it, right? You ever get lethal, you need 9 for lethal if you're Brain Piece. I don't think that's really possible, even with charges and stuff.
I don't
You've
think
got
so.
to survive. Need to find some way to survive, because as far as Brain Piece is concerned, he's probably dying next turn. We can see he might not be.
Elise into... Oh, went for taunt, I think. I was looking at Elise into armor generation, potentially.
Freeze the face, that's the next point damage saved.
I
I just go 3-4-1.
Yeah.
For more. Okay, fine.
Gets a taunt as well. Okay. Hold.
All right, well, good luck, everybody, whoever you're supporting, because this card matters. No way of
At least never
getting your
does
death rattle
anything,
triggered,
right?
right? I don't think so. I mean, if he's going to do it, there must be something, but...
Yeah, but isn't Sinestra ever better? I'm just trying to think, what does Elise get that does this?
So, +1 and a 2-1 gets you through the 2-5, but that's all.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it can't be Elise, I'm sure of it. Yeah, okay. Looks like he's going Sinestra.
Well, so healing doesn't do this. You need damage, but damage will do it a lot of the time. Flip it. Far sight. Oh my.
Choose soon.
Maybe he has to suffer a bit longer. There's another map. There's no time for that.
Just coin. Is this doing anything? Okay, map again.
Brett. That's 3. Has he got the 2?
Oh yeah, because he's down. Oh wait. Wait. Huh?
It was.
I was.
So the 2 lowest
Yeah.
minions were both on 1 health. The face was on 2, so he couldn't get the lava off there.
Yeah, I don't think he could have done that. We're a bit quiet because there was just the very end of that turn from Maverick was just a bit hard to follow because I think there were a couple of slips from him there on that last turn. Regardless, though, congratulations to Brain Piece taking the victory, and that's a couple of wins with that rogue now. Obviously hitting Naralax, it was probably the best outcome, combined with having the Twilight Mistress in hand, of course, as well, for that turn 6 or I guess turn 5 play.
It's twice now.
But yeah, really strong when you hit it. When you don't, things look a little bit worse. But yeah, that was actually really fun to watch. I think a fun way to end the series is that we saw the 2 versions face each other and do the things they wanted to do. But I do think there was a couple of it was hard because it was condensed down into such a few like small decisions at the end. I think there was options to go a bit of a different route in the past few turns for Maverick, but I'm not 100% sure because I have to watch that one back because it was a weird one.
Yeah, I think looking through what I can see in the Discord a little bit, processing it at this time of night when I've just done that mage mirror, might go a bit astray. But basically, when he had the Shadow of Demise in hand, he had a chance to find a 1-drop that he could then have used with the Shadow, and then use the 1 coin to play the original version of the 1-drop. So he had outs that he didn't find, as it happens, that would have won the game, like Arcane Shot or Living Roots, those sort of cards. The 1-drops, but by using the coin, it got rid of his chance to do that. I think, basically.
Yeah, we possibly
he played the second coin, which
is
was the Shadow Demise. Yeah.
But that is going to be the end of day 1. Here earlier on we saw Vision just sort of slide through the group 2-0 to move straight through the winners portion, and Saver go through as well. Earlier, just before now, we had Meesmile get through in advancing as the winner of Group B, and then obviously we've just seen Brain Piece sort of fight all the way through elimination to make it through. And tomorrow we've got Group C and D basically run it back going again. We've got the likes of Gabby there, Gyu in Group C looking very strong, and potentially we're going to get a Gabby versus Gyu winners match, which would be pretty interesting.
That's a bold prediction.
Yeah, and then Group D, we've got again just more great players. It's one thing I always look forward to for these tournaments is we've got the usual suspects that we see pretty regularly because they're just that good, but then we do get a nice sprinkling of players that you may not have seen too often as of yet, so it's cool to check them all out.
Well, Group D might be low-key the really surprise super strong group, because Maori in particular is an old school player who stopped playing particularly seriously a few years ago and then came back. was quite close to getting to Grandmasters at one point back in the day. And then you got Quan Wu, who's just been doing incredibly well now for a couple of years, and Jake's been around a while as well. So low key, that group with people you don't quite hear of as much might end up being an incredibly strong group.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Like I said, plenty of Hearthstone over the course of this weekend, tomorrow and on Sunday, of course, where we find which 3 players are going to go to the World Championship at BlizzCon. So make sure to tune in, same time, same place tomorrow as we go through Group C and D. But for now, that's going to be everything from us. Thanks a lot for watching. We appreciate it. Hope you had a great time. We'll see you next time.